'Twas the Night Before Christmas, by Clement Clarke Moore. 'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that Saint Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugarplums danced in their heads, and Mamma in her kerchief, and I in my cap, had just settled our brains for a long winter's nap. When out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from the bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters and threw up the sash. The moon on the breast of the new-fallen snow gave the lustre of midday to objects below, when, what to my wondering eyes should appear, but a miniature sleigh, and 8 tiny reindeer. With a little old driver, so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be Saint Nick. More rapid than eagles his coursers they came, and he whistled, and shouted, and called them by name. Now, Dasher! Now, Dancer! Now, Prancer and Vixen! On, Comet! On, Cupid! On, Donder and Blitzen! To the top of the porch! To the top of the wall! Now dash away! Dash away! Dash away all! As dry leaves that before the wild hurricane fly, when they meet with an obstacle, mount to the sky, so up to the housetop the coursers they flew, with the sleigh full of toys, and Saint Nicholas too. And then, in a twinkling, I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. As I drew in my head, and was turning around, down the chimney Saint Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed all in fur, from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes how they twinkled! His dimples how merry! His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard of his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke it encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face and a little round belly, that shook when he laughed, like a bowlful of jelly. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him, in spite of myself. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk, and laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim, ere he drove out of sight, "Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night." Thanks for watching the channel. If you liked the video, please hit the like button. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing. Or if you would like to support the channel, please visit the link in the description to visit our Patreon page. Like the pictures in the video? Visit the link in the description to see more. Thanks again for watching. Gotham. Book 1. By Charles Churchill. Far off, no matter whether east or west, a real country, or one made in jest, nor yet by modern Mandevilles disgraced, nor by map jobbers wretchedly misplaced, there lies an island, neither great nor small, which, for distinction's sake, I Gotham call. The man who finds an unknown country out, by giving it a name, acquires, no doubt, a gospel title, though the people there, the pious Christian thinks not worth his care, bar this pretence, and into air is hurled, the claim of Europe to the Western world. Cast by a tempest on the savage coast, some roving buccaneer set up a post, a beam, in proper form transversely laid, of his Redeemer's cross the figure made, of that Redeemer, with whose laws his life, from first to last, had been one scene of strife, his royal master's name thereon engraved, without more process the whole race enslaved, cut off that charter they from nature drew, and made them slaves to men they never knew. Search ancient histories, consult records, under this title the most Christian lords hold, thanks to conscience, more than half the ball. Overthrow this title, they have none at all, for never yet might any monarch dare, who lived to truth, and breathed a Christian air, pretend that Christ, who came, we all agree, to bless his people, and to set them free, to make a convert, ever one law gave, by which converters made him first a slave. Spite of the glosses of a canting priest, who talks of charity, but means a feast, who recommends it, whilst he seems to feel the holy glowings of a real zeal, to all his hearers as a deed of worth, to give them heaven whom they have robbed of earth, Never shall one truly honest man, who, blessed with liberty, reveres her plan, allow one moment that a savage sire could from his wretched race, for childish hire, by a wild grant, their freedom pass, and sell his country for a bit of glass. Or grant this barbarous right, let Spain and France, in slavery bred, as purchasers advance, let them, whilst conscience is at distance hurled, with some gay bauble by a golden world, an Englishman, in chartered freedom born, shall spurn the slavish merchandise, shall scorn to take from others, through base private views, what he himself would rather die than lose. Happy the savage of those early times, ere Europe's sons were known, and Europe's crimes. Gold, cursed gold, slept in the womb of earth, and felt its mischiefs, as unknown its worth. In full content he found the truest wealth, in toil he found diversion, food, and health. Stranger to ease and luxury of courts, his sports were labours, and his labours sports. His youth was hardy, and his old age green. Life's morn was vigorous, and her eve serene. No rules he held, but what were made for use. No arts he learned, nor ills which arts produce. False lights he followed, but believed them true. He knew not much, but lived to what he knew. Happy, thrice happy now the savage race, since Europe took their gold, and gave them grace. Pastors she sends to help them in their need, some who can't write, with others who can't read, and on sure grounds the gospel pile to rear. Sends missionary felons every year, our vices, with more zeal than holy prayers. She teaches them, and in return takes theirs. Her rank oppressions give them cause to rise, her want of prudence, means and arms supplies, whilst her brave rage, not satisfied with life, rising in blood, adopts the scalping knife. Knowledge she gives, enough to make them know how abject is their state, how deep their woe. The worth of freedom strongly she explains, whilst she bows down, and loads their necks with chains. Faith, too, she plants, for her own ends impressed, to make them bear the worst, and hope the best. And whilst she teaches, on vile interests plan, as laws of God, the wild decrees of man. Like Pharisees, of whom the scriptures tell, she makes them 10 times more the sons of hell. But whither do these grave reflections tend? Are they designed for any, or no end? Briefly but this to prove, that by no act, which nature made, that by no equal pact, twixt man and man, which might, if justice heard, stand good, that by no benefits conferred, or purchase made, Europe in chains can hold, the sons of India, and her mines of gold. Chance led her there in an accursed hour, she saw, and made the country hers by power, nor, drawn by virtue's love from love of fame, shall my rash folly controvert the claim, or wish in thought that title overthrown, which coincides with and involves my own. Europe discovered India first, I found, my right to Gotham on the self-same ground. I first discovered it, nor shall that plea to her be granted, and denied to me. I plead possession, and, till one more bold shall drive me out, will that possession hold. With Europe's rights my kindred rights I twine, hers be the western world, be Gotham mine. Rejoice, ye happy Gothamites! Rejoice, lift up your voice on high, a mighty voice, the voice of gladness, and on every tongue, in strains of gratitude, be praises hung. The praises of so great and good a king. Shall Churchill reign, and shall not Gotham sing? As on a day, a high and holy day, let every instrument of music play, ancient and modern, those which drew their birth, punctilios laid aside, from pagan earth, as well as those by Christian made and Jew, those known to many, and those known to few, those which in whim and frolic lightly float, and those which swell the slow and solemn note, those which, whilst reason stands in wonder by, make some complexions laugh, and others cry, those which, by some strange faculty of sound, can build walls up, and raise them to the ground, those which can tear up forests by the roots, and make brutes dance like men, and men like brutes, those which, whilst ridicule leads up the dance, make clowns of Monmouth ape the fops of France, those which, where Lady Dullness with Lord Mayors presides, disdaining light and trifling airs, hallow the feast with psalmody, and those which, planted in our churches to dispose, and lift the mind to heaven, are disgraced, with what a foppish organist calls taste, all, from the fiddle, on which every fool, the pert son of dull sire, discharged from school, serves an apprenticeship in college ease, and rises through the gamut to degrees, to those which, though less common, not less sweet, from famed St. Giles's, and more famed Vine Street, where heaven, the utmost wish of man to grant, gave me an old house, and an older aunt, Thornton, whilst humour pointed out the road, to her arch cub, hath hitched into an ode. All instruments, attend, ye listening spheres. Attend, ye sons of men. And hear with ears, all instruments, nor shall they seek one hand, impressed from modern music's coxcomb band. All instruments, self-acted, at my name, shall pour forth harmony, and loud proclaim, loud but yet sweet, to the according globe, my praises, whilst gay nature, in a robe, a coxcomb doctor's robe, to the full sound, keeps time, like Boyce, and the world dances round. Rejoice, ye happy Gothamites. Rejoice, lift up your voice on high, a mighty voice, the voice of gladness, and on every tongue, in strains of gratitude, be praises hung, the praises of so great and good a king. Shall Churchill reign, and shall not Gotham sing? Infancy, straining backward from the breast, tetchy and wayward, what he loveth best, refusing in his fits, whilst all the while, the mother eyes the wrangler with a smile, and the fond father sits on t'other side, laughs at his moods, and views his spleen with pride, shall murmur forth my name, whilst at his hand, nurse stands interpreter, through Gotham's land. Childhood, who like an April morn appears, sunshine and rain, hopes clouded o'er with fears, pleased and displeased by starts, in passion warm, in reason weak, who, wrought into a storm, like to the fretful billows of the deep, soon spends his rage, and cries himself asleep, who, with a feverish appetite oppressed, for trifles sighs, but hates them when possessed, his trembling lash suspended in the air, half bent, and stroking back his long lank hair, shall to his mates look up with eager glee, and let his top go down to prate of me. Youth, who, fierce, fickle, insolent, and vain, impatient urges on to manhood's reign, impatient urges on, yet with a cast of dear regard looks back on childhood past, in the mid-chase, when the hot blood runs high, and the quick spirits mount into his eye, when pleasure, which he deems his greatest wealth, beats in his heart, and paints his cheeks with health, when the chafed steed tugs proudly at the rein, and, ere he starts, hath run o'er half the plain, when, winged with fear, the stag flies full in view, and in full cry the eager hounds pursue. Shall shout my praise to hills which shout again, and even the huntsman stop to cry, Amen. Manhood, of form erect, who would not bow, though worlds should crack around him, on his brow, wisdom serene, to passion giving law, bespeaking love, and yet commanding awe, dignity into grace by mildness wrought, courage attempered and refined by thought, virtue supreme enthroned, within his breast, the image of his Maker deep impressed, Lord of this earth, which trembles at his nod, with reason blessed, and only less than God. Manhood, though weeping beauty kneels for aid, though honor calls, in danger's form arrayed, though clothed with sackcloth, justice in the gates, by wicked elders chained, redemption waits. Manhood shall steal an hour, a little hour, isn't not a little one, to hail my power. Old age, a second child, by nature cursed, with more and greater evils than the first, weak, sickly, full of pains, in every breath, railing at life, and yet afraid of death, putting things off, with sage and solemn air, from day to day, without one day to spare, without enjoyment, covetous of pelf, tiresome to friends, and tiresome to himself, his faculties impaired, his temper soured, his memory of recent things devoured, even with the acting, on his shattered brain, though the false registers of youth remain, from morn to evening babbling forth vain praise, of those rare men, who lived in those rare days, when he, the hero of his tale, was young, dull repetitions faltering on his tongue, praising grey hairs, sure mark of wisdom's sway, even whilst he curses time, which made him grey, scoffing at youth, even whilst he would afford, all but his gold to have his youth restored, shall for a moment, from himself set free, lean on his crutch, and pipe forth praise to me. Rejoice, ye happy Gothamites. Rejoice, lift up your voice on high, a mighty voice, the voice of gladness, and on every tongue, in strains of gratitude, be praises hung, the praises of so great and good a king. Shall Churchill reign, and shall not Gotham sing? Things without life shall in this chorus join, and, dumb to others' praise, be loud in mine. The snowdrop, who, in habit white and plain, comes on, the herald of fair Flora's train, the coxcomb crocus, flower of simple note, who by her side struts in a herald's coat, the tulip, idly glaring to the view, who, though no clown, his birth from Holland drew, who, once full dressed, fears from his place to stir, the fop of flowers, the more of a parterre, the woodbine, who her elm in marriage meets, and brings her dowry in surrounding sweets, the lily, silver mistress of the vale, the rose of Sharon, which perfumes the gale, the jessamine, with which the queen of flowers, to charm her god, adorns his favourite bowers, which brides, by the plain hand of neatness dressed, an envied rival, wear upon their breast. Sweet is the incense of the morn, and chaste as the pure zone which circles Jian's waist. All flowers, of various names, and various forms, which the sun into strength and beauty warms, from the dwarf daisy, which, like infants, clings, and fears to leave the earth from whence it springs, to the proud giant of the garden race, who, madly rushing to the sun's embrace, overtops her fellows with aspiring aim, demands his wedded love, and bears his name. All, one and all, shall in this chorus join, and, dumb to others' praise, be loud in mine. Rejoice, ye happy Gothamites! Rejoice, lift up your voice on high, a mighty voice, the voice of gladness, and on every tongue, in strains of gratitude, be praises hung, the praises of so great and good a king. Shall Churchill reign, and shall not Gotham sing? Forming a gloom, through which, to spleen-struck minds, religion, horror-stamped, a passage finds, the ivy crawling o'er the hallowed cell, where some old hermit's wont his beads to tell, by day, by night, the myrtle evergreen, beneath whose shade love holds his rights unseen, the willow, weeping o'er the fatal wave, where many a lover finds a watery grave, the cypress, sacred held, when lovers mourn, their true love snatched away, the laurel worn, by poets in old time, but destined now, in grief, to wither on a whitehead's brow, the fig, which, large as what in India grows, itself a grove, gave our first parents clothes, the vine, which, like a blushing new-made bride, clustering, empurples all the mountain side, the yew, which, in the place of sculptured stone, marks out the resting place of men unknown, the hedgerow elm, the pine, of mountain race, the fir, the Scotch fir, never out of place, the cedar, whose top mates the highest cloud, whilst his old father Lebanon grows proud of such a child, and his vast body laid out many a mile, enjoys the filial shade, the oak, when living, monarch of the wood, the English oak, which, dead, commands the flood. All, one and all, shall in this chorus join, and, dumb to others' praise, be loud in mine. Rejoice, ye happy Gothamites! Rejoice, lift up your voice on high, a mighty voice, the voice of gladness, and on every tongue, in strains of gratitude, be praises hung, the praises of so great and good a king. Shall Churchill reign, and shall not Gotham sing? The showers, which make the young hills, like young lambs, bound and rebound, the old hills, like old rams, unwieldy, jump for joy, the streams which glide, whilst plenty marches smiling by their side, and from their bosom rising commerce springs, the winds, which rise with healing on their wings, before whose cleansing breath contagion flies, the sun, who, travelling in eastern skies, fresh, full of strength, just risen from his bed, though in Jove's pastures they were born and bred, with voice and whip can scarce make his steeds stir, step by step, up the perpendicular, who, at the hour of eve, panting for rest, rolls on again, and gallops down the west, as fast as Jehu, oiled for Ahab's sin, drove for a crown, or postboys for an inn, the moon, who holds o'er night her silver reign, regent of tides, and mistress of the brain, who to her sons, those sons who own her power, and do her homage at the midnight hour, gives madness as a blessing, but dispenses wisdom to fools, and damns them with their senses, the stars, who, by I know not what strange right, preside o'er mortals in their own despite, who, without reason, govern those who most, how truly, judge from thence, of reason boast, and, by some mighty magic yet unknown, our actions guide, yet cannot guide their own. All, one and all, shall in this chorus join, and, dumb to others' praise, be loud in mine. Rejoice, ye happy Gothamites! Rejoice, lift up your voice on high, a mighty voice, the voice of gladness, and on every tongue, in strains of gratitude, be praises hung, the praises of so great and good a king. Shall Churchill reign, and shall not Gotham sing? The moment, minute, hour, day, week, month, year, morning and eve, as they in turn appear, moments and minutes, which, without a crime, can't be omitted in accounts of time, or, if omitted, proof we might afford, worthy by parliaments to be restored. The hours, which, dressed by turns in black and white, ordained as handmaids, wait on day and night. The day, those hours, I mean, when light presides, and business in a cart with prudence rides. The night, those hours, I mean, with darkness hung, when sense speaks free, and folly holds her tongue. The morn, when nature, rousing from her strife, with death-like sleep, awakes to second life. The eve, when, as unequal to the task, she mercy from her foe descends to ask. The week, in which 6 days are kindly given, to think of earth, and one to think of heaven. The months, 12 sisters, all of different hue, though there appears in all a likeness too, not such a likeness as, through Haman's 6 works, dull mannerist. In Christians, Jews, and Turks, cloys with a sameness in each female face, but a strange something, born of art and grace, which speaks them all, to vary and adorn, at different times of the same parents born, all, one and all, shall in this chorus join, and, dumb to others' praise, be loud in mine. Rejoice, ye happy Gothamites! Rejoice, lift up your voice on high, a mighty voice, the voice of gladness, and on every tongue, in strains of gratitude, be praises hung, the praises of so great and good a king. Shall Churchill reign, and shall not Gotham sing? For January, leader of the year, mince pies in van, and calves' heads in the rear. Dull February, in whose leaden reign, my mother bore a bard without a brain. March, various, fierce, and wild, with wind-cracked cheeks, by wilder Welshmen led, and crowned with leeks. April, with fools, and May, with bastards blessed. June, with white roses on her rebel breast. July, to whom, the dog-star in her train. St. James gives oysters, and saints within reign. August, who, banished from her Smithfield stand, to Chelsea flies, with dogget in her hand. September, when by custom, right divine, geese are ordained to bleed at Michael's shrine, whilst the priest, not so full of grace as wit, falls to, unblessed, nor gives the saint a bit. October, who the cause of freedom joined, and gave a second George to bless mankind. November, who, at once to grace our earth, St. Andrew boasts, and our Augusta's birth. December, last of months, but best, who gave a Christ to man, a Saviour to the slave, whilst, falsely grateful, man, at the full feast, to do God honour makes himself a beast. All, one and all, shall in this chorus join, and, dumb to others' praise, be loud in mine. Rejoice, ye happy Gothamites! Rejoice, lift up your voice on high, a mighty voice, the voice of gladness, and on every tongue, in strains of gratitude, be praises hung, the praises of so great and good a king. Shall Churchill reign, and shall not Gotham sing? The seasons as they roll, spring, by her side, lechery and Lent, lay folly and church pride, by a rank monk to copulation led, a tub of sainted saltfish on her head. Summer, in light transparent gauze arrayed, like maids of honor at a masquerade, in bawdry gauze, for which our daughters leave. The fig, more modest, first brought up by Eve, panting for breath, inflamed with lustful fires, yet wanting strength to perfect her desires, leaning on sloth, who, fainting with the heat, stops at each step, and slumbers on his feet. Autumn, when nature, who with sorrow feels her dread foe winter treading on her heels, makes up in value what she wants in length, exerts her powers, and puts forth all her strength, bids corn and fruits in full perfection rise, corn fairly taxed, and fruits without excise. Winter, benumbed with cold, no longer known by robes of fur, since furs became our own. A hag, who, loathing all, by all is loathed, with weekly, daily, hourly, libels clothed, vile faction at her heels, who, mighty grown, would rule the ruler, and foreclose the throne, would turn all state affairs into a trade, make laws one day, the next to be unmade, beggar at home, a people feared abroad, and, force defeated, make them slaves by fraud. All, one and all, shall in this chorus join, and, dumb to others' praise, be loud in mine. Rejoice, ye happy Gothamites! Rejoice, lift up your voice on high, a mighty voice, the voice of gladness, and on every tongue, in strains of gratitude, be praises hung, the praises of so great and good a king. Shall Churchill reign, and shall not Gotham sing? The year, grand circle, in whose ample round, the seasons regular and fixed are bound, who, in his course repeated o'er and o'er, sees the same things which he had seen before. The same stars keep their watch, and the same sun runs in the track where he from first hath run. The same moon rules the night, tides ebb and flow. Man is a puppet, and this world a show. Their old dull follies, old dull fools pursue, and vice in nothing, but in mode, is new. He a lord, now fair befall that pride. He lived a villain, but a lord he died. Dashwood is pious, Berkeley fixed as fate. Sandwich, thank heaven, first minister of state. And, though by fools despised, by saints unblessed, by friends neglected, and by foes oppressed, scorning the servile arts of each court elf, founded on honor, Wilkes is still himself. The year, encircled with the various train, which waits, and fills the glories of his reign, shall, taking up this theme, in chorus join, and, dumb to others' praise, be loud in mine. Rejoice, ye happy Gothamites! Rejoice, lift up your voice on high, a mighty voice, the voice of gladness, and on every tongue, in strains of gratitude, be praises hung, the praises of so great and good a king. Shall Churchill reign, and shall not Gotham sing? Thus far in sport, nor let our critics hence, who sell out monthly trash, and call it sense, too lightly of our present labours deem, or judge at random of so high a theme. High is our theme, and worthy are the men, to feel the sharpest stroke of satire's pen. But when kind time a proper season brings, in serious mood to treat of serious things, then shall they find, disdaining idle play, that I can be as grave and dull as they. Thus far in sport, nor let half-patriots, those who shrink from every blast of power which blows, who, with tame cowardice familiar grown, would hear my thoughts, but fear to speak their own, who, lest bold truths, to do sage prudence spite, should burst the portals of their lips by night, tremble to trust themselves 1 hour in sleep, condemn our course, and hold our caution cheap, when brave occasion bids, for some great end, when honour calls the poet as a friend, then shall they find that, even on danger's brink, he dares to speak what they scarce dare to think. Gotham. Book 2. By Charles Churchill. How much mistaken are the men who think that all who will, without restraint may drink, may largely drink, even till their bowels burst, pleading no right but merely that of thirst, at the pure waters of the living well, beside whose streams the muses love to dwell. Verse is with them a knack, an idle toy, a rattle gilded over, on which a boy may play untaught, whilst, without art or force, make it but jingle, music comes of course. Little do such men know the toil, the pains, the daily, nightly racking of the brains, to range the thoughts, the matter to digest, to cull fit phrases, and reject the rest, to know the times when humour on the cheek of mirth may hold her sports, when wit should speak, and when be silent, when to use the powers of ornament, and how to place the flowers, so that they neither give a tawdry glare, nor waste their sweetness in the desert air, to form, which few can do, and scarcely one critic in an age, can find when done, to form a plan, to strike a grand outline, to fill it up, and make the picture shine, a full and perfect piece, to make coy rhyme, renounce her follies, and with sense keep time, to make proud sense against her nature bend, and wear the chains of rhyme, yet call her friend. Some fops there are, amongst the scribbling tribe, who make it all their business to describe, no matter whether in or out of place, studious of finery, and fond of lace, alike they trim, as coxcomb fancy brings, the rags of beggars, and the robes of kings. Let dull propriety in state preside, over her dull children, nature is their guide, wild nature, who at random breaks the fence, of those tame drudges, judgment, taste, and sense, nor would forgive herself the mighty crime, of keeping terms with person, place, and time. Let liquid gold emblaze the sun at noon, with borrowed beams let silver pale the moon, let surges hoarse lash the resounding shore, let streams meander, and let torrents roar, let them breed up the melancholy breeze, to sigh with sighing, sob with sobbing trees, let veils embroidery wear, let flowers be tinged with various tints, let clouds be laced or fringed, they have their wish, like idle monarch boys, neglecting things of weight, they sigh for toys, give them the crown, the scepter, and the robe, who will may take the power, and rule the globe. Others there are, who, in one solemn pace, with as much zeal as Quakers rail at lace, railing at needful ornament, depend on sense to bring them to their journey's end, they would not, heaven forbid, their course delay, nor for a moment step out of the way, to make the barren road those graces wear, which nature would, if pleased, have planted there. Vain men, who, blindly thwarting nature's plan, never find a passage to the heart of man, who, bred amongst fogs in academic land, scorn everything they do not understand, who, destitute of humour, wit, and taste, let all their little knowledge run to waste, and frustrate each good purpose, whilst they wear the robes of learning with a sloven's air. Though solid reasoning arms each sterling line, though truth declares aloud, this work is mine, vice, whilst from page to page dull morals creep, throws by the book, and virtue falls asleep. Sense, mere dull, formal sense, in this gay town, must have some vehicle to pass her down, nor can she for an hour ensure her reign, unless she brings fair pleasure in her train. Let her from day to day, from year to year, in all her grave solemnities appear, and with the voice of trumpets, through the streets, deal lectures out to every one she meets, half who pass by are deaf, and other half can hear indeed, but only hear to laugh. Quit then, ye graver sons of lettered pride, taking for once experience as a guide, quit this grand error, this dull college mode, be your pursuits the same, but change the road, right, or at least appear to write, with ease, and if you mean to profit, learn to please. In vain for such mistakes they pardon claim, because they wield the pen in virtue's name. Thrice sacred is that name, thrice blessed the man, who thinks, speaks, writes, and lives on such a plan. This, in himself of course must bless, but cannot with the world promote success. He may be strong, but, with effect to speak, should recollect his readers may be weak. Plain, rigid truths, which saints with comfort bear, will make the sinner tremble and despair. True virtue acts from love, and the great end, at which she nobly aims is to amend. How then do those mistake who arm her laws, with rigour not their own, and hurt the cause, they mean to help, whilst with a zealot rage, they make that goddess, whom they'd have engage, our dearest love, in hideous terror rise. Such may be honest, but they can't be wise. In her own full and perfect blaze of light, virtue breaks forth too strong for human sight. The dazzled eye, that nice but weaker sense, shuts herself up in darkness for defense, but to make strong conviction deeper sink, to make the callous feel, the thoughtless think, like God, made man, she lays her glory by, and beams mild comfort on the ravished eye. In earnest most, when most she seems in jest, she worms into, and wins around, the breast, to conquer vice, of vice appears the friend, and seems unlike herself to gain her end. The sons of sin, to while away the time, which lingers on their hands, of each black crime, to hush the painful memory, and keep the tyrant conscience in delusive sleep, read on at random, nor suspect the dart, until they find it rooted in their heart. Against vice they give their vote, nor know at first, that, cursing that, themselves too they have cursed, they see not, till they fall into the snares, deluded into virtue unawares. Thus the shrewd doctor, in the spleen-struck mind, when pregnant horror sits, and broods over wind, discarding drugs, and striving how to please, lures, on insensibly, by slow degrees, the patient to those manly sports which bind the slackened sinews, and relieve the mind. The patient feels a change as wrought by stealth, and wonders on demand to find it health. Some few, whom fate ordained to deal in rhymes, in other lands, and here, in other times, whom, waiting at their birth, the midwife Muse, sprinkled all over with Castalian dews, to whom true genius gave his magic pen, whom art by just degrees led up to men. Some few, extremes well shunned, have steered between these dangerous rocks, and held the golden mean. Sense in their works maintains her proper state, but never sleeps, or labours with her weight. Grace makes the whole look elegant and gay, but never dares from sense to run astray. So nice the master's touch, so great his care, the colours boldly glow, not idly glare, mutually giving and receiving aid. They set each other off, like light and shade, and, as by stealth, with so much softness blend, 'tis hard to say where they begin or end. Both give us charms, and neither gives offence. Sense perfects grace, and grace enlivens sense. Peace to the men who these high honours claim, health to their souls, and to their memories fame. Be it my task, and no mean task, to teach, a reverence for that worth I cannot reach. Let me at distance, with a steady eye, observe and mark their passage to the sky, from envy free, applaud such rising worth, and praise their heaven, though pinioned down to earth. Had I the power, I could not have the time, whilst spirits flow, and life is in her prime, without a sin against pleasure, to design a plan, to methodize each thought, each line, highly to finish, and make every grace, in itself charming, take new charms from place. Nothing of books, and little known of men, when the mad fit comes on, I seize the pen, rough as they run, the rapid thoughts set down. Rough as they run, discharge them on the town. Hence rude, unfinished brats, before their time, are born into this idle world of rhyme, and the poor slattern muse is brought to bed, with all her imperfections on her head. Some, as no life appears, no pulses play, through the dull dubious mass, no breath makes way, doubt, greatly doubt, till for a glass they call, whether the child can be baptized at all. Others, on other grounds, objections frame, and, granting that the child may have a name, doubt, as the sex might well a midwife pose, whether they should baptize it verse or prose. Even what my masters please, bards, mild, meek men, in love to critics, stumble now and then. Something I do myself, and something too, if they can do it, leave for them to do. In the small compass of my careless page, critics may find employment for an age. Without my blunders, they were all undone. I 20 feed, where mason can feed one. When satire stoops, unmindful of her state, to praise the man I love, curse him I hate, When sense, in tides of passion borne along, sinking to prose, degrades the name of song, the censor smiles, and, whilst my credit bleeds, with as high relish on the carrion feeds, as the proud earl fed at a turtle feast, who, turned by gluttony to worse than beast, ate till his bowels gushed upon the floor, yet still ate on, and dying called for more. When loose digression, like a colt unbroke, spurning connection and her formal yoke, bounds through the forest, wanders far astray from the known path, and loves to lose her way, 'tis a full feast to all the mongrel pack, to run the rambler down, and bring her back. When gay description, fancy's fairy child, wild without art, and yet with pleasure wild, waking with nature at the morning hour, to the lark's call, walks over the opening flower, which largely drank all night of heaven's fresh dew, and, like a mountain nymph of Dian's crew, so lightly walks, she not one mark imprints, nor brushes off the dews, nor soils the tints. When thus description sports, even at the time that drums should beat, and cannons roar in rhyme, critics can live on such a fault as that, from one month to the other, and grow fat. Ye mighty monthly judges, in a dearth of lettered blockheads, conscious of the worth of my materials, which against your will, oft you've confessed, and shall confess it still, materials rich, though rude, inflamed with thought, though more by fancy than by judgment wrought, take, use them as your own, a work begin, which suits your genius well, and weave them in, framed for the critic loom, with critic art, till, thread on thread depending, part on part, color with color mingling, light with shade, to your dull taste a formal work is made, and, having wrought them into one grand piece, swear it surpasses Rome, and rivals Greece. Nor think this much, for at one single word, soon as the mighty critic fiat's heard, science attends their call, their power is owned, order takes place, and genius is dethroned. Letters dance into books, defiance hurled, at means, as atoms danced into a world. Me higher business calls, a greater plan, worthy man's whole employ, the good of man committed to my charge, if idle fancy rambles forth at large, careless of such a trust, these harmless lays, may friendship envy, and may folly praise. The crown of Gotham may some Scot assume, and vagrant Stuarts reign in Churchill's room. O my poor people! O thou wretched earth! To whose dear love, though not engaged by birth, my heart is fixed, my service deeply sworn, how, by thy father can that thought be born? For monarchs, would they all but think like me, are only fathers in the best degree, how must thy glories fade, in every land, thy name be laughed to scorn, thy mighty hand be shortened, and thy zeal, by foes confessed, blessed in thyself, to make thy neighbours blessed, be robbed of vigour, how must freedom's pile, the boast of ages, which adorns the isle, and makes it great and glorious, feared abroad, happy at home, secure from force and fraud, how must that pile, by ancient wisdom raised, on a firm rock, by friends admired and praised, envied by foes, and wondered at by all, in one short moment into ruins fall, should any slip of Stuart's tyrant race, or bastard or legitimate, disgrace thy royal seat of empire? But what care, what sorrow must be mine, what deep despair, and self-reproaches, should that hated line, admittance gain through any fault of mine. Cursed be the cause whence Gotham's evils spring, though that cursed cause be found in Gotham's king. Let war, with all his needy ruffian band, in pomp of horror stalk through Gotham's land, knee-deep in blood, let all her stately towers sink in the dust, that court which now is ours, become a den, where beasts may, if they can, a lodging find, nor fear rebuke from man, where yellow harvests rise, be brambles found, where vines now creep, let thistles curse the ground, dry in her thousand valleys be the rills, barren the cattle on her thousand hills, where power is placed, let tigers prowl for prey, where justice lodges, let wild asses bray, let cormorants in churches make their nest, and on the sails of commerce bitterns rest, be all, though princes in the earth before, her merchants bankrupts, and her marts no more. Much rather would I, might the will of fate, give me to choose, see Gotham's ruined state, by ills on ills thus to the earth weighed down, than live to see a Stuart wear a crown. Let heaven in vengeance arm all nature's host, those servants who their maker know, who boast obedience as their glory, and fulfill, unquestioned, their great master's sacred will. Let raging winds root up the boiling deep, and, with destruction big, over Gotham sweep. Let rains rush down, till faith, with doubtful eye, looks for the sign of mercy in the sky. Let pestilence in all her horrors rise. Wherever I turn, let famine blast my eyes. Let the earth yawn, and, ere they've time to think, In the deep gulf let all my subjects sink, before my eyes, whilst on the verge I reel, feeling, but as a monarch ought to feel, not for myself, but them, I'll kiss the rod, and, having owned the justice of my God, myself with firmness to the ruin give, and die with those for whom I wish to live. This, but may heaven's more merciful decrees, never tempt his servant with such ills as these. This, or my soul deceives me, I could bear, but that the Stuart race my crown should wear, that crown, where, highly cherished, freedom shone, bright as the glories of the midday sun, born and bred slaves, that they, with proud misrule, should make brave freeborn men, like boys at school, to the whip crouch and tremble. Oh, that thought! The labouring brain is even to madness brought, by the dread vision, at the mere surmise, the thronging spirits, as in tumult, rise, my heart, as for a passage, loudly beats, and, turn me where I will, distraction meets. O my brave fellows! Great in arts and arms, the wonder of the earth, whom glory warms, to high achievements, can your spirits bend, through base control, ye never can descend, so low by choice, to wear a tyrant's chain. Or let, in freedom's seat, a Stuart reign? If fame, who hath for ages, far and wide, spread in all realms the cowardice, the pride, the tyranny and falsehood of those lords, content you not, search England's fair records, England, where first the breath of life I drew, where, next to Gotham, my best love is due, there once they ruled, though crushed by William's hand, they rule no more, to curse that happy land. The first, who, from his native soil removed, held England's sceptre, a tame tyrant proved, virtue he lacked, cursed with those thoughts which spring, in souls of vulgar stamp, to be a king, spirit he had not, though he laughed at laws. To play the bold-faced tyrant with applause, on practices most mean he raised his pride, and craft oft gave what wisdom oft denied. Never could he feel how truly man is blessed, in blessing those around him, in his breast, crowded with follies, honour found no room, marked for a coward in his mother's womb, he was too proud without affronts to live, too timorous to punish or forgive. To gain a crown which had, in course of time, by fair descent, been his without a crime, he bore a mother's exile, to secure a greater crown, he basely could endure the spilling of her blood by foreign knife, nor dared revenge her death who gave him life, nay, by fond pair, and fond ambition led, struck hands with those by whom her blood was shed. Called up to power, scarce warm on England's throne, he filled her court with beggars from his own, turn where you would, the eye with Scots was caught, or English knaves, who would be Scotsmen thought. To vain expense unbounded loose he gave, the dupe of minions, and of slaves the slave, on false pretences mighty sums he raised, and damned those senates rich, whom poor he praised, from empire thrown, and doomed to beg her bread, on foreign bounty whilst a daughter fed, he lavished sums, for her received, on men, whose names would fix dishonour on my pen. Lies were his playthings, parliaments his sport, bookworms and catamites engrossed the court, vain of the scholar, like all Scotsmen since, the pedant scholar, he forgot the prince, and having with some trifle stored his brain, never learned, nor wished to learn, the art to reign. Enough he knew, to make him vain and proud, mocked by the wise, the wonder of the crowd, false friend, false son, false father, and false king, false wit, false statesman, and false everything, when he should act, he idly chose to prate, and pamphlets wrote, when he should save the state. Religious, if religion holds in whim, to talk with all, he let all talk with him, not on God's honour, but his own intent, not for religion's sake, but argument, more vain if some sly, artful High Dutch slave, or, from the Jesuit school, some precious knave, conviction feigned, than if, to peace restored, by his full soldiership, worlds hailed him Lord. Power was his wish, unbounded as his will, the power, without control, of doing ill. But what he wished, what he made bishops preach, and statesmen warrant, hung within his reach, he dared not seize, fear gave, to gall his pride, that freedom to the realm his will denied. Of treaties fond, overweening of his parts, in every treaty of his own mean arts, he fell the dupe, peace was his coward care, even at a time when justice called for war, his pen he'd draw to prove his lack of wit, but rather than unsheathe the sword, submit. Truth fairly must record, and, pleased to live, in league with mercy, justice may forgive, kingdoms betrayed, and worlds resigned to Spain, but never can forgive a Raleigh slain. At length, with white let freedom mark that year, not feared by those whom most he wished to fear, not loved by those whom most he wished to love, he went to answer for his faults above, to answer to that God, from whom alone, he claimed to hold, and to abuse the throne, leaving behind a curse to all his line, the bloody legacy of right divine. 15. With many virtues which a radiance fling round private men, with few which grace a king, and speak the monarch, at that time of life, when passion holds with reason doubtful strife, succeeded Charles, by a mean sire undone, who envied virtue even in a son. His youth was froward, turbulent, and wild, he took the man up ere he left the child, his soul was eager for imperial sway, ere he had learned the lesson to obey. Surrounded by a fawning, flattering throng, judgment each day grew weak, and humour strong, wisdom was treated as a noisome weed, and all his follies left to run to seed. What ills from such beginnings needs must spring? What ills to such a land from such a king? What could she hope? What had she not to fear? Base Buckingham possessed his youthful ear. Strafford and Laud, when mounted on the throne, engrossed his love, and made him all their own. Strafford and Laud, who boldly dared avow the traitorous doctrine taught by Tories now, each strove to undo him in his turn and hour, the first with pleasure, and the last with power. Thinking, vain thought, disgraceful to the throne, that all mankind were made for kings alone, that subjects were but slaves, and what was whim, or worse, in common men, was law in him, drunk with prerogative, which fate decreed, to guard good kings, and tyrants to mislead, which in a fair proportion to deny, allegiance dares not, which to hold too high, no good can wish, no coward king can dare, and, held too high, no English subject bear, besieged by men of deep and subtle arts, men void of principle, and damned with parts, who saw his weakness, made their king their tool, then most a slave, when most he seemed to rule, taking all public steps for private ends, deceived by favourites, whom he called friends, he had not strength enough of soul to find, that monarchs, meant as blessings to mankind, sink their great state, and stamp their fame undone, when what was meant for all, they give to one. Listening uxorious whilst a woman's prate, modelled the church, and parcelled out the state, whilst, in the state not more than women read, high churchman preached, and turned his pious head, tutored to see with ministerial eyes, forbid to hear a loyal nation's cries, made to believe, what can't a favourite do? He heard a nation, hearing one or two, taught by state quacks himself secure to think, and out of danger even on danger's brink, whilst power was daily crumbling from his hand, whilst murmurs ran through an insulted land, as if to sanction tyrants heaven was bound, he proudly sought the ruin which he found. 12 years, 12 tedious and inglorious years, did England, crushed by power, and awed by fears, whilst proud oppression struck at freedom's root, lament her senates lost, her Hampden mute. Illegal taxes and oppressive loans, in spite of all her pride, called forth her groans, patience was heard her griefs allowed to tell, and loyalty was tempted to rebel. Each day new acts of outrage shook the state, new courts were raised to give new doctrines weight, state inquisitions kept the realm in awe, and cursed star chambers made or ruled the law, juries were packed, and judges were unsound, through the whole kingdom not one prat was found. From the first moments of his giddy youth, he hated senates, for they told him truth. At length, against his will compelled to treat, those whom he could not fright, he strove to cheat, with base dissembling every grievance heard, and, often giving, often broke his word. Oh, where shall hapless truth for refuge fly, if kings, who should protect her, dare to lie? Those who, the general good their real aim, sought in their country's good their monarch's fame, those who were anxious for his safety, those who were induced by duty to oppose, their truth suspected, and their worth unknown, he held as foes and traitors to his throne, nor found his fatal error till the hour of saving him was gone and past, till power had shifted hands to blast his hapless reign, making their faith and his repentance vain. Hence, be that curse confined to Gotham's foes. War, dread to mention, civil war arose, all acts of outrage, and all acts of shame, stalked forth at large, disguised with honour's name, rebellion, raising high her bloody hand, spread universal havoc through the land, with zeal for party, and with passion drunk, in public rage all private love was sunk, friend against friend, brother against brother stood, and the son's weapon drank the father's blood, nature, aghast, and fearful lest her reign should last no longer, bled in every vein. Unhappy Stuart! Harshly though that name grates on my ear, I should have died with shame, to see my king before his subjects stand, and at their bar hold up his royal hand, at their commands to hear the monarch plead, by their decrees to see that monarch bleed. What though thy faults were many and were great? What though they shook the basis of the state? In royalty secure thy person stood, and sacred was the fountain of thy blood. Vile ministers, who dared abuse their trust, who dared seduce a king to be unjust, vengeance, with justice leagued, with power made strong, had nobly crushed the king could do no wrong. Yet grieve not, Charles, nor thy hard fortunes blame, they took thy life, but they secured thy fame. Their greatest crimes made thine like specks appear, from which the sun in glory is not clear. Hadst thou in peace and years resigned thy breath, at nature's call, hadst thou laid down in death, as in a sleep, thy name, by justice born, on the four winds, had been in pieces torn. Pity, the virtue of a generous soul, sometimes the vice, hath made thy memory whole. Misfortunes gave what virtue could not give, and bad, the tyrant slain, the martyr live. Ye princes of the earth, ye mighty few, who, world subduing, can't yourselves subdue, who, goodness scorned, wish only to be great, whose breath is blasting, and whose voice is fate, who own no law, no reason, but your will, and scorn restraint, though tease from doing ill, who of all passions groan beneath the worst, then only blessed when they make others cursed, think not, for wrongs like these, unscored to live, long may ye sin, and long may heaven forgive, but when ye least expect, in sorrow's day, vengeance shall fall more heavy for delay, nor think that vengeance heaped on you alone, shall, poor amends, for injured worlds atone, no, like some base distemper, which remains, transmitted from the tainted father's veins, in the son's blood, such broad and general crimes, shall call down vengeance even to latest times, call vengeance down on all who bear your name, and make their portion bitterness and shame. From land to land for years compelled to roam, whilst usurpation lorded it at home, of majesty unmindful, forced to fly, not daring, like a king, to reign or die, recalled to repossess his lawful throne, more at his people seeking than his own, another Charles succeeded. In the school of travel he had learned to play the fool, and, like pert pupils with dull tutors sent, to shame their country on the continent, from love of England by long absence weaned, from every court he every folly gleaned, and was so close do evil habits cling, till crowned, a beggar, and when crowned, no king. Those grand and general powers, which heaven designed, an instance of his mercy to mankind, were lost, in storms of dissipation hurled, nor would he give 1 hour to bless a world, lighter than levity which strides the blast, and, of the present fond, forgets the past. He changed and changed, but, every hope to curse, changed only from one folly to a worse, state he resigned to those whom state could please, careless of majesty, his wish was ease, pleasure, and pleasure only, was his aim, kings of less wit might hunt the bubble fame, dignity through his reign was made a sport, nor dared decorum show her face at court, morality was held a standing jest, and faith a necessary fraud at best. Courtiers, their monarch ever in their view, possessed great talents, and abused them too, whate'er was light, impertinent, and vain, whate'er was loose, indecent, and profane, so ripe was folly, folly to acquit, stood all absolved in that poor bauble, wit. Ingratitude, alas! But little read, he let his father's servants beg their bread, his father's faithful servants, and his own, to place the foes of both around his throne. Bad counsels he embraced through indolence, through love of ease, and not through want of sense, he saw them wrong, but rather let them go, as right, than take the pains to make them so. Women ruled all, and ministers of state, were for commands at toilets forced to wait, women, who have, as monarchs, graced the land, but never governed well at second hand. To make all other errors slight appear, in memory fixed, stand Dunkirk and Tangier, in memory fixed so deep, that time in vain shall strive to wipe those records from the brain. Amboyna stands gods, that a king could hold, in such high estimate vile paltry gold, and of his duty be so careless found, that when the blood of subjects from the ground, for vengeance called, he should reject their cry, and, bribed from honor, lay his thunders by, give Holland peace, whilst English victims groaned, and butchered subjects wandered unatoned. Oh, dear, deep injury to England's fame, to them, to us, to all. To him deep shame. Of all the passions which from frailty spring, avarice is that which least becomes a king. To crown the whole, scorning the public good, which through his reign he little understood, or little heeded, with too narrow aim, he reassumed a bigot brother's claim, and having made time serving senate's beau, suddenly died that brother best knew how. no matter how he slept amongst the dead, and James his brother reigned in his stead, but such a reign so glaring an offence, in every step against freedom, law, and sense, against all the rights of nature's general plan, against all which constitutes an Englishman, that the relation would mere fiction seem, the mock creation of a poet's dream, and the poor bards would, in this skeptic age, appear as false as their historian's page. Ambitious folly seized the seat of wit, Christians were forced by bigots to submit, pride without sense, without religion zeal, made daring inroads on the commonweal, stern persecution raised her iron rod, and called the pride of kings, the power of God, conscience and fame were sacrificed to Rome, and England wept at freedom's sacred tomb. Her laws despised, her constitution wrenched, from its due natural frame, her rights retrenched, beyond a coward's sufferance, conscience forced, and healing justice from the crown divorced, each moment pregnant with vile acts of power, her patriot bishop sentenced to the Tower, her Oxford, who yet loves the Stuart name, branded with arbitrary marks of shame, she wept but wept not long, to arms she flew. At honor's call the avenging sword she drew, turned all her terrors on the tyrant's head, and sent him in despair to beg his bread, whilst she, may every state in such distress, dare with such zeal, and meet with such success. Whilst she, may Gotham, should my abject mind, choose to enslave rather than free mankind, pursue her steps, tear the proud tyrant down, nor let me wear if I abuse the crown. Whilst she, through every age, in every land, written in gold, let revolution stand. Whilst she, secured in liberty and law, found what she sought, a savior in Nassau. Gotham. Book 3. By Charles Churchill. Can the fond mother from herself depart? Can she forget the darling of her heart, the little darling whom she bore and bred, nursed on her knees, and at her bosom fed, to whom she seemed her every thought to give, and in whose life alone she seemed to live? Yes, from herself the mother may depart, she may forget the darling of her heart, the little darling whom she bore and bred, nursed on her knees, and at her bosom fed, to whom she seemed her every thought to give, and in whose life alone she seemed to live. But I cannot forget, whilst life remains, and pours her current through these swelling veins, whilst memory offers up at reason's shrine, but I cannot forget that Gotham's mine. Can the stern mother, than the brutes more wild, from her disnatured breast tear her young child, flesh of her flesh, and of her bone the bone, and dash the smiling babe against a stone? Yes, the stern mother, than the brutes more wild, from her disnatured breast may tear her child, flesh of her flesh, and of her bone the bone, and dash the smiling babe against a stone, but I, forbid it, heaven, but I can never, the love of Gotham from this bosom tear, can never so far true royalty pervert, from its fair course, to do my people hurt. With how much ease, with how much confidence, as if, superior to each grosser sense, reason had only, in full power arrayed, to manifest her will, and be obeyed, men make resolves, and pass into decrees, the motions of the mind. With how much ease, in such resolves, doth passion make a flaw, and bring to nothing what was raised to law. In empire young, scarce warm on Gotham's throne, the dangers and the sweets of power unknown, pleased, though I scarce know why, like some young child, whose little senses each new toy turns wild, how do I hold sweet dalliance with my crown, and wanton with dominion, how lay down, without the sanction of a precedent, rules of most large and absolute extent, rules which from sense of public virtue spring, and all at once commence a patriot king. But, for the day of trial is at hand, and the whole fortunes of a mighty land are staked on me, and all their weal or woe must from my good or evil conduct flow. Will I, or can I, on a fair review, as I assume that name, deserve it too? Have I well weighed the great, the noble part I'm now to play? Have I explored my heart, that labyrinth of fraud, that deep dark cell, where, unsuspected even by me, may dwell 10,000 follies? Have I found out there what I am fit to do, and what to bear? Have I traced every passion to its rise, nor spared one lurking seed of treacherous vice? Have I familiar with my nature grown? And am I fairly to myself made known? A patriot king. Why, 'tis a name which bears the more immediate stamp of heaven, which wears the nearest, best resemblance we can show of God above, through all his works below. To still the voice of discord in the land, to make weak factions discontented band, detected, weak, and crumbling to decay. With hunger pinched, on their own vitals prey, like brethren, in the selfsame interests warmed, like different bodies, with one soul informed, to make a nation, nobly raised above all meaner thought, grow up in common love, to give the laws due vigor, and to hold that secret balance, temperate, yet bold, with such an equal hand, that those who fear may yet approve, and own my justice clear, to be a common father, to secure the weak from violence, from pride the poor, vice and her sons to banish in disgrace, to make corruption dread to show her face, to bid afflicted virtue take new state, and be at last acquainted with the great of all religions, to elect the best, nor let her priests be made a standing jest, rewards for worth with liberal hand to carve, to love the arts, nor let the artist starve, to make fair plenty through the realm increase, give fame in war, and happiness in peace, to see my people virtuous, great, and free, and know that all those blessings flow from me. Oh, 'tis a joy too exquisite, a thought which flatters nature more than flattery ought. 'Tis a great, glorious task, for man too hard, but no less great, less glorious the reward, the best reward which here to man is given. 'Tis more than earth, and little short of heaven, a task, if such comparison may be, the same in nature, differing in degree, like that which God, on whom for aid I call, performs with ease, and yet performs to all. How much do they mistake, how little know, of kings, of kingdoms, and the pains which flow from royalty, who fancy that a crown, because it glistens, must be lined with down. With outside show, and vain appearance caught, they look no further, and, by folly taught, prize high the toys of thrones, but never find one of the many cares which lurk behind the gem they worship which a crown adorns, nor once suspect that crown is lined with thorns. Oh, might reflection folly's place supply, would we one moment use her piercing eye, then should we find what woe from grandeur springs, and learn to pity, not to envy kings. The villager, born humbly and bred hard, content his wealth, and poverty his guard, in action simply just, in conscience clear, by guilt untainted, undisturbed by fear, his means but scanty, and his wants but few, labor his business, and his pleasure too, enjoys more comforts in a single hour, than ages give the wretch condemned to power. Called up by health, he rises with the day, and goes to work, as if he went to play, whistling off toils, one half of which might make the stoutest atlas of a palace quake, against heat and cold, which make us cowards faint, hardened by constant use, without complaint. He bears what we should think it death to bear, short are his meals, and homely is his fare, his thirst he slakes at some pure neighboring brook, nor asks for sauce where appetite stands cook. When the dews fall, and when the sun retires, behind the mountains, when the village fires, which, wakened all at once, speak supper nigh, at distance catch, and fix his longing eye, homeward he hies, and with his manly brood of raw-boned cubs enjoys that clean, coarse food, which, seasoned with good humor, his fond bride, against his return is happy to provide. Then, free from care, and free from though, he creeps into his straw, until the morning sleeps. Not so the king with anxious cares oppressed, his bosom labors, and admits not rest. A glorious wretch, he sweats beneath the weight of majesty, and gives up ease for state. Even when his smiles, which, by the fools of pride, are treasured and preserved from side to side, fly round the court, even when, compelled by form, he seems most calm, his soul is in a storm. Care, like a spectre, seen by him alone, with all her nest of vipers, round his throne, by day crawls full in view, when night bids sleep, sweet nurse of nature. Over the senses creep, when misery herself no more complains, and slaves, if possible, forget their chains. Though his sense weakens, though his eyes grow dim, that rest which comes to all, comes not to him. Even at that hour, care, tyrant care, forbids the dew of sleep to fall upon his lids. From night to night she watches at his bed, now, as one moped, sits brooding over his head, anon she starts, and, borne on raven's wings, croaks forth aloud, sleep was not made for kings. Thrice at the moon, who governs this vast ball, who rules most absolute over me and all, to whom, by full conviction taught to bow, at new, at full, I pay the duteous vow. Thrice at the moon her wonted course pursued, thrice hath she lost her form, and thrice renewed. Since, blessed be that season, for before, I was a mere mortal, and no more, one of the herd, a lump of common clay, informed with life, to die and pass away. Since I became a king, and Gotham's throne, with full and ample power, became my own, thrice hath the moon her wonted course pursued, thrice hath she lost her form, and thrice renewed. Since sleep, kind sleep, who like a friend supplies new vigor for new toil, hath closed these eyes. Nor, if my toils are answered with success, and I am made an instrument to bless the people whom I love, shall I repine? Theirs be the benefit, the labor mine. Mindful of that high rank in which I stand, of millions lord, sole ruler in the land, let me, and reason shall her aid afford, rule my own spirit, of myself be lord. With an ill grace that monarch wears his crown, who, stern and hard of nature, wears a frown against faults in other men, yet all the while meets his own vices with a partial smile. How can a king, yet on record we find, such kings have been, such curses of mankind, enforce that law against some poor subject elf, which conscience tells him he hath broke himself? Can he some petty rogue to justice call, for robbing one, when he himself robs all? Must not, unless extinguished, conscience fly into his cheek, and blast his fading eye? To scourge the oppressor, when the state, distressed, and sunk to ruin, is by him oppressed? Against himself doth he not sentence give, if one must die, others not fit to live? Weak is that throne, and in itself unsound, which takes not solid virtue for its ground. All envy power in others, and complain of that which they would perish to obtain. Nor can those spirits, turbulent and bold, not to be awed by threats, nor bought with gold, be hushed to peace, but when fair legal sway makes it their real interest to obey, when kings, and none but fools can then rebel, not less in virtue than in power, excel. Be that my object, that my constant care, and may my soul's best wishes centre there, be it my task to seek, nor seek in vain, not only how to live, but how to reign, and to those virtues which from reason spring, and grace the man, join those which grace the king. First, for strict duty bids my care extend, and reach to all who on that care depend, bids me with servants keep a steady hand, and watch over all my proxies in the land. First, and that method reason shall support, before I look into, and purge my court, before I cleanse the stable of the state, let me fix things which to myself relate. That done, and all accounts well settled here, in resolution firm, in honor clear, tremble, ye slaves. Who dare abuse your trust? Who dare be villains, when your king is just? Are there, amongst those officers of state, to whom our sacred power we delegate, who hold our place and office in the realm, who, in our name commissioned, guide the helm? Are there, who, trusting to our love of ease, oppress our subjects, wrest our just decrees, and make the laws, warped from their fair intent, to speak a language which they never meant? Are there such men, and can the fools depend on holding out in safety to their end? Can they so much, from thoughts of danger free, deceive themselves, so much misdeed of me, to think that I will prove a statesman's tool, and live a stranger where I ought to rule? What? To myself and to my state unjust, shall I from ministers take things on trust, and, sinking low the credit of my throne, depend upon dependence of my own? Shall I, most certain source of future cares, not use my judgment, but depend on theirs? Shall I, true puppet-like, be mocked with state, have nothing but the name of being great, attend at councils which I must not weigh, do what they bid, and what they dictate, say, enrobed, and hoisted up into my chair, only to be a royal cipher there? Perish the thought 'tis treason to my throne, and who but thinks it, could his thoughts be known, insults me more than he, who, leagued with hell, shall rise in arms, and against my crown rebel. The wicked statesman, whose false heart pursues a train of guilt, who acts with double views, and wears a double face, whose base designs strike at his monarch's throne, who undermines, even whilst he seems his wishes to support, who seizes all departments, packs a court, maintains an agent on the judgment seat, to screen his crimes, and make his frauds complete, new models armies, and around the throne, will suffer none but creatures of his own, conscious of such his baseness, well may try, against the light to shut his master's eye, to keep him cooped, and far removed from those, who, brave and honest, dare his crimes disclose, nor ever let him in one place appear, where truth, unwelcome truth, may wound his ear. Attempts like these, well weighed, themselves proclaim, and, whilst they publish, balk their author's aim. Kings must be blind into such snares to run, or, worse, with open eyes must be undone. The minister of honesty and worth demands the day to bring his actions forth, calls on the sun to shine with fiercer rays, and braves that trial which must end in praise. None fly the day, and seek the shades of night, but those whose actions cannot bear the light, none wish their king in ignorance to hold, but those who feel that knowledge must unfold their hidden guilt, and that dark mist dispelled, by which their places and their lives are held, confusion wait them, and, by justice led, in vengeance fall on every traitor's head. Aware of this, and cautioned against the pit, where kings have oft been lost, shall I submit, and rust in chains like these? Shall I give way, and whilst my helpless subjects fall a prey to power abused, in ignorance sit down, nor dare assert the honor of my crown? When stern rebellion, if that odious name, justly belongs to those whose only aim is to preserve their country, who oppose, in honor leagued, none but their country's foes, who only seek their own, and found their cause in due regard for violated laws. When stern rebellion, who no longer feels, nor fears rebuke, a nation at her heels, a nation up in arms, though strong not proud, knocks at the palace gate, and, calling loud for due redress, presents, from truth's fair pen, a list of wrongs, not to be borne by men. How must that king be humbled, how disgrace all that is royal in his name and place, who, thus called forth to answer, can advance no other plea but that of ignorance? A vile defense, which was his all at stake, the meanest subject well might blush to make, a filthy source, from whence shame ever springs, a stain to all, but most a stain to kings. The soul with great and manly feelings warmed, panting for knowledge, rests not till informed, and shall not I, fired with the glorious zeal, feel those brave passions which my subjects feel? Or can a just excuse from ignorance flow, to me, whose first great duty is to know? Hence, ignorance. Thy settled, dull, blank eye would hurt me, though I knew no reason why. Hence, ignorance. Thy slavish shackles bind the free-born soul, and lethargies the mind. Of thee, begot by pride, who looked with scorn on every meaner match, of thee was born that grave inflexibility of soul, which reason can't convince, nor fear control, which neither arguments nor prayers can reach, and nothing less than utter ruin teach. Hence, ignorance. Hence to that depth of night, where thou was born, where not one gleam of light may wound thine eye, hence to some dreary cell, where monks with superstition love to dwell, or in some college soothe thy lazy pride, and with the heads of colleges reside. Fit mate for royalty thou canst not be, and if no mate for kings, no mate for me. Come, study. Like a torrent swelled with rains, which, rushing down the mountains, over the plains, spreads horror wide, and yet, in horror kind, leaves seeds of future fruitfulness behind. Come, study. Painful though thy course, and slow, thy real worth by thy effects we know. Parent of knowledge, come. Not thee I call, who, grave and dull, in college or in hall, dost sit, all solemn sad, and moping weigh things which, when found, thy labours can't repay, nor, in one hand, fit emblem of thy trade, a rod, in other, gaudily arrayed, a hornbook gilt and lettered, call I thee, who dost in form preside over A, B, C, nor, siren though thou art, and thy strange charms, as it were by magic, lure men to thine arms, do I call thee, who, through a winding maze, a labyrinth of puzzling, pleasing ways, dost lead us at the last to those rich plains, where, in full glory, real science reigns. Fair though thou art, and lovely to mine eye, though full rewards in thy possession lie, to crown man's wish, and do thy favourites grace, though, was I stationed in an humbler place, I could be ever happy in thy sight, toil with thee all the day, and through the night, toil on from watch to watch, bidding my eye, fast riveted on science, sleep defy. Yet, such the hardships which from empire flow, must I thy sweet society forego, and to some happy rival's arms resign those charms which can, alas, no more be mine. No more from hour to hour, from day to day, shall I pursue thy steps, and urge my way, where eager love of science calls. No more attempt those paths which man never trod before. No more the mountain scaled, the desert crossed, losing myself, nor knowing I was lost. Travel through woods, through wilds, from morn to night, from night to morn, yet travel with delight, and having found thee, lay me down content, own all my toil well paid, my time well spent. Farewell, ye muses too. For such mean things, must not presume to dwell with mighty kings. Farewell, ye muses. Though it cuts my heart, even to the quick, we must forever part. When the fresh morn bade lusty nature wake, when the birds, sweetly twittering through the brake, tune their soft pipes, when, from the neighbouring bloom, sipping the dew, each zephyr stole perfume, when all things with new vigour were inspired, and seemed to say they never could be tired. How often have we strayed, whilst sportive rhyme deceived the way and clipped the wings of time? Over hill, over dale, how often laughed to see yourselves made visible to none but me. The clown, his work suspended, gape and stare, and seem to think that I conversed with air. When the sun, beating on the parched soil, seemed to proclaim an interval of toil, when a faint languor crept through every breast, and things most used to labor wished for rest, how often, underneath a reverend oak, where safe, and fearless of the impious stroke, some sacred dryad lived, or in some grove, where, with capricious fingers, fancy wove her fairy bower, whilst nature all the while looked on, and viewed her mockeries with a smile, have we held converse sweet? How often laid fast by the Thames, in Ham's inspiring shade, amongst those poets which make up your train, and, after death, pour forth the sacred strain, have I, at your command, in verse grown grey, but not impaired, heard Dryden tune that lay, which might have drawn an angel from his sphere, and kept him from his office listening here. When dreary night, with Morpheus in her train, led on by silence to resume her reign, with darkness covering, as with a robe, the scene of levity, blanked half the globe, how oft, enchanted with your heavenly strains, which stole me from myself, which in soft chains of music bound my soul, how oft have I, sounds more than human floating through the sky, attentive sat, whilst night, against her will, transported with the harmony, stood still. How oft in raptures, which man scarce could bear, have I, when gone, still thought the muses there, still heard their music, and, as mute as death, sat all attention, drew in every breath, lest, breathing all too rudely, I should wound, and mar that magic excellence of sound, then, sent returning with return of day, have chid the night, which fled so fast away. Such my pursuits, and such my joys of yore, such were my mates, but now my mates no more. Placed out of envy's walk, for envy, sure, would never haunt the cottage of the poor, would never stoop to wound my homespun lays, with some few friends, and some small share of praise, beneath oppression, undisturbed by strife, in peace I trod the humble vale of life. Farewell, these scenes of ease, this tranquil state, welcome the troubles which on empire wait. Light toys from this day forth I disavow, they pleased me once, but cannot suit me now, to common men all common things are free, what honors them, might fix disgrace on me. Called to a throne, and over a mighty land, ordained to rule, my head, my heart, my hand, are all engrossed, each private view withstood, and tasked to labor for the public good, be this my study, to this one great end, may every thought, may every action tend. Let me the page of history turn over, the instructive page, and needfully explore, what faithful pens of former times have wrote, of former kings, what they did worthy note, what worthy blame, and from the sacred tomb, where righteous monarchs sleep, where laurels bloom, unhurt by time, let me a garland twine, which, robbing not their fame, may add to mine. Nor let me with a vain and idle eye, glance over those scenes, and in a hurry fly, quick as the post, which travels day and night, nor let me dwell there, lured by false delight, and, into barren theory betrayed, forget that monarchs are for action made. When amorous spring, repairing all his charms, calls nature forth from hoary winter's arms, where, like a virgin to some lecher sold, 3 wretched months she lay benumbed and cold, when the weak flower, which, shrinking from the breath of the rude north, and timorous of death, to its kind mother earth for shelter fled, and on her bosom hid its tender head, peeps forth afresh, and, cheered by milder skies, bids in full splendor all her beauties rise. The hive is up in arms expert to teach, nor, proudly, to be taught unwilling, each seems from her fellow a new zeal to catch, strength in her limbs, and on her wings dispatch. The bee goes forth, from herb to herb she flies, from flower to flower, and loads her laboring thighs with treasured sweets, robbing those flowers, which, left, find not themselves made poorer by the theft, their scents as lively, and their looks as fair, as if the pillage had not been there. Never doth she flit on pleasure's silken wing, never doth she, loitering, let the bloom of spring, unrifled pass, and on the downy breast of some fair flower indulge untimely rest. Never doth she, drinking deep of those rich dews, which chemist night prepared, that faith abuse, due to the hive, and, selfish in her toils, to her own private use convert the spoils. Love of the stock first called her forth to roam, and to the stock she brings her booty home. Be this my pattern as becomes a king, let me fly all abroad on reason's wing, let mine eye, like the lightning, through the earth, run to and fro, nor let one deed of worth in any place and time, nor let one man, whose actions may enrich dominion's plan, escape my note, be all, from the first day, of nature to this hour, be all my prey. From those whom time, at the desire of fame, hath spared, let virtue catch an equal flame, from those who, not in mercy, but in rage, time hath reprieved, to damn from age to age, let me take warning, lesson to distill, and, imitating heaven, draw good from ill. Nor let these great researches, in my breast, a monument of useless labor rest, no let them spread the effects, let Gotham share, and reap the harvest of their monarch's care, be other times, and other countries known, only to give fresh blessings to my own. Let me, and may that God to whom I fly, on whom for needful succor I rely, in this great hour, that glorious God of truth, through whom I reign, in mercy to my youth, assist my weakness, and direct me right, from every speck which hangs upon the sight, purge my mind's eye, nor let one cloud remain, to spread the shades of error over my brain. Let me, impartial, with unwearied thought, try men and things, let me, as monarchs ought, examine well on what my power depends. What are the general principles and ends of government, how empire first began, and wherefore man was raised to reign over man? Let me consider, as from one great source, we see 1,000 rivers take their course, dispersed, and into different channels led, yet by their parents still supplied and fed, that government, though branched out far and wide, in various modes to various lands applied, however it differs in its outward frame, in the main groundworks everywhere the same her view, though different her plan, her grand and general view the good of man. Let me find out, by reason's sacred beams, what system in itself most perfect seems, most worthy man, most likely to conduce to all the purposes of general use. Let me find, too, where, by fair reason tried, it fails, when to particulars applied, why in that mode all nations do not join, and, chiefly, why it cannot suit with mine. Let me the gradual rise of empires trace, till they seem founded on perfection's base, then, for when human things have made their way to excellence, they hasten to decay. Let me, whilst observation lends her clue, step after step to their decline pursue, enabled by a chain of facts to tell, not only how they rose, but why they fell. Let me not only the distempers know, which in all states from common causes grow, but likewise those, which, by the will of fate, on each peculiar mode of empire wait, which in its very constitution lurk, too sure at last to do its destined work. Let me, forewarned, each sign, each symptom learn, that I my people's danger may discern, ere 'tis too late wished health to reassure, and, if it can be found, find out a cure. Let me, though great, grave brethren of the gown, preach all faith up, and preach all reason down, making those jar whom reason meant to join, and vesting in themselves a right divine. Let me, through reason's glass, with searching eye, into the depth of that religion pry, which law hath sanctioned. Let me find out there, what's form, what's essence, what, like vagrant air, we well may change, and what, without a crime, cannot be changed to the last hour of time. Nor let me suffer that outrageous zeal, which, without knowledge, furious bigots feel, fair in pretence, though at the heart unsound, these separate points at random to confound. The times have been when priests have dared to tread, proud and insulting, on their monarch's head, when, whilst they made religion a pretence, out of the world they banished common sense, when some soft king, too open to deceit, easy and unsuspecting joined the cheat, duped by mock piety, and gave his name, to serve the vilest purposes of shame. Pair not, my people. Where no cause of fear can justly rise, your king secures you here, your king, who scorns the haughty prelate's nod, nor deems the voice of priests the voice of God. Let me, though lawyers may perhaps forbid their monarch to behold what they wish hid, and for the purposes of knavish gain, would have their trade a mystery remain, let me, disdaining all such slavish awe, dive to the very bottom of the law. Let me, the weak, dead letter left behind, search out the principles, the spirit find, till, from the parts, made master of the whole, I see the Constitution's very soul. Let me, though statesmen will no doubt resist, and to my eyes present a fearful list, of men whose wills are opposite to mine, of men, great men, determined to resign, let me, with firmness, which becomes a king, conscious from what a source my actions spring, determined not by worlds to be withstood, when my grand object is my country's good, unravel all low ministerial scenes, destroy their jobs, lay bare their ways and means, and track them step by step. Let me well know how places, pensions, and preferments go, why guilt's provided for when worth is not, And why one man of merit is forgot. Let me in peace, in war, supreme preside, and dare to know my way without a guide. Let me, though dignity, by nature proud, retires from view, and swells behind a cloud, as if the sun shone with less powerful ray, less grace, less glory, shining every day, though when she comes forth into public sight, unbending as a ghost, she stalks upright, with such an air as we have often seen, and often laughed at, in a tragic queen, nor, at her presence, though base myriads crook, the supple knee vouchsafes a single look. Let me, all vain parade, all empty pride, all terrors of dominion laid aside, all ornament, and needless helps of art, all those big looks, which speak a little heart, know, which few kings, alas, have ever known, how affability becomes a throne, destroys all fear, bids love with reverence live, and gives those graces pride can never give. Let the stern tyrant keep a distant state, and, hating all men, fear return of hate, conscious of guilt, retreat behind his throne, secure from all upbraidings but his own. Let all my subjects have access to me, be my ears open, as my heart is free, in full fair tide let information flow, that evil is half cured, whose cause we know. And thou, wherever thou art, thou wretched thing, who art afraid to look up to a king, lay by thy fears, make but thy grievance plain, and, if I not redress thee, may my reign, close up that very moment. To prevent the course of justice from her vain intent, in vain my nearest, dearest friend shall plead, in vain my mother kneel, my soul may bleed, but must not change. When justice draws the dart, though it is doomed to pierce a favourite's heart, 'tis mine to give it force, to give it aim. I know it duty, and I feel it fame. Thanks for watching the channel. If you liked the video, please hit the like button. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing. Or if you would like to support the channel, please visit the link in the description to visit our Patreon page. Like the pictures in the video? Visit the link in the description to see more. Thanks again for watching.
Lilith. The Legend of the First Woman. Book 1. By Ada Langworthy Collier. Pure as an angel's dream shone paradise. Blue mountains hemmed it round, an airy size of rippling waters haunted it. Dim glades, and wayward paths overflecked with shimmering shades, and tangled dells, and wilding pleasances, hung moist with odors strange from scented trees. Sweet sounds overbrimmed the place, and rare perfumes, faint as far sunshine, fell 'mong verdant glooms. In that fair land, all hues, all leafage green, wrapped flawless days in endless summer sheen. Bright eyes, the violet waking, lifted up, where bent the lily her deep, fragrant cup, and folded buds, against many a leafy spray, the wild wood's voiceless nuns knelt down to pray. Their roses, deep in greenest mosses swathed, kept happy tryst with tropic blooms, sun-bathed. No sounds of sadness surged through listening trees, the waters babbled low, the errant bees made answer, murmurous, nor paled the hue the jonquils wore, nor chill the wild breath grew, of daisies clustered white in dewy croft, nor fell the tasselled plumes as satin soft, upon the broad-leaved corn. Sweet all the day, overflowed with music every woodland way, and sweet the jargonings of nested bird, when light the listless wind the forest stirred. Straight as the shaft that against the morning sun, the slender palm upris, the fairest one, the first of womankind sweet Lilith stood, a gracious shape that glorified the wood. About her rounded shoulders warm and bare, like netted sunshine fell her lustrous hair, the rosy flush of young pomegranate bells, dawned on her cheeks, and blue as in lone dells, sleep the forget-me-nots, her eyes. With bent brows, sullen creased, swart Adam gazed intent, upon a leopard, crouched low in its place, beneath his feet. Not once in Lilith's face he looked, nor sought her wistful, downcast eyes, with shifting shadows dusk, and strange surprise. "Oh, love," she said, "no more let us contend. So sweet is life, anger, methinks, should end. In this, our garden bright, why dost thou claim, ever the highest place, the noblest name? Freely to both our Lord gave self-same sway, o'er living things. Love, thou art gone astray. Twin-born, of equal stature, kindred soul, are we, like downed with strength. Yon stars that roll their course above, down looking on my face, see yours as fair, in neither aught that's base. Thy wife, not handmaid I, yet thou dost say, I first in Eden rule. Thou, then, hast sway. Must I, my Adam, mutely follow thee? Run at thy bidding, crouch beside thy knee. Lift up, when thou dost bid me, timid eyes. Not so will Lilith dwell in paradise. Mine own, Adam made answer soft, 'twere best, thou didst forget such ills in noontide rest. Content I wake, the keeper of the place. Of equal stature. Yea. Of self-same grace. Nay, love, recall those lately vanished eves, when we together plucked the plantain leaves, yon leopard lowly stretched at my command. Its lazy length beneath my soothing hand. At thee she snarled, disdaining half, to sheath, 'neath thy soft pleading eyes her milk-white teeth. Oft, love, in other times, in sheltered nook, we scattered pearly millet by the brook. Lo, thine lay barren in the sand. Quick mine, upspringing sifts over pale blooms odours fine, hateful thy chidings grow, each breeze doth bring, ever thy plaints thy fretful murmuring. These many days I weary of thy sighs, no, Lilith, I alone rule paradise. Thereat he rose, and quick at every stride, the fawning leopard gambolled at his side. So fell the first dark shadow of earth's strife. With coming evil all the winds were rife. Lone lay the land with sense of dull loss paled. The days grew sick at heart, the sunshine failed, and falling waters breathed in silvery moan, a hidden ale to starlit dells alone, as sometimes you have seen, 'neath household eaves, 'mong scents of springtime, in the budded leaves, the swallows circling blithe, with slant brown wing, home flying fleet, with tender chattering, and all the place overrun with nested love. So have you come, when leaves hung crisp above the silent door. Yet not again, I ween, those shining wings, cleaving the air, have seen, nor heard the gladsome swallows twittering there, only the empty nests, low hung and bare, spake of the scattered brood. So lonely were, to Lilith grown her once loved haunts. Nor fair, the starlit nights, slow dropping fragrant dew, nor the dim groves when dawn came shifting through. Far 'mong the hills the wood dove's moan she heard, or in some nearer copse, a startled bird, or the white moonshine 'mong green boughs overhead, wrought her full heart to tears. Sweet peace, she said, alas lies slain. With musing worn, she brake, at last her silence, and to Adam spake, beyond these walls I know not what may be, islands low-fringed, or bare, or tranquil sea, spaces unpeopled, wastes of burning sands, green wooded belts, unclasping summer lands, or realms of dusky pines, or wolds of snow, or jagged ice peaks wrapped in purple glow, or shadowy oceans lapped in fadeless sheen, yet there were paradise, were Lilith queen. To dally with my lord I was not meant, to soothe his idle whims, above him bent, warm in my milk-white arms, lull his repose, nor deep in subtle kisses drown his woes. Wherefore, since here no more dwells love, I fly, to seek my home in other lands. For why should Lilith wait, since Adam's empty state, more dear he holds than Lilith desolate? But answer soft made Adam at the word, for faint his dying love, yet coldly stirred, its ashen cerements, nay, love, our home, within these garden walls lies safe. Wouldst roam without? Sweet peace, by loss, wilt thou restore one little loss, or miss it evermore? In goodly Eden, Adam, safely bide, but I, for peace, nor love, nor life, she cried, submit to thee. Unto our Lord I own allegiance true, my homage his alone. Oft have I watched the mists athwart yon peaks, pursuing oft past coves and winding creeks, have thought to touch their shining veil outspread, in happy days ere love, alas, was dead, so now, farewell. Ere the new day shall break, adown their gleaming track, my way I take. She turned, but ere the gate that looked without, she reached, one fleeting moment paused in doubt, upon a river's brink. In one swift glance, all coming time she saw a weird romance, wherein she traced great peoples yet unborn, new springing cycles, strange lands cleft with tarn, or pleasant vale, and green plains stretching far, and quiet bays, and many a shingly bar, and troubled seas, with bitter perils past, and elfin shapes that jeering flitted fast, with scornful faces, leering lips that smiled, or bursts of laughter through that vision wild. Uncertain, then, she stood, half loath to turn. Against yon deepening sky, how dimly burn the stars, new lit. Dear home, thou art so fair. She fondly sighed. Then sudden she was ware, the angel near her paused, whose watchful care guards Eden's peaceful bounds. Serene, his air, so tender sweet, so pure the gentle face, she scarce dared look upon its subtle grace. Sad were his eyes, his words, rebuking, fell, soft as the moonshine clear, in sleeping dell. My sister, go not hence, lest these gates bar Lilith forever out. From peace afar, anger and pride shall lead through distant ways, thy feet reluctant, in the evil days. All is decreed. At yonder southern gate, behold, waits even now my princely mate. Thou can't not tell whicheth in our far land the highest place. Nay, nor, indeed, whose hand hath grasped the noblest fame, nor yet divine, whose brows enwound with honor, brightest shine. In pleasant labor lurks no thought of pain, the greatest loss oft brings the noblest gain, the heart's warm pulse feels not one throb of strife, and love is holiest crown of human life. Ere thou didst sleep, beyond the rim of night, I heard a voice that sang. The carol light, scarce earth-born seemed. So sweet the matchless strain, its cadence weird, lowly to breathe again, rapt echo, listening, half forgot, and o'er, and over, as joyous birds unprisoned soar, the free notes rose. And in the silence wide, across the seas, across the night, I cried, O sinless soul, whose clear voice blithely rings against the blue verge of stars. 'Tis Lilith sings the happy song of love. O love, the tint of light divine thou weariest. Thou'st no hint of storm or turmoil, or of sin's rough ways, whose feet to heaven climb through darkest maze. Ah, Lilith, sure the love that basely weighs, that stoops to count its gifts, and hoarding, says, such and so many, these indeed are mine. I hold my treasure dear, nor covet thine. This is not love, 'tis thrift in borrowed dress, deceiving thee. Love giveth free largesse, with open hand, clean as the whitest day, yea, that it gave, forgetteth it straightway. Beyond these walls dwells bliss that lives not here. When thou hast bartered peace, outshining clear, and storm-tossed wide, art wildly driven hence, the outer world gives thee no recompense. Each shining sphere that trembles in blue space, hath orbit true, its own familiar place. Nor doth the planet pale that gems the night, reel wanton down, the smallest star to smite. No twining vine, tendril, or springing shoot, e'er taught thee so, for bud and leaf and root, doth its best self lift upward into light, yet climbing still, scorns not the sacred right, that shrines its fellow. So pattering rains, the dark roots drink and healthful juice slow drains, deep neath the mold, and with their secret toil, bear stainless, leaf and flower above the soil. Noblest the soul that self hath most forgot, strongest the self which hath most humbly wrought, purest the soul that in full light serene, unquestioning, enrapt, God's field doth glean. I have seen worlds far hence, thy tender feet, bleeding, will tread their stony ways. And sweet is love. And wedded love, grown cold and rude, more bitter seeming makes dull solitude. Security is sweet, and light and warm, the young heart beats, close shut from every harm. Yet Lilith answered slow, in that still night, ere he, the garden's lord, passed from our sight, hast thou forgot his words? Lo, this fair spot, made for your pleasance, see ye mar it not, O, twin-born pair! So richly dight with grace, of soul and stature, unto whom the place, I give, together rule, bear equal sway, o'er all that live herein. Hath Lilith sought a solitary reign? Hath she in aught offended? Nay, 'tis Adam who doth break the compact. Therefore, unhindered let me take my way far hence. I shall not vex his soul with fretful plaints, where unknown stars shall roll. Far, far away, she sighed. Yet ere these bounds, thy feet pass, linger. Lilith, list glad sounds that greet thine ear. Slow cycles will pass on, and in the time to be bright years, grow wan. Old planets fade, new stars shall dimly burn, but not to Eden's peace shalt thou return. Oft from thy yearning heart glad hope shall fail. Thy fruit of life lift bloom all sere and pale. Certain, small comfort bides, when joy is gone, in great or less. Grim sorrow waits to lead thee on. Sorrow, thou hast not seen her pallid face. In thy most troubled dream, she had no place. Nay, I depart, she said, with lips grown chill. Fearless and free, exiled, but princess still. I may not hinder thee, the angel sighed, no soul unwilling here may ever bad. Slow swung the verdant gates 'neath saddest eyes. Lilith forever lost fair paradise. Lilith, the legend of the first woman. Book 2. By Ada Langworthy Collier. Soft stealing through the shade, and skirting swift, the walls of paradise, through night's dark rift, Lilith fled far, nor stopped lest deadly snare, or peril by the wayside lurked. The air grew chill. Loud beat her heart, as through the wind, echoed, unseen, pursuing feet, behind. Adown the pathway of the mist she passed, and reached a weird, strange land at last. When morning flecked the dappled sky with red, and odors sweet from waking flowers were shed, Lilith beheld a plain, outstretching wide, with distant mountains seemed. Afar, a silvery tide, the blue shore kissed. And in that tropic glow, dim islands shone, palm-fringed, and low. In nearer space, like scarlet arrows flew, strange birds, or 'mong the reedy fens, or through tall trees of unknown leafage, glancing, went. Now Lilith seaward passed, and stooping, bent her hollowed hand above the wave, and quaffed, for she was spent with wanderings wide. Loud laughed she then, beholding on that silent shore, rare shells, that still faint in their pink lips bore, wild ocean songs, and precious stones, that bright, that dim sea's marge, deep in the land of night, thick strewed. Then glad, she lifted shining eyes, loud crying there, O Lilith, now arise, great queen triumphant. See how wildly fair, before me lies my realm. And from its air, soft, sensuous, new life as ruddy wine, my spirit drinks. Nor beauty so divine, hath Eden's self. Look, where upon the sands, the garish mosses spread with dainty hands, like goblet network fine, each fairy frond. And dusky trees, shut in broad fields beyond, and hang long trembling garlands, age-grown grey, from topmost boughs adown, athwart the day, and sweet amid these wilds, bright dewy bells, ring summer chimes. And soft in fragrant dells, 'mong tender leaves, great spikes of scarlet flaunt, about the pools the errant wild bees haunt, and thick with bramble blooms pink petals starred, and dew-stained buds of blue, the velvet sward. Scarce ripple stirred the sea, and inland wend, far bays and sedgy ponds, and rolling rivers bend. A land of leaf and fruitage in the glow, of palest glamours steeped. And far and low, great purple isles, and further still a rim, of sunset-tinted hills, that softly dim, shine against the day. O world, new found, she said, with treasures heaped and odors rare, 'mong flowers shed, for whose dear sake I came o'er flinty ways, and paths with danger fraught, 'mong brambly sprays, with bleeding feet, and shoulders thorn-pierced deep. But perils past, fade fast, and I will weep, my Eden lost no more. And sweet and low, as one who dreams, she said, for now I know, these mountain heights, these level plains, are mine. She ceased, and inland quickly turned. Fair shine, strange fruits thick-set, or blossoms lightly tossed, low at my feet. Therewith, a dusk globe, crossed, with golden bands, from bent boughs, stripped she. Through the gleaming sphere its nectarous juices drew. And thirsting cried, as one grown drunken, mine, these fruits unknown, in thorny combs that shine, or grey-green spikes that glow, dull on the sands. Fain would I pluck, outreaching eager hands, save that a marvel grows of ruddier rind, outflinging fruity breath upon the wind, beneath harsh spines half hid. Nor drains, my wilful spouse such nectars fine, nor gains, his patient cares the fruitage rare, these plains, that heaps unheeded. Nay, nor bearded grains, golding this goodly land, where Lilith reigns. So passed the glad years on, and o'er her home, its woods and mountains, its clear streams to roam, she loved. The inmost throb of nature's heart, she felt amid the grass. Each daintiest part of nature's work she knew, each gain, each loss. And reverent watched on high the starry cross, gleaming, mute symbol in that southern dome, of one the promised one of days to come. The rifted seashell on the shingly beach, she scanned, pitying each inmate gone. Each, named 'mong beetling crags, the seabird's home, light-footed, went. Or, idly, in the foam, under the cocoa palms, her fingers dipped, much marveling to see where featly slipped, beneath the waves scaled creatures, crimson-dyed, or luminous, barred yellow, purple-pied, rose-tinted, opaline, or dight with stain, rich as the rainbow streaks, when through the rain, the sun's kiss falls. Much wondered she when bright, by sedgy pools, flamingos stalked. And light, the startled ostrich bent his headlong flight, o'er a desert bare. And on the woody height, trooped zebras, velvet brown. The date's green crest, beneath, the peaceful camels lay at rest. And slender straight camelopards the boughs, down drew, the lush green leaves thereon to browse. Or oft 'mong oozy bogs, or through the fens, fearless she went, when lo, 'mong reedy dens, the watercourses by, huge creatures slept, or in the jungles spotted panthers crept, and in the thickets deadly serpents wound, like blossomed wreaths, their coils upon the ground. All forms of life she saw, with tenderest care, uplifting humblest sprays, or blooms most rare. Pierced the deep heart of nature's subtlest law, touched highest knowledge, probed the inmost core of hidden things. She tracked each circling world, and the wide sweep of billows lightly curled. Each page the master rich she read, close furled, in lotus blooms, or 'mong the storm clouds whirled, or traced, star-lettered, on the flaming scroll, the night unwinds toward the southern pole. And sometimes whiling idle days, she wove, in quaint device, gems from her treasure trove, rare garlanded, or set in flashing zone, soft emerald, sapphire pale, and many a stone, out-gleaming amethyst. Her yellow hair, among the glinting diamonds shone. And there, the sultry topaz burned. And laughing, twined, she round her bare white throat red rubies shrined in pearls. Or she among the haunts would rove, that sheltered island birds, or in the grove. Or 'mong the rocky cliffs, where dainty nests, they fashioned swift. She scaled the seaward crests, and on the sands piled turtle eggs, when all about hoarse shrieked the waterfowl or call of plovers fell among the tangled glens, or lonely bitterns boom came o'er the fens. So traversed she her realm, when mangoes green, baobabs by, showed freshest hues and sheen, Of silver touched acacias slight, and lone, the solitary aloes, dreamed. The moan of that far sea against the shore break soft. And through that blossom-burdened land as oft she roamed and far, sweet sped the passing days. Till one dawned fairest, in whose noontide haze, sweet slumbering she lay, and dream steeped still, half conscious, caught the tinkle of a rill, in far-off paradise. More silver clear, across her thoughts, as once she loved to hear, rippled the waters, low against the stones, where poised gemmed dragonflies, and sudden moans, shook 'mong blue flags. Waked, vague unrest, and tender yearning rose within her breast, and longing love, that she ne'er more might still. When late upon her parting day smiled chill, pensive she gazed upon the darkling land, with lingering feet overpast the shining strand, and silent sat on an overhanging ledge, the sea overlooking far the horizon's edge, athwart her gaze a rim of blue hills cleft, whereat she sighed. So rose, ere I them left, so smiled, the dim hills round my Eden home. But I wherefore recall, when far I roam, dreams vanished gone. And now since long time dead, is that fair past, I fain would lay it low, where soft about its memories sweet may blow, as summer winds the fallen leaves among. Then passed her tender thoughts, and loud and glad, as our morn wakens, strong that yesternight slept sad, she sang. The song triumphant upward swelled, unsorrowed by soft dreams or thoughts of eld, as fresh the full, free, mellow notes did rise, as the blithe skylark's strain, anear the skies. High, high, bold eagle, soar, I watch thy flight, above thy cragged rock. Below thee, torrents roar, down bursting wild with angry shock, upon the vales. O proud bird, free, my spirit, mounting, follows thee, still follows thee, still follows thee. O sea so wide. Far roll thy waves ere yet they find thy shore. I hear thy sullen tide break 'neath the beetling cliffs with muffled roar. Afar, afar, O moaning sea, my roving soul still follows thee, still follows thee, still follows thee. O whirlwind black, O strong. Thy scorching breath fierce burns the crouching land, and thou dost sweep along the ravelled clouds. O whirlwind, see my spirit rising, follows thee, still follows thee, still follows thee. Nay, nay. My dauntless soul, still higher than thy wing, O eagle, soars, and wider still than roll thy waves, and further than thy shores, my spirit flees, O sea. O sea, no more it follows thee. Whirlwind, more strong than thou, my soul, that fearless leaps to thine embrace, and thy stern, wrinkled brow, doth tender touch, and soothingly. And vassal art thou still to me, that no more, whirlwind, follows thee. Swift changed her mood, and darkened in her face. As sometimes in an open, sunny place, the sudden dusks o'er crinkling waters run, so fell her thoughts to music. And as one that grieves, she sang. That lay soft, weirdly clear, the babbling waves made murmurous pause to hear. Fair land, she sang, O sun-steeped realm of mine, the sun, thy lover, of his farewell kiss. I only pine, while dim stars shine. Strong is thy day god. Yet his parting kiss falls soft upon thy faltering lips. O land, thou'st a bliss I ever miss. Fast comes the night, and warm, for thy dear sake, the shadows curtain dusk, thy lonely rest. I only wake, my plaint to make. Fair land, my lover cold, doth careless take, from my shut lips his flight. Here leaves me lone, my moan to make, my heart to break. She ceased. But still the song did float and fade, as failing sunshine soft, in woodland glade. And Lilith, listening, heard so wild, so shrill, yet dreamlike, far, again that tinkling rill, in paradise. And o'er her spirit swept a sadness bittersweet, as 'neath the green palms crept the wind, low sighing, faint. As from lone nest, a bird torn pinion lifts, striving to soar, to shelter safe, so Eden ward once more turned Lilith's drooping thoughts. Uprose she then, and brooding, homeward slowly went again. Lilith. The Legend of the First Woman. Book 3. By Ada Langworthy Collier. Wide through her realm she walked, and glad or lorn, she mused. So, loitering, it chanced one morn, when lone she sat upon a mountain height, one sudden stood anear, whose dark eyes bright upon her shone. Pallid his face, and red, his smile less lips. Who art thou? Lilith said, and faint a hidden pain her hot heart stirred, when low, and rarely sweet, his voice she heard. She looked, half pleased and half in strange surprise, shrank 'neath the gaze of those wild, starry eyes. "O, dame," the stranger said, "where waters leap, bright glancing down, I rested oft, where steep, thy Eden over, bare-browed, a peak uprose. Naught craving bloom or fruitage, nay, nor those frail joys Adam holds dear. One only boon I sought of all his heritage. Fair 'neath the moon, I saw thee stand, and all about thy feet, the night her perfume spilled, soft incense meet. Then low I sighed, when grew thy beauty on my sight, some comfort yet remains, if that I might, from Adam pluck this perfect flower. Some mourns, if I, some dreamed of morn, perchance slow-born, this flawless bloom, white, fragrant, lustrous, pure, forever on my breast might hold secure. Yea, for thy love, through darkling realms of night, I followed thee, sharing thy fearful flight, unseen. Lo, when thy timid heart, behind, heard echoing phantom feet upon the wind, it was I, pursuing over the day's last brink, wherefore, I now am here. O Lilith, think, how overmuch I love thee, and how sweet were life with thee. O weary naked feet, with me each onward path wilt thou not tread? Or, if thou endest here thy quest, he said, let me too bide with thee. Made answer low, Lilith thereto, meseems not long ago, one stood at Eden's gate like thee. But thy face is darker, red thy lips. Of kingly race, I know thee. Say, whence comest thou, O prince? Nay, then, he sighed, an outcast I, long since, from heaven thrust out, yet now, the curse is past, nor mourn I heaven lost, if at the last, thy love I win. Yea, where thou art, I know, is heaven. And bliss, in sooth, oh, soft and low, he said, lives ever in thy smile. His speech, thus ended. And toward the sandy beach, he passed. Though long her eyes the stranger sought, where curved the distant shore, she saw him not. Soft through the trees the mottled shadows dropped, when Lilith in her pleasant Saturday, half propped against mossy trunk her slender length, her hair, in sunny web, enmeshed her elbows bare. Slowly the breeze swayed the mimosas slight, as Eblis pushed aside the bent boughs light. O dame, he said, it seemeth surely meet, earth's richest gifts to lay at Lilith's feet. Therefore I said, unto the fairest one, things loveliest beneath the shining sun, I bring. Since of all crafts in this young earth, I am true master, unto her whose worth so much deserves, I bear this marble sphere, whose hollowed husk, well polished, gleaming clear, hides rarest fruit. Therewith the globe he showed, the half whereof smooth sparkling was, half glowed with carven work, embossed with pale leaves light, and delicately sculptured birds in flight, and clustered flowers frail. Lilith drew near, with beaming eyes, and laid the graven sphere against her smiling lips, overtraced the vine that circled it with fingers slim. Mine, mine, is it, O prince, she cried. I know not why, its beauty doth recall the wind's long sigh, that surged among the palms. Methinks is dead, some summertide, that in its own sweet stead, hath left upon the stone its imaging. Eblis replied, on earth, is anything more fair? If such thou knowest, Lilith, speak. That I, for thee, surely would straightway seek. Say, if indeed thou findest anywhere, on land or sea, created things so rare. And Lilith answered, on this earth so round, naught else so lovely anywhere I found. So shames it meaner work, so had I said, but see yon nodding palm that droops its head, low sighing over the wave. Bring me a bough, so feathery fine. Turn thy white sphere. Now, on its cold, fair surface, Eblis, canst thou such branches carve, or tender fronds, that we, bright waving on the cocoa, these may see. And Eblis wrought till grew upon the stone such airy boughs as on the cocoa shone. Then Lilith cried, skilled craftsman, proven thou. Didst thou, then, make my cocoa tree? Thy bough, pale graven, give the grace of its green crown, when through its night winds gently slip adown. No charm of colour, nor of change, nor glow of blue noon sky, thy carven work doth show. Let dusk bees visit it, or sip the breath from thy chill marble buds. Then, Lilith saith, Ebliseth Roughton noblest on this earth. He answered quick, poor bauble, little worth, to Lilith. Open thy slighted husk, reveal the miracle thy rough rind doth conceal. He touched a hidden spring, and wide apart, the riven sphere showed its white hollow heart, and in the midst a gem, the which he laid within her hand. Behold, he said, I made most fair for thee this lustrous blood-red sard, and deftly traced its gleaming surface hard, with carvings thick of bright acacias slim, pomegranates lush and river reeds. Its rim, a spray of leaves enchased, white as with rime, night fallen. Slow drags the lagging time, I said, till one day shines upon the breast of her, whose perfect beauty worthiest, it decks, this gem. The token, Lilith, take, if lovelier there be, for Eblis' sake, keep silent, yet with me, O Lilith, go, a while from thine own land. Then shall I know, the gem finds favour in thine eyes. Then she turned from her pleasance and all silently passed to the sea, across the yellow strand, that, glimmering, ringed her shadowy land. O cool, he said, the lucent waves that fret the barren shore and curl their scattered spray wet against thy hand. Come. My longing pinnace waits to bear thee far. Her slender keel now grates upon the beach, and swift her shapely prow will skim the deep as swallow's fleet wing. Thou sayest, comely and strong it is. For thee, its golden sails, its purple canopy. With skin of spotted pard, I cushioned it. Ere the fresh breeze doth die, light let us flit across the sea. No craft so proud, so staunch, goes glancing through the foam. I safely launch her now, and speed to fairy isles. Come thou with me. And glad she crossed the burnished prow, and 'mong the thick-furred rugs sat down. O craft, fair-fashioned, lightly built, speed far, she laughed, to other lands bear Lilith safe. As sailed they idly on, her slender hand she trailed among the waves, and sudden cried, indeed, a craft stancher than thine floats by. What need hath it of helm, or prow, or silken sail, sure harbour finding when the ocean gale fast drives it onward? A nut she drew, round, rough, coarse-husked, forth from the wave. Lo, I found, she said, this boat well built. The cocoa tree cast it amid the foam. Its pilot free, the summer wind, its port, the misty shore of ocean isles. It fades from sight. No more, we say, it sails the wild uncertain main, but when the drifting days are gone, again, we turn our prow, and reach the barren isles, where, stranded as we went, the nut now smiles, above a bending tree. Aloud we cry, a miracle is wrought. We draw anigh. Behold, the cocoa, towering, doth spring forth from the brown nut's heart. About it cling sweet odours faint, and far stars trembling peep. When through its bowers cool the breezes creep. Strong, indeed, thy boat, well built. I wis, there be yet other craft as firm, Eblis, that over these trackless waters boldly glide. Brave Nautilus afar, doth fearless ride, with sails of gossamer. So, too, doth spread, to summer airs, his silken gleaming thread, the water spider fleet, free sailor true, that in the sunshine floats, beneath the blue, glad skies. And through the deep, all sparkling, slip, 1,000 insect swarms, that, rippling, dip, amid the merry waves. Bright voyagers, that roam the sultry seas. Look, the wind stirs, our creaking sails. Thy pinnace flying over, the ocean's swell, fast leaves the fading shore, yet faster still the Nautilus sails by, and darts the spider quick. And swifter fly, the insect fleets among the foam, yet think, not when among the billows wild doth sink, thy bounding boat, I fear. Nor would I slight, thy skill, that made it strong, and swift, and light, and trimmed it gaily, for my sake. Now near, a jutting shore Prince Eblis drew, where sheer, the brown rocks rose. And just beyond, a slim, beach of white sand curved to the ocean's brim. Thereto he came, and high upon the strand, drew the boat's keel. Welcome, fair queen, to land, that Eblis rules, he said. I fain would show thee what thou hast not seen in the warm glow of thy glad home. This blighted shore of mine, no verdureth, nor bloom, nor fruits that shine, 'mong drooping boughs. Far inland gloom lone peaks, over blackened meads, or from their bare cones leaps, gaunt, crackling flame, or crawl like ashen veins. The smouldering fires across the stricken plains. Deep in these yawning caves black shadows lie, that shall be lifted nevermore. Come, enter. Know thou what treasure by the sea, I gathered other time. Therewith showed he, hid 'mong the high heaped rocks a dusky grot, where never sunshine fell. A dismal spot, where dank the seaweeds coiled and cold the air, swept through. And stooping, Eblis downward rolled, before her webs of woven stuff, in fold, of purple sheen, inwrought with flecks of gold. Great wefts of scarlet and of blue, thick strewn, with pearls, or cleft with discs of jacinth stone, and drifts of silky woof and samite white, and warps of orient hues. Eblis light, wound round her neck a scarf of amber. Wide, its smooth folds sweeping flowed, and proud he cried, among these hills, in the still gloom of night, I wrought for Lilith's pleasing, all. And bright, have spun these webs, in blended morning hues, and noontide shades and trail of silver dews, hereon have set fair traceries of cloud shine, and tints of the far vales. The textures fine, glow with sweet thoughts of thee. And otherwhere, hast thou such fabrics seen, or colours rare, as these? Dawned in her eyes a swift delight, and lo she cried, oh, wondrous is the sight, and much it pleases me. But yet, she said, beside my new one morn, its hooded head, a hag reared. Its gliding shape so near, to subtler music moved, than my dull ear could catch. Its velvet skin I gently strake, watching the light that over its heaped coils break, in glittering waves. Within its small, wise glance, flame silent slept, or quick in baleful dance, before my startled gaze quivering did wake. Fair is thy woof, soft woven, yet the snake outdazzles it. The beetle that doth boom its dull life out among the tangled gloom, lift his wide wing above thy weft, or trail his splendor there, and thy poor web will pale. Yea, the red wayside lily that doth snare the girdled bee, is softer still, more fair, than finest woven cloth. But tenderly, she smoothed the gleaming folds. Much pleases me, Natlus, she said, such loveliness. Then brought he tapestries of fleeces fine, well wrought, in colours soft as woodland mosses tinge, or glow of autumn blooms, heavy with fringe, of downward sweeping gold, arras, wherethrough showed mottled stripes, or arabesques of blue, broad zones of red, and tender greys, and hue of dropping leaves. Lilith, he said, when rolled the storm-tossed billows round these caves, behold, I spun these daintily. It was hard to find such twisted weft or woven strand. Oh, kind, she said, is Eblis, unto whom I fain would give due thanks. His gorgeous train, but yesterday I saw the peacock spread, bright in the sun gleamed his small crested head, his haughty neck wrinkled to green and blue, and since I needs must truly speak, I knew not color rich as his, and I have seen the curious nest among the branches green. The busy weaver bird plats of thick leaves, and in and out its pliant meshes weaves, and since thou sayest 'twere hard to match thy fine, strong, woven fabrics, watch the weaver twine his cunning wefts. Though still, she said, think not, I scorn thy gifts, Prince Eblis, for I wrote, their worth is greater than my tongue can say. Then Eblis deeper in the cave led her a little way, and showed a stately screen of such fine art, one almost felt the breeze that seemed to part the pictured boughs. And over the stirless lake dreamed the swift, wimpling waters sudden break, among the willows on its brink, and flowers of scarlet, shining clean from summer showers, and Eblis said, cold praise a friend should spare this picture true. Certain naught else will dare vie with such beauty. Archly Lilith took the rose from her bright hair, and lightly shook the dewdrop from its heart. I loving, touch, she said, these petals smooth. O, Eblis, such, give to thy painted blooms, give its cool sheen of morning tide, the mossy, lush leaves green, that fold it round. Give its faint, fragrant breath, when with the fickle breeze it dallieth. Nay, fairer still my rose than gilded screen, though it be limned with perfect art, I ween. Thereat smiled Eblis bitterly. I bring one parting gift, he said, a dainty thing, perchance in other time it will recall, one who strove long and patiently through all these days to win thy praise. An oval plane of crystal gave he her, of fleck or stain, clear gleaming, of ivory carven fine, the frame. And when she looked, divine, he laughed, the beauty it enshrines. Canst claim aught else is fairer? And Lilith again gazed in the glass, her face beholding there, her pink flushed cheeks, her yellow streaming hair. Quick came her breath. O Prince, she slowly said, fair is the stranger. Bid those lips so red speak once to Lilith. For methinks the voice of such in music flowed. Let me rejoice therein. O glorious counterfeit, cried he. Lovelier is not on this earth wide. Behold, sweet Lilith, 'tis thine own pure face, that lends my happy mirror perfect grace, it else had not. Bid thou thine image speak. No other happiness I elsewhere seek, if the soft tale she whispers be of me. And Lilith answered gravely, I know thee, Eblis. Master indeed of all crafts thou, red sard, and marble sphere, and agile prow, of pinnace light well wrought were by thee, and decked full fair. And, beauteous to see, fine woven weft and web, and the tall screen, overrun with painted bloom, crystal, with gleam, of Lilith's face, thou maddest these. Mayhap, beetle and asp likewise, didst wrap, the green about my rose, and richly fringe, my cocoa tree, or peacock's train didst tinge, with dazzling hues. Methought thou wert a prince, but now Lilith should humbly kneel, since thou art far higher than she deemed, if thou maddest these wondrous things. And lowly now, as she would kneel, she drew anigh. But he cried, shrinking, nay, I made them not. And she low questioned, Eblis, tell me who then did make them all? Who set the creeping hooded snake, and stealthy pard within the thorny brake, and spread the sea, and wreathed the waterfall with foam? Who reared the hoar hills, towering tall, above the lands? With eyes wild flashing, lo, he groaned, O Lilith, ask me not. My foe, he is. Trembles with wrath my frame, if I but faintly breathe his awful name. Lilith replied, Meseemeth, master true, of every craft is he. Forth the two, from that drear cavern passed. Ere the waters brim, they gained, he plucked the wilding reeds, that slim, stood by a brook. My pipe I make, one strain, harmonious to wake. Nor yet again, shalt thou such fresh notes hear. Music like mine, methinks thou hast not known in any time. He laid his pipe unto his lips, and blew, a blast, wild, piercing, sweet. The far hills through, it rung. And softer fell, yet wild and clear. It ceased. With drooping eyes, once I did hear, a song as wildly clear, as sad, she said, in mine own realm. And as she spoke, dark dread, the sky grew with a coming storm. Oh, haste, he cried, seek refuge ere this dreary waste reeks with the rain. And fast they sped, back to his ocean cave. There safe, overhead, they watched the piling clouds. With angry roar, the baffled billows broke upon the rocks. Over them rushed the shrieking storm. Wild through the grot, wandered the prisoned wind, a troubled ghost that sought repose. Or low did moan, and trembling, wail, like some sore-hearted thing that hideth, pale, and dare not front the day, and wilder still, in chords melodious, swelled or sank, until she sighed, oh, this weird harp among the caves, strange playerseth. For loud as one that raves, it rises. Now more sweetly fade away, its mellow notes than thy thin pipes. One day, he said, mayhap my strain may please, when wind doth not outpipe my slighted reeds. Unkind, thou art. The storm is past, to mine own land I would return, she said. And Eblis over the strand led her, and homeward silent turned his prow, that swiftly through the swirling waves did plow. But when they parted, Eblis mused, I know, no gift soever winneth her, rich though it be and seemly. Into this pure soul, through fear of ill, I enter, or by goal of future gain before it set. So came he to her pleasance yet again. A flame leaped high above a brazier that he bore, its sweet, white, scented wood quick lapping over. With darkened face Eblis above her hung. Thiseth, than my poor pipe, a keener tongue, smile less and stern, he said. Oh, dame, list how the wild, crisp, crackling ruby flame eats through the tender boughs. A trusty knave it is, that serves me well, and loud doth rave, as tiger caged. When I do set it free, with angry fangs leaps on its prey. But see, it now sleeps harmlessly, till Eblis calls his faithful servant back. Lilith, when falls the red fire at thy feet, dost fear? Nay, nay, she cried, and drew her white neck up. Away, to tame it thou hast found. Believe me, since it is thy slave, I too will bind it, prince. Should Lilith fear? Unfaltering, these eyes have watched when rushing storm clouds heap the skies, and the black whirlwind, with loud, deafening roar, beat the torn waves, or whirled against the shore, the tumbling billows, with fierce lips that bit the shrinking land. And the wreathed lightnings split the cloud with thunder dread, or wildly burst upon the sea the waterspout. Shall first she fear thy flame, who feared not these? Fit mate art thou for Eblis, answered he. His fate share, great-souled one. Thou wouldst not meanly shrink, though his strong heart did fail. O Lilith, think. The crown of clustered worlds thou mayest find, if thou with him who loveth thee wilt bind thy life. Nay, far happier seems to me, than eagle caged, the wild lark soaring free, she said. And through her rose-pleached alleys strayed they to the sea. And tender music made, that guileful voice, yet slow his wooing sped, those summer days. But when we're dead, And brown the crisping leaves. "Oh, love," he said, "of all the centuries, thou rarest bloom, thy shut heart open wide. Its sweet perfume, though I should die, fain would I parting drink. Sleeps yet thy love? From me no longer shrink, my Lilith. Oh, lift up thy tender eyes, in their blue depths doth happy morning rise. 'Tis night if they be closed." She softly sighed, an ancient strife recalling, thus replied, "When dwelt a prince discrowned, well satisfied, and fallen, loving, still art thou a prince, and other whiles might sorrow bring me, since it might hap thou wouldst much desire her realm, were Lilith thine, for princes seize the helm, when love lies moored, and bid the shallop seek, across the waves new lands. But love is weak, and so, alas, the craft upon the sands is dashed, while one, on looking, wrings her hands. Such days I have outlived. Like Adam, thou, perchance, will seek to bind the loosed. Then how, if one hath drunken wine of liberty, shall she, athirst, rejoice, no longer free, be glad? My love, he said, large-hearted lives, full dowers thee, and royal bounty gives, nor knoweth law, save Lilith's wish alone. Why, then, she answered, on the polished stone, that fronts yon hill, write, Eblis, in full day, that other time we read it clear, and say, hereon are graven all those early vows, we whispered low 'neath the summer boughs, write every word. That so the stone shall be, ever a witness mute twixt thee and me. Then shall I know thou seekest in me no thrall, for after days, if thou make compact. Or, thou hast said, write now. Then on the stone, as she had said, graved Eblis, and thereon did set his seal. So wedded they, and hand in hand the wide world roamed. Or in her land abode. And oft, of hours, ere yet on earth he walked, she questioned. Or he lost with mirth her yellow hair, down streaming over his arm, and against his cheek her breath came sweet and warm, as through his dusky locks caressing played, her fingers slim, and shadows, half afraid, she saw in his wild eyes. Or parts remote, they trod, watching the white clouds rise and float, athwart the sky. Or by the listless main, or 'neath the lotus bough, slow paced the twain. Or dragon trees spread their cool leafy screen, and faint crept odors through the mangroves green, where paused the pair upon the sandy shore. Love-tranced, unheeded, swiftly passed them over, glad summer days, till one hour softly laid, at Lilith's feet a fair, lone babe, that strayed, from distant dreamland far. So might one deem, that looked upon its face. Or it might seem, from other climes, a rose-leaf blown apart, down fluttered there, to gladden Lilith's heart. Lilith. The Legend of the First Woman. Book 4. By Ada Langworthy Collier. To that fair elf-child other summers came, but Lilith walked, heart-hungered, filled with shame, naught comforted. And in that shadowland, she is sorrowing bore, in after-time, a band of elfin babes, that waked dim echoes long, forgotten there, and ghastly bursts of song. Then Lilith saddened more, for that she knew, the curse was fallen now. And cried she through fast-falling tears, "Oh, my most desolate, that shall not know in any time the fate of happier mothers. Nay, nor cool touch of baby hands. Oh, longed for, loved so much. Alas, my babes, ere yet our old ye fly, outspreading shining wings with jeering cry, afar from me. Most hapless I, from whom the crown of motherhood, yet white with bloom, falls blighted. Close in these empty arms fain would I clasp my babes. My tender pain, but once could ye not solace. Nay, 'tis vain, I shall not kiss their lips, nor hear again, as glad a mother's may, low rippling, sweet, the laughter children bring about their feet. Oh, soulless ones, can ye not wait a while, till on your loveless lips I wake one smile?" But merrily outlaughed the phantom crew, on shining pinions white, swift seaward flew, or upward rose, slow fading in the blue, or lured her trembling, green morasses through. And 'mong the frothy waves they vanished fast, or shrieked with glee borne on the wintry blast, and wilder raised their warlock song. While fairer grew each day that elfin throng. To pluck the mangoes brown, fair Lilith sped, one morn. Quick throbbed her heart. On mossy bed, lay all her babes. With face like morning, shone, one there, and wide her yellow hair outblown, as 'twere in play. Red flushed her cheeks, and deep, about her lips the baby smiles. Asleep, was one, white gleaming, pure as pearl unseen, in sunless caves, close shut. And one did lean, against his fellow, lithe, sun-flushed and brown, with rings of jetty hair that lower down, his bosom streamed. And one there was, whose dream, overflowed with laughter. And one did seem, half waking. One, with dimpled arms in sleep, thrust elbow deep in moss, that sure did weep, ere yet he slept, and on his cheek scarce dried, the wilful tears. Then lo, pale Lilith cried, as near she drew, down bending tender eyes, "An are ye here, my babes, and will ye rise, if I but break your sleep?" His naked feet, one faintly moved as low she leant, and warm, his slumbrous breath stirred against her circling arm, and slow 'neath his closed lids slipped a waft of wind, that loosed a trickling tear. Its craft, the mother heart forgot thereat. At last, close to my breast, my babes, she cried, and fast, laughing, outstretched her eager hands and strong. Then lay with empty arms. The elfin throng breasted the pulsing air with mocking song. "Alas," she said, "could ye not give one kiss, one tender clasp of hands? And must I miss your throbbing hearts from my cold, barren breast, ye soulless ones, that flout my lonely rest?" There prostrate, long lay Lilith, and there, late, mid dew fall, Eblis found his stricken mate. "O Eblis, say over me what curse hangs bare, for now no more," she said, "this realm seems fair. Its fruits grow bitter, all its light falls chill. With thee, my prince, poor Lilith mates but ill, earth-born, with angel linked. Alas, is left no joy to me, of my sweet ones bereft. Methinks soft baby lips might erewhile drain, from Lilith's famished heart its wildest pain. Wherefore, my Eblis, it was wise to seek surcease of grief. That Lilith is so weak, who wedded thee, and that she sinned, knew not. Yet, if we part, mayhap may follow naught of other ills. Sweet love," he laughed, overlate, "thou art so timorous. At Eden's gate, not so, what time the angel barred her way, my Lilith stood shelter within my arms. Oh, say, was not our young love sweet? Earth, it grown cold. With me thou sharest endless life, nor old, nor shriveled, shalt thou be. And not one trace of earth's decay, sure doom of thy sad race, shall taint thy babes. For lo, I give thy soulless ones immortal youth. They live, without a pang. And yet, methinks the cry of earth adown the ages sound, when die its babes, and mothers bend dumb lips above, and fold still hands, that answer not their love. Lilith, doth not indeed my love outweigh caresses missed from phantom babes? Astray, from Eden long, here in this fair domain, to bide, and through long cycles fearless reign, methinks were joy. In summer sheen, wide spreads thy land. The marge of islets green, the palm trees skirt. Soft shine the dusk lagoons, and inland mountains. Murk the jungle's glooms, and fair thy fertile plains. Oh, sweet the glow, when we together watch the day, that low among the winds lies still. Shut lilies blow, while here we wait. Come, for they fain would show their golden hearts. Or, love, with me to float, were it not sweet, through flowery bays remote, past coves and peaks. Or pierce yon ocean's verge, and through wild tumbling waves our sails to urge. Yeah, sweet is love, she said, and sweet to roam, by listless currents lulled, or mid the foam, low dip our feathery oars, she sighed, yet sore, is still the mother heart that hears no more, the lisping tongues. And sad, when baby smiles, have left it desolate. And baby whiles, shall cheer it never more. Yet, Eblis said, Lilith, no longer mourn. For I have read, upon a scroll as samite glistening white, all coming fate, close hid from human sight, great peoples yet shall dwell in these dusk lands. Then shall thy children, shadowy bands, that fly thy fond caress, with them abide, in closest fellowship. And though they hide, sometimes from human ken their better selves, still loved, remain these tricksy elves. Though yet indeed some quips and pranks they play, 'tis but a jest, men know, when far away, the flickering marsh fires swift they light, and children follow their false tapers bright, among the spongy bogs. The ship lad smiles. When distant, mid the waves the phantom isles rise green. It is but a harmless jest that sets, on lonely plains, domes, mosques, and minarets, and over the desert sands, mirage uplifts, when glimmering waves shine through deep rifts, of crested palms. Still dearer they when wide, to undiscovered lands men boldly ride, across new seas, and turn their venturous prows. When tempests shriek, and wet about their brows, the salt spray dashes fierce, one, watching, cries, Good mates, no storm I fear, for yonder rise, the elf babes mid the foam. Ye goblin crew, that sail these unknown seas, we follow you, to harbour safe. Ho ho! With beckoning hands, wind-driven, loud they cry, my mates. The lands, the golden lands we seek, are ours. In earth's brown bosom pent, the hardy wight, long in deep caverns dwells, and hard doth smite the rocky caves. Nor sees the golden spoil, through weary days of wasted, lonely toil. From his wild eyes, far flying hides the prize, till desperate, angered, worn, aloud he cries, Vain, vain. The caves my labor answer not, nor yellow threads, that gleam in any grot. Hard, cruel, silent hills, my strength ye mock, and seal your treasures close in flinty rock. So, after toilsome years, sweet wife, I bring to thee no sparkling love gift. Nay, nor anything, to cheer our failing time. Then round him hears, he sturdy blows, and listening, almost fears, he dreams. But swift the echoes rise, and still, more loudly roll, and quick replies the hill. Reverberant, through all the caverns round, the uproar swells, and fills the world with sound. Then lists he once again. With lusty shocks, your hammers ring against the hard-ribbed rocks, goblins, he boldly shouts, smite. Smite. Ye bring my treasure forth, dark-beating goblin wing, among the gleaming caves, whose dusk veins hold the gold. At last, the ruddy gold. And lone, in stricken fields, the husbandman sits pale, with anxious eyes that hopeless scan the burning sky. Hot lie the glimmering plain, and uplands parched. Behold, the bending grain, fair in the springtide, now is dead, and dry, the brooks. If yet the rainfall fail, we die of famine sore. No bleating lambs I hear in fold, safe shut, nor lowing kine, nor on the wold, the whir of mounting bird, nor thrives about me any living thing. So seemeth, end must be, of striving. Since all the land is cursed, what matter if by famine scorched, or thirst, we die, he saith. And thick the warlock swarm, above his head, wide-spreading dark wings warm, fast flitted by. The waiting fields he stands, among. And laughing, claps exultant hands. Good speed ye, sprites. That bring the welcome cloud, and pile the vapors thick, he shouts aloud. Oh! Sweet shall bloom again the bending grain, and clothe afresh the wide, the wasted plain. The clouds sweep black. Ha ha. Against my cheek, the big drops fall. Merry the goblins shriek. Behold, they mount, they sink, they rise again. Ho, friendly elves, that bring the longed-for rain. Thereat, he, smiling, ceased. And when soft crept the listening stars across the sky, they slept, untroubled, 'neath the mango trees. But when midway the night was spent, Prince Eblis waking lay. Soft Lilith's breathing among the drooped leaves stirred. And he, sore troubled, mused on every word that Lilith spake ere yet they slept. In awe, foreseeing much of ill that might befall their love. O, queenly soul! Of finer grain, thou art than angels are. And more in brain than man, I hold thee. Sooth, yet taints thee still one touch of womankind. And since so chill she finds her babes, must I forego my vow? For one flaw, hope's clear crystal break. Oh, how ally her cause with mine. So doth she long for human love, a baby hand is strong to hurl my empire down. From her soft heart, red, baby lips can drain revenge and start unbidden tears. And pity wakes to life, when among dead embers she sits alone and strife is done. Then, at regret's dull heels, lo, fast, retrieving follows. Happy days long past, she will recall. If so for love she yearn, back to her early home once more will turn, pardoning her wilful lord. And he again shall win the woman I so love, and fain would hold forever. Lilith, thou one balm of my lost soul in all this world, shall calm my sufferings, or love me, anyone, save thee, when thou in Adam's arms forgettest me. My only love. Nay, then, 'twere surely wise to shut these baby faces from her eyes, new seeds of wrath to sow, her hate so feed, that all her rankling wounds afresh shall bleed. And in her ears, good Adam, will I cry, lest she forget Eden she lost thereby. Yea, Adam, I will laugh, till her red lips with guile overflow, and she shall curse him loud. With subtlest wile, safe won, then shall she ever be mine own. Soul bound to me in hate, more terrible than death, in hate, that long outlasts love's puny breath, O cunning craft, that with the selfsame blow, forever wins my love and smites my foe. Last night, when Lilith slept, lest I might mar her dreams, from our green couch I rose, and far past silent. Know I not the spell that draws my feet unwilling, Eden ward. Its laws I may not brave to rend my foe. Nor there the angel pass unseen. The night so fair, as prone among the glistening leaves, I lay, on Adam shone. Not sad, as on a day, erstwhile he seemed. And I could almost swear, the sound of silvery laughter on the air fell soft. And a fleet footfall 'mong the flowers scattered the dew. Yet mid those silent bowers, naught else I saw or heard save rippling flow of waters, and the moonshine white. Oh, lo, speak, Eblis, lest aloud the night may tell thy secret to the stars. Yet it was well, if lies the hidden cure for Lilith's woe, close shut in paradise. Or would we know, if we, close hid without those verdant walls, together watched? What fate summary befalls, I care not, if with me she bade. Down bent, he over her hair, thick with the night dew spent. Soft kissed it, crying, Love, the morn shines bright. Waken, my Lilith, now. Through lands of night, our happy course afar doth ever wend, past smiling shores where mighty rivers bend, past cove and cape and isle, and winding bay, and still blue mists, that hang athwart the day. Thereat she rose, and joyously they sped, by broad lagoons where musky odors shed new blooms. About them coiled long wreaths of vine, and slim lianas drooped, and marish lichens fine, And fared they on over many a slanting beach, and mountain crest, past many an open reach, and forest wild till over paradise, they saw the stars, clear, tender, loving, rise. Then 'neath the screen of those rose-girdled walls, they hid without, listing the waterfalls, or bird belated, twittering to its nest. So still the spot, the very grass to rest, seemed hushed. The garden close, a clinging rose overcrept. Its lustrous stem without that drooping swept, thick set with buds as tintless as the snows, on sunless hills, when wild the north wind blows. Lilith a tiptoe stood, unpreaching, caught the swaying boughs. Her eyes with longing fraught, close scanned her old, deserted home. Then came upon her spirit sadness, as if blame, unuttered breathed through those remembered glades, and touched the odor's moist murky shades. With wistful gaze, she traced each bosky dell, each winding path. And sweet youth's memories fell about her. Then was she ware of Adam, slow, pacing the pleasance ways. With ruddy glow, fresh shone his cheeks and crisp his hair outblown by wanton winds. His lips were mirthful grown. Once he made pause hard by the coppice green, that hid the watcher. Once the leafy screen, so near he passed, from the overhanging edge, he brushed a rose. The hindering hedge, quick through, in sudden blessing slim white hand, fain had she reached. O Eden mine! Dear land, she sighed. And springing warm the tender tide, of teardrops, gemmed the roses at her side. So greets the weary wanderer once more, his early home. The lintels worn, the door, age-stained, the iris clumps, in sheltered nook, the mill wheel rotting over the shrunken brook, the sunny orchard, sloping west, and far, and cold, above his mother's grave, a star. Then quick unbidden tears, the heart's warm rain, overflow his soul, and leave it pure again. So Lilith backward turned to holier days, watching through misty tears where trod those ways, her feet in other times. Sudden and sweet, came down those paths a glimpse of flying feet, a sound of girlish laughter smote the air. In jealous rage, Lilith uprose to dare the guarding angel's wrath. But silver clear, the mocking laugh of Eblis caught her ear. Thou hast forgot, he said, this peaceful land, living, thou canst not enter. But her hand grasped once again the rose's shining strand, and 'neath her guileful touch, like scarlet flame, the snowy flowers burned. So, first earth's shame, around them set the spiked thorns. Long there, pale Lilith looked, as coldly still and fair, as carven stone. Then, with a fierce despair, a sense of utter loss, down bending there, with fingers hot she tore the hedge apart, and laid thereto her face. With sorer smart, she gazed again. For now, the twain at rest, were laid. Pure as a dream, Eve's sinless breast, a babe close pressed. One pink foot, small and warm, among the leaves was hid. One dimpled arm, 'neath her head. Low Eblis sneered. I wot, in young Eve's arms my Lilith is forgot. Oh, soon, he said, these earthworms changeful turn, from the op-ed rose when red the shut buds burn. But wild eyes on the babe she fixed. Oh, blind, she cried, was I, yea, if the wanton wind doth mock, I will not chide. Was it for this, I wandered far, and bartered Eden's bliss? For this have lost the very bloom of life. So Adam comfort finds, not knowing strife. Look you, that fragile thing at Adam's side, I heed her not. But Lilith is denied the treasure she so careless doth possess. See how the babe, scarce waking, doth caress the mother. Look! Oh, hear the mother croon above her child. Ah, Eblis, love, I swoon, I shall not know such joy. Alas, to me, no babe shall come. Accursed may she be, cursed Adam too. Thrice heavy on the head of this poor babe my wrong be visited. So, trembling, she brake off. Fast fades the light, sweet love. Once more to our dark realm of night, let us return, he said. As on fared they, with merry jest, Eblis gan cheer the way. Nay, other whiles mirth pleased, she said. Knowest thou, what name she bears, who dwells in Eden now? When Lilith went, long tarried Adam lone. She said. Replied he, all to me is known, since that same hour you parted. What befell, to thee as we wend onward, I will tell. Calm morn in Eden streaked the skies with red, and flushed the waiting hills above the grassy bed, where Adam, joyless, saw new rise the sun, unwinding golden webs night vapors spun, athwart low meads. Slow, droning murmurs sent, the waking bees, with bloom and fragrance blent. Unheeded poured her music blithesome day, the reedy brooks beside and shallows grey. Forlorn to Adam seemed the place, and cold, the landscape dumb, as one beneath the mould. For Lilith's sake, no more was Eden fair. Bloomless the days, the nights bowed down with care. Oft pacing pathways dim, he saw the gleam of strange-faced flowers beside the purling stream, or toyed with circling leaves, or plucked the grass, and watched through rifted trees the clouds overpass, wide roaming, heard the waters idly break, far against the curving beach. And grieving, spake, Oh, sweet with thee each hour, each wilding way, and sweet the memory of each gathered spray. Could you not wait, dear love? Or come once more? Yea, till you come, vain doth great nature pour her richest gifts. He paused, and heard alone, respondent fall, the wood dove's plaintive moan, and the spent winds among the scented glades. Moss-couched beneath the glinting forest shades, he gazed, when shadows over the hills crept light, quick vanishing, like phantom fingers white, until on mead, and mere, and sounding shore, Eden found voice, sad plaining, nevermore. Long time he pondered on blue peaks remote, when slow, as stranded ships that listless float, moved by the sunset clouds. Or the white rack, swept over the garden walls. Would I their track might take, he said, Lilith, so long you stay. Whom my soul follows sorrowing, always. Thus ever mourned he, comfortless, that so, in after days the master, in the glow of morning-tide, the mother of the race, gave for his solacement. Oh, fair the face, young Eve bent over his sleep. Ere down the glade, the startled fawn leaps swift, her glance dismayed, questions the hunter, mute. Such eyes, so brown, so soft, so winning, shy, that looked adown, when Adam waked. Like vagrant tendrils, tossed, dark hair about her brows. And quaintly crossed, her hands upon her breast. Less red the dart, that deepest cleaves the folded rose's heart, than her round cheeks. Not hers the regal air, of Lilith lost, the white arms, lissom, bare, the slender throat, the elbows dimpled deep, whereto might scarcely reach Eve's head. Yet soft, as through some pleasant dream, the summer's spicy air stirs odorous 'mong seaward gardens fair, in Southland hid, so, gently, Eve straightway, to Adam's life unbidden came, to stay forever there. Sure, entrance then made she, into that heart untenanted by thee. So, to some olden house, from whose shut doors, one went erewhile, another comes. Its floors, all empty sees. The lowly threshold worn, the moss-grown roof, the casements left forlorn. Amid the shadows round about him stands, missing the footsteps past to other lands, and whispers tenderly, since here no more, the owner bides, what harm if on the floor, I pass? Good chance it was the clambering vine, about the porch with fingers deft to twine, to draw the curtains, open the door. For whom, may know how soon these paths untended, though, he comes again, with weary, way-worn feet, who made aforetime, other days so sweet. Wherefore, I enter now. For whose dear sake, these vacant rooms, white, fragrant, clean, I make. And when, world-wearied, he returns, we twain, perchance together bide, nor part again. So Eve found refuge. Tender love, the spell, whereby she ruled. Peaceful the pair did dwell. Fast fled the happy years, till softly laid, in her glad arms the babe, a winsome maid. He ended there. Between them silence deep fell as they journeyed. And the furthest steep they crossed, that over their shadow world rose high. Then saw they level plains, their home, anigh. And now, seeking her pleasance once again, they came to their own land. But all in vain, his care. Silent she was, and oft did grieve, till Eblis wrathful cried, because this eve, Adam holds dear, art mourning. Still dost yearn, to mate his sordid soul? Or wouldst thou turn, from summer land to Eden walls? The man, belike, never loved thee. So is it young Eve can, his pulses sway. Is she not passing fair? Her fancies wild, it is her daily care, to bend beneath his ever-fickle will. Red-lipped and soft, she deftly rules him still, though he wist not. Yet sweeter Lilith's frown, than archest smile she wears. Great soul! The crown, thou bearest of fadeless life. For fleeting dreams, in paradise, beside the winding streams, wilt thou resign such boon? Thou art, in sooth, of mould too firm for Adam's love. In truth, a prince, though fallen, consorts best with thee, say which were wise, with Eden's lord to be, or, shining high, the purer soul, the star, that fadeless burns, and Eblis lights afar. Were it not grand through endless spaces hurled, with me to drive, above a shrinking world, our chariot, wide? For I foresee when dawn, dark days upon our foes, and hope is gone. Wherefore, my Lilith, now, as seems thee good, make choice. Thereat she, turning where she stood, with kisses hung about his neck, and smiled, crying, Thine, Eblis, thine. So were they reconciled. Lilith. The Legend of the First Woman. Book 5. By Ada Langworthy Collier. And Lilith oft to paradise returned, for fierce within her, bitter hatred burned, and better, dearer, seemed revenge than aught she else desired. The coppice oft she sought, much hoping direful evil might be wrought upon the love that bloomed in Eden. Wide, oft strayed fair Eve, the little maid, beside, plucking the lotus, or by sedgy moats, from ribbed papyrus broad, frail ferry boats, deft fashioning. Or Adam, watching, smiled, with flowery reeds engarlanding the child. And laughed the pair, intent on pleasant toil, when blithe the child upheaped her fruity spoil, great globes of red and gold. Or roguish face, over feathery broods, or in the further space, to count the small blue eggs, she sportive bent, and far her restless feet swift glancing went. It chanced one day she watched the careless flight of vagrant butterflies, that circled light, uncertain, high, above a copse rose wreathed, then soft down dropping, gaudy wings they sheathed, beside a darkling pool. The copse anear, with yellow buds was strewn. And softly here, she crept, deeming her little half-shut hand might snare the fairest of that gleaming band. Yet ere she touched it, wide its wings outspread, in flight. And still she, swift pursuing, sped among the groves, till wearied, slept the maid, deep in the midday shadows, lowly laid. Without, stooped Lilith. And with fingers swift, among the leaves she opened a small green rift, that she might see the child. The hedge was wet with starry blooms, where to her hand she set, when she awaked, seeing each dainty frond of fragrant ferns, dusk mirrored in the pond. The child came near the copse, much wondering, from glossy stems the smooth leaves sundering. And stooping over the rift, she saw there, low, against the hedge, a face like drifted snow, and soft eyes, blue as violets show, above the brooks, and hair that downward rolled upon the ground in glittering strands of gold. Mute stood the maid, naught fearing, but amazed. Then nearer drew, and lingering, she gazed in those blue orbs. And smiling as she knelt, the stranger quickly loosed her shining belt of gems. Flawless each stone whose pallid gleam lit silent nooks, or slept by far-off stream. Unheeded pale pearls with shimmering light, from distant oceans plucked, blue sapphires bright, and diamonds rose-cold, and burning red. The rubies fine, and yellow topaz shed its sultry glow, jasper, dull onyx white, sardonyx, rare chalcedon, streaked with light. Against her white breast that bright zone she laid, then stretched it, flashing forth, toward the maid, and clasped it round her throat. Alluring strain, she sung, sweet as the pause of summer rain. So soft, so pure her voice, the child it drew, still nearer that green rift, and lo therethrough, she laughing stroked the down-bent golden head, with her soft baby hands. And parting, spread the silken hair about her little face, and kissed the temptress through the green-leaved space. Whereat fell Lilith snatched the babe and fled, crying, as swift from Eden's bounds, she sped, and like a fallen star shone on her breast, the child at last. At last. Thy peaceful rest, ere long will cease. O helpless morn, frail Eve, uncomforted. O hapless mother, grieve, since Lilith far from thee thy babe doth bear. She leaves thy loving arms, thy tender care. Nor canst thou follow anywhere my flight, when far we go athwart the falling night. Ah, little babe, close meshed in yellow hair, thou liest pale. Fear not, thou art so fair, much comfort lives in thee. So ended she, and onward, hostile lands among, passed fleet, blue solitudes afar, till paused her feet, where highest Monghor climbing peaks, uprose, a mountain crest. It was the third day's close. In those untrodden ways there was no sound, no sight of living thing, the barren heights around. No hum of insect life, no whirring wing of bird. Bare rocks alone, all fissured, blotched and blurred, as with red stain of battlefields unseen. Far, far below, still vales were shining green. And leaping downward swift, a mountain stream crept soft to sleep, where meadow grasses dream. Wayworn, there, the babe upon her knee, Lilith sat down. O Eve, she said, on me, the child smiles sweet. Fondle her silken hair, if now thou canst, or clasp her small hands fair. Thou'st my paradise. Lo, thine eye bare, afar from thee. See, then, its transient woe, thy baby now forgets, and sweet and low, it babbles on my knee. In sooth, not long, endure her griefs, and through my crooning song, she kisses me, recalling not the place, whence she has come. Nay, nor her mother's face. Long time stayed Lilith in that land. More calm, each day she grew, for soft, like healing balm, the child's pure love fell on her sin-sick soul. Now oft among the crags, fleet-footed, stole the maid, or lightly crossed the fertile plain. And blithesome sang among the growing grain, that brake in billowy waves about her feet. But when the wheat full ripened was, and sweet, she plucked and ate. Thereat a shadowy pain, a sense of sorrow, stirred that childish brain, she wist not why. For it did surely seem, before her waking thought, with pallid gleam, of other days, dim pictures past, of wood and stream, beyond these mountain rims. And stood, it seemed, midway a garden wide, a tree that bright, like silver gleamed, and broad boughs light, uplifted. Like ripened wheat the fruit thereon, when lo the westering sun upon it shone. Then slow the maid did turn, and silent stand, at Lilith's side. And over that mountain land, down looking, mused. Or lifted pensive eyes, and gaze that questioned if in any wise, she might perceive the land she is longing sought, but of its stream, or garden, saw she naught. Thereat Lilith with white lips drew more near, and clasped in her lithe arms the child so dear. And once again fled swift, a shadowy shape, across green fields. And heard, through silence, break, a voice she could not hush, that loudly wailed, "My babe! Give me my babe!" And Lilith paled, and listening, heard, borne ever on the wind, the tread of feet fast following behind. Then westward turned, where once among new ways, with Eblis she had trod in other days, when far they wandered. Thitherward she bent, her timid steps, the babe upon her breast, until with travel worn her noontide rest, she took. And now a land of alien blooms, about them lay, out wafting strange perfumes. And quaint defiles, that sloped behind a bay, and level fields, and curly vines that lay, thick clustered over with unripe fruit, and bent, above them fragrant limes and spicy scent, of citron and of myrtle all the place, made sweet, and mid the trees, an open space, they saw. Not far away a broad lagoon, burned like a topaz 'neath a crescent moon, for day was parting. Eventide apace, drew on and chill the night dews filled the place. Upon the water's dusky shadows clung, and ashen grey the broad leaves drooping hung, low 'mong the marish buds lay one that made, against the sudden dusk a duskier shade, despairing arms up flinging to the sky, smiting the silence with unheeded cry, "O mother, childless, wife of all bereft! Alas, my babe, not even thou art left, to comfort me, in these last hopeless days, shut out from paradise. Through unknown ways, I sought thee sorrowing. Oh, once again, my Adam, come. Is not this gnawing pain, of punishment enow, that thou unkind, art grown? Ah, never more shall I thee find. Alas, I ever was but weak. Alone, I cannot live. Come but again, mine own. No longer leave me mourning, desolate. In tears I call thee. Oh, in tears I wait, thy sweet, forgiving kiss." Ended she so, her plaint. And 'mong the glistening leaves hid low, Lilith yet fiercer clasped the child, when that lorn mother, tear-stained, weeping, wild, poured forth her woe. As one that wakes to life, from peaceful dreams, leaps quick amid the strife of morning hours, so now the maid to pass, from Lilith's arms strove hard, and loosed her clasp, and turned her shadowed face with plaintive moan, and fond beseeching eyes, where lay her mother lone. But Lilith hardening, seized the child again, and from her ears shut out the mother's pain, with wilful hands. So passed she quick away. Across the dusky path, low fallen, lay, pale Eve, till clear she saw the dawn's pure ray, and as she looked, the voice of one she heard, anigh. Her heart to sudden joy was stirred. "Rise up, mine own," he said, "no more apart, we walk." Then she arose, and cried, "Dear heart, close hold me. So, methinks, I dreamed we were parted long time." So went the exiled pair, from home thrust out, together, everywhere. And oft they journeyed on with suffering spent, to distant lands. And oft with labor bent, recalled the olden home, with brimming eyes, hemmed in by mountains blue, lost paradise. Meanwhile, to her own realm Lilith long since was come, glad greeting Eblis. "O my prince, I have most bravely done. Our foes full sore are smitten now. My guerdon over and over, thou wilt bestow, I ween, in kisses warm, as my own Southland's breath. For I great harm have wrought that hated pair. With feeble moan, lies Eve in a far land, thrust out, alone, deserted. And whence angered Adam flies, I know not. Nay, nor what new world his eyes behold. Nor even if he live. But see, sleeps on my breast the babe, Eve's babe. And she shall know no more its tender, sweet caress, soft medicining woe. The wilderness, uncheered by love, is hers. And by the sea, peaceful abode, long time content, the three, save that the child unmurmuring drooped. Then oft above her Lilith, singing, stooped, striving to wake the baby smiles again, about her wee, warm mouth. Vain wiles, and vain, her loving skill. All still she lay, and pale, as one at sea pines for a lonely vale, besprent with cuckoo flowers, the faint wild breath of cradled buds, among the cloven elms, and saith, I shall not see that place beyond the seas, nor any more pluck red anemones, in windless nooks. So seemed the child, and frail, as one that weeps above dead joys. Then pale grew Lilith as those wasting lips she pressed, and kissed the filmy eyes, and kissing, blessed the child. But Eblis touched the hand so worn, the faded, wasted face. Happy, thou mother lorn, unseeing her, he said. This fragile thing, today lies on thy breast. Tomorrow's wing, hath brushed it from thy sight. Low Lilith sighed, my Eblis, is this death? And louder cried, but thou art wise, and sure some hidden way, from this sore hap canst find. O Eblis, say, hast thou no spell whereby the child may live? O love, my realm thy recompense I give, if she be healed. Nay, not archangel's craft stays fleeting life, or turns death's nimble shaft, he said. Yet if, she mused, I laid again the child in young Eve's arms, like summer rain, the mother's love may yet restore again this shriveled life. And yet, must I resign the babe? Alas, my little one! Nay, mine, no more. Weeping she ceased. But after, bore the child far northward, the exiled pair over many lands long seeking, till from a crest of barren hills Lilith looked down. At rest, the twain she saw, for it was eventide. And lo, they spoke of hidden snares beside their unknown path, since unaware fared they into this hostile spot. The dim wolds lay, all bare beneath chill stars. And far away were belts of pine, and dingy ocean shore, like wrinkled lip. Cold was the land, and hoar with wintry rime. Nearby, its leafless boughs, a thorn bush bent, with withered berries red. At sight thereof Adam, rejoicing, said, My Eve, bide here. From yonder friendly tree, the ripe fruit I will pluck and bring to thee. Oh, leave me not. This solitude I fear, the land about is chill, she said, and drear, it seems to me. But Adam answered, Nay. Sore famished art thou, and not far away, it is, nor long I stay. So parted he. Not long alone was Eve. Up started she, dismayed. A woman, most exceeding fair, beside her stood, with coils of yellow hair, and blue eyes, calm as sleep among the hills, dim lakes. Eve, frighted, shrank. As mountain rills, sweet fell the stranger's words. My sister, one, is here that glad salutes thee. And since done is now my quest, and here my journey ends, I bring a goodly gift. For elsewhere wends my pathway, Eve. Beside a coppice green, brighter than gold, purer than silver sheen, in a fair garden, once a jewel shone. With it, compared in all the world, no stone. And lo, the master set it shining clear, against the hedge, saying, when she draws near, she will perceive on whom I do bestow this moteless gem, that fellow doth not know. Now I without the copse that day was hid. Soft shone the jewel, as the moon amid the blue. And in the garden, I saw thee, where in the midst stood a fair wheaten tree, as emerald, green. Its ears, as rubies red, fragrant as breath of musk, its odors spread. And white its shining grains as rifted snow. I looked again. And in thy fair hand, lo, full ripe, bright gleamed the yellow wheaten grain. Thou saidst, though I did eat, I live. No pain, hath marred this pleasant feast. Then I the more desired thy gem. All things most goodly pour on Eve their gifts. But I am famished lone, I said. And still against the hedge the stone rayed like a frozen tear the pure night shed, the which with trembling hand I seized and fled afar. But now upon my soul weighs sore a dream. A voice called loud, straightway restore to Eve that which is hers, lest I, that bright, set it against the hedge, will quench its light. Yea, I will crumble it and quickly smite it into dust e'en from thy hand. Mine eyes, I careless closed. But yesternight arise. The stern voice cried, stay not at all. For lo, I wait not, lest I scourge thee sorely, go. Ah Eve, though long upon my heart I wore this jewel rare, behold, I now restore thine own. Then Eve cried loud, ere my heart break, give me my babe. Where is she, for whose sake I sorrowed all these years, the little maid? She said, through tender sobs. And Lilith laid apart upon her breast her garment, dyed in blended hues. And stooping at Eve's side, gave back the child. As one that ending quest, most perilous, safe harbor sees at rest, among green hills, and enters glad therein, so Lilith was. So passed she once again into her land. But Eve, like rain, long pent, upon the child poured swiftly down sweet kisses. And again, twixt laugh and frown, divided, smoothed the baby face, and through her fingers soft the silken hair she drew, and kissed again. And with a vague surprise, recalled the stranger's smile, the mournful eyes, much marveling whence she fared. And said, as pale she seemed as bramble blooms in Eden's vale. When homeward Adam came, the child she set upon his knee, saying, ere while I met an angel. So, to me she seemed, as there she stood. So tall, so yellow-haired, so fair, and lo, she brought again the babe. Therewith, she ended low. Doubtless an angel, love, sith, so you deem her, he replied. And mused on all Eve told. And watching, saw a shadow fall upon the child. And later, did recall those words, sad pondering, so fair, so tall. But nothing uttered. In that land long time, they lingered. And the child slow faded, till, one day Eve frighted cried, see, Adam, still, she lies. Ah, little one, unseal those eyes. Rouse but a while, ere waning daylight flies. For she discerned not yet its doom, nor knew the hour was near. But Adam, parting, drew beneath the thorn, lest he might see the child. And all the lone hours through Eve, babbling, smiled adown, and blew her warm breath over the cheeks, so wan. The night grows cold, she said. Sleep creeps, dull on my babe. The night grows cold and chill, she said. Nor dreamed beneath those lids closed still, the death film hung. A wind uprose and swept among the dry leaves heaped, where lowly slept the child. Cold grew the night and colder, till, against the east the dawn glowed daffodil, above dun wolds white with new fallen snow. So rose the day, and widened into morning glow, with rosy tints overstreaked, and faintly blurred, with flecks of cloud. Still lay the child, nor stirred. Dumb Eve looked down, nor knew death's pallid mask, and strove to wake the maid. In vain. Her task was done. And as she gazed, a gentle grasp soft loosed the dead from that cold mother's clasp, and Lilith laid the babe in its chill bed, straightened the limbs, and kissed the little head. And over the sleeper, kneeling, she did lean. Forth from her breast she drew, close folded, green, a sheath of leaves, bright shining, lustrous wet, with tears, that in those waxen hands she set. Then those shut leaves opened slow, and low and frail, bloomed mid the tintless snows a snowdrop pale. Soft Lilith said, for this pale sleeper's sake, O Eve, one kiss bestow. E'en thou canst take pity on me. For thee new, happy days await, but I am forever desolate. For thee fresh love will bloom above this mould, for thee, in coming years, pure lips unfold, but I no more, shall feel the warm breath against my breast. Nay, nor the baby arm, soft clasping me, nor see the feet that pass, like falling music, through the waving grass. Therefore, one pardoning kiss give ever I go, to my own land, beyond this realm of snow. And Eve, uprising, took the hand she gave, and weeping, kissed, and parted by that grave. Stood Adam, after time, by that small mound. Lo, at their feet a sheaf of leaves Eve found, wherein white flowers shone. Oh, like, she said, to this was one a bloom within the bed, where lies the child. And fair, oh, passing fair, she was, and tall, with yellow gleaming hair, and cheeks soft flushed as fresh pomegranate bells, and dewy eyes, like violets in the dells. Who came so silent past that stranger fair, who loved our babe? And ever I well was where she vanished. Other whiles, of alien race, she was, Eve said, a princess, with a face surpassing fair, who trod the pathway bright, among the mists, beyond the rim of night, to her own land. And oft in after time, when Cain had lain in her young arms, and chime of voices round her came, and clasp of hands, and thick with baby faces bloomed the lands, Eve silent sat, remembering that one child, among the snowdrops, in a northern wild. And Lilith dwelt again in her own land, with Eblis still strayed far. And hand in hand, they talked, the while her phantom brood in glee, laughed overhead. Then looking on the sea, low-voiced, she sang. So sweet the idle song, she said, from paradise, forgotten long, it comes. An elfin echo that doth rise, upward from summer seas to bending skies. In coming days, from any earthly shore, it shall not fail. And sweet forevermore, shall make my memory. That witching strain, pale Lilith's love shall lightly breathe again. And Lilith's bitter loss and olden pain, over every cradle wake that sweet refrain. My memory still shall bloom. It cannot die, while rings earth's cradle song, sweet lullaby. Slow passed dim cycles by, and in the earth, strange peoples swarmed, new nations sprang to birth. Then first 'mong tented tribes men shuddering spake, dread tales of one that moved, an unseen shape, 'mong chilling mists and snow. A spirit swift, that dwelt in lands beyond day's purple rift. Phantom of presage ill to babes unborn, whose fast-sealed eyes open not to earthly morn. We heard, they cried, the elf babes shrilly scream, and loud the siren's song, when lightnings gleam. Then they that by low beds all night did wake, prayed for the day, and feared to see it break. When over the icy fjords cold rise white peaks, and fierce wild storms blot out the frozen creeks, the Finnish mother to her breast more near, draws her dear babe, clasps it in her wild fear, still closer to her heart. And over, through her weird song fall echoes from that lore, that lived when time was young, ever yet the rhyme of years lay on his brow. In that far prime, nature and man, couched 'neath God's earliest sky, heard clear-voiced spheres chant earth's first lullaby. Now, in the blast loud sings the Finn, and long, nor knows that faint through her wild cradle song, yet sweetly thrills the vanished elf babe's cry, nor dreams, as low she croons her lullaby, still breathes through that sweet, lingering refrain, Lilith the childless, and to life again, to love, she wakes. The soft strain clearer rings, as through the gathering storm that mother sings. Pile the strong faggot, pale Lilith comes. Wild through the murky air goblin voices shout. Hark! Hearest thou not their lusty rout? Lilith comes. Listen, my babe. See how the dusk pines tremble and crouch. Over wide wastes borne, white are the snow wreaths blown, and loud the drear icy fjords shudder and moan. Lilith comes. Listen, my babe. Ah! Hear the wild din, fierce over the linn, the seagull, affrighted, soars seaward away, and dark on the shores falls the wind-driven spray. Lilith comes. Listen, my babe. The shuddering ice shivers. It cracks. Like a wild beast in pain, it cries to the rack of the storm cloud overhead. The sea answers back, dread Lilith comes. Listen, my babe. Near draws the wraith fair, dull gleams her hair. Ah, strong one, so cruel, fierce breath of the north, the torches of heaven are lighting thee forth. Fell Lilith comes. Listen, my babe. Cold spirit of snow, ah, I fear thee. The sports of my hunter, the white fox, the bear, the spoils of our rivers are thine. Ah, then spare, dread Lilith, spare, the babe at my breast. Mercy, weird Lilith. Even sleeping, my babe lies so chill. See, the reindeer I give. Ah, lift thy dark wings, that my darling may live. Pale Lilith comes. Listen, my babe. Once, in the Northland, pale crocus grew, by half-wakened stream. It lay shriveled and low, ere the springtime had come, in soft shroud of snow. Sad Lilith comes. Listen, my babe. Foul vampire, drain not, from my loved one, the life-current red. O demon, art breaking my heart while I plead. Ah, babe. Art thou waking? Lilith, I live. Closer, my babe. Far over the dun wold, baby, behold, mid the mist and the snow, fast, fast, and more fast, in the teeth of the blast, flies Lilith at last. Pale Lilith flies. Nearer, my babe. By Ganges still the Indian mother weaves, above her babe her mat of plantain leaves, and laughing, plats. Or pausing, sweet and low, her voice blends with the river's drowsy flow, the while she fitful sings that old, old strain, forgetting that the love, the deathless pain, of wandering Lilith lives and throbs again, when falls the tricksy elf babe's mocking cry, faintly across her crooning lullaby. Ah, happy babe, that here may sleep, where the blue river winds along, and sweet the trysting bulbuls keep, the night overbrimmed with pulsing song. Not so, mine own, as legends tell, in lands remote, beyond the day, the soulless babes of Lilith dwell, or vanish 'mong the cold mists grey. Or oft in elfin glee they ride, over burning deserts blown adrift, or singing idly, idly glide, afar beyond night's purple rift. But thou, my babe, for thee shall grow, the lilies, nodding by the stream, for thee, the poppy's sleepy glow, for thee, the jonquil's pallid gleam. My baby, sleep. Against the sky, the pipple lifts its trembling crest. O baby, hush each wailing cry, close to the holy river's breast. Not here shall come that pale wraith fair, who, wandering once in northern lands, wore over long reaches sere and bare, the death flower white, for baby hands. Fear not, mine own, the elf babes shrill, nor Lilith tall, with brow of snow. They may not haunt thy slumbers still, where Ganges' sacred waters flow. Where coral reefs gnaw with white cruel teeth, the yellow surf, and the torn billows seethe, when shines the southern cross over placid isles, the African mother sits, and singing, smiles, unheeding that a dead world's hidden pain, beats wildly rhythmic through her pure refrain, and lingers softly still an echoed sigh, low in earth's cradle song, sweet lullaby. A warning song of doom, a song of woe, of terror wild, she sings, down bending low, the while bright gleams the starry cross above, yet tells to her no tale of tender love, of him who lifteth after time a cross, that healeth all the wide world's sin and loss. Linger no longer mong blooms of the mangoes, nor pluck the bright shells by the low sighing sea. Swift, swift, through the groves of the palms and acacias, comes Lilith, the childless one, seeking for thee. She will bind thee so fast in her yellow gold hair. Hasten, my children, of Lilith beware. Cold, cold are her cheeks as the spray of the wild sea. Red, red are her lips as the pomegranates bloom. Cold, cold are the kisses the phantom will give thee. Cruel her kisses, that smell of the tomb. Hist, hist. Tease the sorceress with yellow gold hair. Oh! Lullaby, baby, of Lilith beware. She flies to the jungle, with false tales beguiling. Hearest thou her elfin babes scream overhead? Close, close in her strong arms she bears my babe, smiling. She hath sucked the soft bloom from the lips of my dead. Now far speeds the vampire, with yellow gold hair. Oh! Lullaby, baby, of Lilith beware. Art frighted, my baby? Nay, then, thy mother, low singing enfolds thee all safe from the snare. Afar flit the elf babes mid grey, misty shadows. Afar flees the temptress with yellow gold hair. Heed not her songs in the still slumberous air. Oh! Lullaby, baby, of Lilith beware. When hawthorn trees sift thick their rifted snow, the English mother over her babe sings low. Where red the cross burns on the ivied fane, unwitting, pagan Lilith lives again, and softer sings, nor feels the wailing pain, still faintly surging through that low refrain, nor dreams she hears love's early cradle cry, slow echoing through earth's song, sweet lullaby, and in the shadow of that cross, her strain, breathes sweetly, love and hope and ended pain. Softly while that small arm closely clings about her heart, that mother peaceful sings, O babe, my babe, the light doth fade. My baby, sleep, while I do keep close watch, where thou art lowly laid. Sweet dreams shall steep thy slumber deep. Little feet, be still at last. Rest all the night, for day is past. One watches thee from yon blue sky. One watching here sings lullaby, lullaby, sings lullaby. Here on his bed the sunny head lies still, and soft the brown eyes close. Sweet steals the breath, twixt lips as red, as dewy fresh, as newborn rose. O little lips, be hushed at last. Fear naught, sweetheart, though day be past. One looks adown from yon far sky, one close beside, sings lullaby, lullaby, sings lullaby. Thanks for watching the channel. If you liked the video, please hit the like button. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing. Or if you would like to support the channel, please visit the link in the description to visit our Patreon page. Like the pictures in the video. Visit the link in the description to see more. Thanks again for watching.
Corson's Inlet by A.R. Ammons. I went for a walk over the dunes again this morning, to the sea, then turned right along the surf, rounded a naked headland, and returned along the inlet shore. It was muggy sunny, the wind from the sea steady and high, crisp in the running sand, some breakthroughs of sun, but after a bit continuous overcast. The walk liberating, I was released from forms, from the perpendiculars, straight lines, blocks, boxes, binds, of thought, into the hues, shadings, rises, flowing bends and blends, of sight. I allow myself eddies of meaning, yield to a direction of significance running, like a stream through the geography of my work. You can find, in my sayings, swerves of action, like the inlet's cutting edge. There are dunes of motion, organizations of grass, white sandy paths of remembrance, in the overall wandering of mirroring mind. But overall is beyond me, is the sum of these events. I cannot draw, the ledger I cannot keep, the accounting, beyond the account. In nature there are few sharp lines, there are areas of primrose more or less dispersed, disorderly orders of bayberry, between the rows of dunes, are regular swamps of reeds, though not reeds alone, but grass, bayberry, yarrow, all, predominantly reeds. I have reached no conclusions, have erected no boundaries, shutting out and shutting in, separating inside from outside. I have drawn no lines, as manifold events of sand change the dune's shape that will not be the same shape tomorrow. So I am willing to go along, to accept the becoming, thought, to stake off no beginnings or ends, establish no walls. By transitions the land falls from grassy dunes to creek, to under creek, but there are no lines, though change in that transition is clear, as any sharpness, but sharpness spread out, allowed to occur over a wider range, than mental lines can keep. The moon was full last night, today, low tide was low. Black shoals of mussels exposed to the risk, of air, and, earlier, of sun, waved in and out with the waterline inexact, caught always in the event of change. A young mottled gull stood free on the shoals, and ate, to vomiting. Another gull, squawking possession, cracked a crab, picked out the entrails, swallowed the soft-shelled legs. A ruddy turnstone running in to snatch leftover bits. Risk is full, every living thing in siege. The demand is life, to keep life. The small, white black-legged egret, how beautiful, quietly stalks and spears the shallows, darts to shore, to stab what I couldn't see against the black mudflats. A frightened fiddler crab. The news to my left over the dunes and reeds and bayberry clumps was fall, thousands of tree swallows, gathering for flight, an order held, in constant change, a congregation, rich with entropy, nevertheless, separable, noticeable, as one event, not chaos, preparations for flight from winter, cheat, 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 wings rifling the green clumps, beaks, at the bayberries, a perception full of wind, flight, curve, sound. The possibility of rule as the sum of rulelessness, the field of action, with moving, incalculable center, in the smaller view, order tight with shape, blue tiny flowers on a leafless weed, carapace of crab, snail shell, pulsations of order, in the bellies of minnows, orders swallowed, broken down, transferred through membranes, to strengthen larger orders, but in the large view, no lines or changeless shapes, the working in and out, together, and against, of millions of events, this, so that I make no form of formlessness, orders as summaries, as outcomes of actions override, or in some way result, not predictably, seeing me gain the top of a dune, the swallows could take flight, some other fields of bayberry could enter fall, berryless, and there is serenity. No arranged terror, no forcing of image, plan, or thought, no propaganda, no humbling of reality to precept. Terror pervades but is not arranged, all possibilities of escape open, no route shut, except in the sudden loss of all routes. I see narrow orders, limited tightness, but will not run to that easy victory. Still around the looser, wider forces work. I will try to fasten into order enlarging grasps of disorder, widening scope, but enjoying the freedom that scope eludes my grasp, that there is no finality of vision, that I have perceived nothing completely, that tomorrow a new walk is a new walk.
Thanks for watching the channel. If you liked the video, please hit the like button. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing. Or if you would like to support the channel, please visit the link in the description to visit our Patreon page. Like the pictures in the video. Visit the link in the description to see more. Thanks again for watching.
Bear's Lair Canto 1 The Revelation of Bear's Lair. By Andres Pumpers. Scene 1, The Council of the Baltic Gods. The gods gather. In azure vaults of heaven soaring bright, in lofty castles filled with endless joy, the god of thunder, Perkins, dwells in light, and pleasure knows whose sweetness cannot cloy. The Baltic gods in council gathered there, of destiny's farther tidings to debate. His will decides the hues both dark and fair, and sets the fickle course of mortal fate. The steeds of Perkins saddled in the court, with trappings glowing waited in the morn, the sun's first rays a dazzling glitter brought, as polished harness glinted in the dawn. And Patrymps, god of plenty, held in yokes, his beeswax yellow steeds with flowing manes, of golden stalks his winged chariot's spokes, its course ensures the timely suns and rains. Dread Packles, god of death, had horses black, yoked closely to his sledge of human bones, of ribs the runners, driver's seat and back, shin bones as shafts, arrayed in somber tones. While Antrymps of the sea had steeds all scaled, and chariots swift of reeds of ocean green, of shells whose beauty yet was still unpaled, its supple seat was formed, as could be seen. And Liga fair, the goddess of sweet song, in flower-decked chariot seated high in state, by swiftest horses queen-like drawn along, with Pukitis passed through the rainbow gate. The gods' proud sons, all mounted brave and bold, on fiery steeds into the courtyard rode. Their saddles shone, their bridles gleamed with gold, with diamond bits their snorting horses glowed, Soon Austra, morning goddess, came in haste, and Lema too, the greatest goddess there, while Tikla, virtue's goddess stern and chaste, thence travelled fast, bedecked with roses fair. Last, drawn by prancing stallions swift and strong, up came the beauteous daughters of the sun. Firm holding golden reins they dashed along, a flower-strewn course their chariots thence had run. And Destiny's father, grizzled deathless might, was seated high upon the diamond throne, with Perkins there and Patrymps on the right, while Packles stern and Antrimps stood alone. Close, Pucitis and Liga both were near, then of the gods the sons, arrayed as one. With Austra, Lema, Tikla standing clear, and last, the beauteous daughters of the sun. Behind, a host of lesser godlings stood, who to the council with the rest had come, because all Baltic spirits fair and good, with earnest presents added to the sum. The grim tidings. Then Destiny's father, grizzled deathless might, arose up lordly from his sacred throne, in godly throng yet still a noble sight, this warning message spoke in somber tone, to life a new eternal light was born. On earth there walked a wondrous form sublime. A mighty spirit now was come to warn, and bless the earth in his appointed time. Both wise and holy, fitly men he taught, that mortal folk the gods all honor owe. To seek to live like gods themselves they ought, and virtue pure, with seemly goodness show. The evil ones, who deeply feared his strength, rose up against him in a demon pack. But hell itself, though fighting fierce at length, yet could not stop his march nor hold him back. This hero rose from death upon the cross, he lived again, and found surpassing fame. His fate well known will live and know no loss, in human parlance Christ now is his name. Now, many peoples living on the earth, accept his word, but see not what portends, for humankind in shame denies his worth, his message twists to serve unworthy ends. The Baltic too has reached the fateful hour, when strangers bring the faith once taught by him, but ancient gods possess the boundless power, to bend the mortal mind to suit their whim. The pledges of the gods. Now Perkins rose, his strength at last to wield, and spoke, immortal and almighty both, yet still the gods to destinies will must yield. But none the less I offer here this oath, in my strong care the Latvian folk I hold, and all good teachings here permit to stand. Though good, Christ's message clearly yet is old, for from the east these teachings reach our land. But those who bear his message to our shores, have come to us to serve a different view. To conquer Baltic regions is their cause, to make our people slaves their purpose new. I will oppose their plan against our folk, and, surely as I split this mighty rock, or shake asunder trees of stoutest oak, this goal the Baltic folk will safely mock. With passing time, its passage soon or late, my bolts of lightning on the foe will rain, on all who seek as slaves my people's fate, and strive to crush our spirits for their gain. But when the springtime comes with climate fair, to Latvia's folk sweet showers I will send, by day will give them clean refreshing air, and to the darkness sparks of light will lend. To them in nature I will stay close by, my voice of thunder in the sky will ring. Of Perkins strong the name will never die, the Latvian folk will ever of it sing. I wish here now you other gods, apace, will follow close upon my guiding will, and each one swear, at proper time and place, for humankind a promise to fulfill. Now Patrymps, speaking, rose and left his seat. The Baltic is a fruitful, fertile land. I give its people golden ears of wheat, that, richly growing, ripen where they stand. The Latvians here from fecund Baltic fields, will gather in a harvest full and rich, but foreign ploughs and sickles seeking yields, their blades will break upon the rock-strewn ditch. Then Antrimps spoke and gave this message sage, the Baltic waters boil and heaving swirl, the winter winds in endless anger rage, and round great rocks the currents lashing whirl, and ships of foreign foes dash on the crag. The Baltic Sea will smash them as I please, until the Baltic people's noble flag throughout the world will wave upon all seas. Then, adding more, grim Packles sternly spoke, brave Baltic souls will soar to heaven's space, a joyous home for Latvia's gallant folk. But hell for strangers is the proper place, beneath the northern lights, though fighting still, their craven hearts will tremble with my fear. But I will show accordance with your will, and bless the souls of Latvia's children dear. Liga's gift of song. Soon all the gods, in proper order each, had sworn an oath to Perkins in his might. Now Liga rose, to all her view to teach, and spoke as follows in the council's sight. I truly count myself as near the least, among the gods who love the Baltic race. But in my name the Latvian people feast, for destiny gives to me a favored place. In Latvians all through long eternal time, will never die the spirit of sweet song, they will endure in every age and clime, their spirits sing through joy and sorrow long. Of Liga here the name will stay alive, eternal in the people's joyous rhyme. The ancient gods will surely still survive, who otherwise would fade with passing time. You Perkins, Lema too, and all the rest, will live on, known forever in your fame. The Baltic people will at my behest, sing songs heroic that preserve your name. Throughout the future, song will bring them cheer, and give them light and spirit that, once more, they take up arms to serve their homeland dear, and for the cause of freedom go to war. Scene 2, Bearsleyer's destiny is revealed by Perkins. Staburads tells of a wonder. These vows the council brought now to its close, their homeward paths the gods departing sought. When Staburads last of all arose, and with these words portentous tidings brought, I came this day straight from my palace home, with eager news of what my eyes there saw. It happened in the seething waters foam, the raging vortex of the maelstrom's maw. I sat aloft and spun the mists of night, on Staburags's crag enthroned on high. The shuttle filled and in the morning's light, at cock's first crow the blushing dawn was nigh. Then came two witches riding in the air, lit by the sun they flew in dawn's pale gleam, on oaken branches twisted, gnarled and bare, across the Daugavava sped above the stream. And down into the pool a staff they cast, one of the two they through the heavens rode. Then on the other homeward sped off fast, to seek again their dread and drear abode, to learn the reason for this secret deed, to look into the whirlpool's depths and see. I flew down straight, and took of all good heed, and drew the whirling branch secure to me. Then what strange sight before my eyes took form! A handsome youth revealed in morning's grey, who lay within the log, his skin still warm, though swooning in a deathly faint he lay. Forth from the log I drew the gasping lad, and bore him to my home beneath the swells, within its crystal halls now warmly clad, I laid him down upon a bed of shells. When signs of life with surging joy I saw, to tell of this I hastened hence to you, to learn great God of thunder of your law, to know your will and seek your further view. For humankind within the maelstrom's jaws, must lie forever, turned to lifeless stone. Our Staburags, augmented without pause, has by such plunder ever vaster grown. This youngster now I do desire to take, to dwell with me inside my castle gate. For if he venture from the sacred lake, to turn at once to stone will be his fate. But in my crystal palace he can bide, in human form the bloom of youth to see, there, raised to safety from the river's tide, to live his life in harmony with me. Stern Tickler chaste, with strict words ever rife, spoke thus, fair Staburads to berate, perhaps to have eternal godly life, our sister now does judge a tedious fate. She does not wish so long alone to mourn, and wash the cliff with flood of bitter tears. She wants the youth of human parents born, and with him yearns to spend the passing years. Though Staburads blushed at Tickler's word, she did not yield nor shrink back from the blow. You stern Tickler, make a charge absurd. The circumstances clear and plainly show, the youth is not a normal mortal man. I want to keep this lad with me alive, that, chosen by the gods, his life's whole span, he will against the powers of darkness strive. Perkins reveals his purpose. At last wise Lema uttered up her view, to me its plan the future must reveal. Thus, I will look to see what it will do, his lot from me the fates may not conceal. Women, enough. Yield place. Be silent all, the thunder god in raging anger cried. This youth is chosen not to heed your call, but serves the goals of my surpassing pride. The witch is down into the whirlpool cast, bears Leia, son of Leilvard's lord. You, Staburads, wisely hastened fast, you rescued him and this must all applaud. Depart at once back to your crystal throne, and take him in and give him seemly care, that this fair lad may not be turned to stone, but mend apace and flourish with you there. Ulema too will care for this young man, and guide him rightly, so that soon or late, his life will follow and fulfill my plan, to serve the gods and meet a hero's fate. To close the council now the time was right, the Baltic gods in pomp departed all. Will Destiny's father, grizzled, deathless might, again such sacred wisdom ever call? Bears Leia Canto 2 Bears Leia begins his life as a hero, by Andres Pumpers. Scene 1, the first heroic deed, the slaying of the bear. Since ancient times, in fruitful Baltic lands, where flows the Daugavava in its winding bed, and in the fields the barley ripening stands, a life of joy the Latvians all have led. Upon the bank once stood by Keegam's town, of Leilvard's lord the famous halls. There yet today a cataract pours down, and through the cliffs into the river falls. Where springtime's spirit kind on nature smiled, a wonder came on its appointed day, the land was waking fast from winter mild, and cheerful folk their labours deemed but play, while tones of youths and maidens blushing coy, mixed with the song of birds to greet the morn. All felt within them nature's perfect joy, in ancient times to blissful freedom born. The Leilvard lord strolled in the field, together with his son, a lad full fair, but 18 youthful summers was the yield, the span of time that graced the lord's young heir. The old man ever sought his son to show, in nature how the Godhead close by stands, and in its rhythms mighty powers flow, in heavens, waters, forests, and the lands. Conversing thus, unmarked their path they found, into the shadows at the forest's verge. The old man sat to rest upon the ground, beneath the oaks where woods and meadow merge. When all at once, with angry gnashing jaws, a savage bear from out the forest ran. To save himself the old man had no pause, his life's last breath due in a moment's span. The young man turned in haste with swiftness rare. He seized the creature by its gaping jaw, with mighty strength he tore apart the bear, a baby goat had troubled him no more. When thus his son revealed such godlike power, the old man trembling uttered up this view, you are the chosen hero, shown this hour, as prophesied in ancient times for you. Bears Leia's origins are revealed. Full 18 years ago, this very day, a little boat ran up upon the land, and from it stepped a sage both old and grey, who held secure an infant in his hand. Though aged, still with youthful step he strode, my task in fate's great purpose soon laid bare, to take this sturdy boy to my abode, and raise him, teach and train him as my heir. This sage was Vaidlots, sent by the gods, to tell how, deep within the forest wild, a human babe was found against all odds, and that a she-bear's milk sustained the child. For him, as told, it is the gods' firm will, to be a hero and to strive for right. His name with fear the wicked heart will fill, and evildoers, trembling, put to flight. There in the west, his further wisdom said, against the god of thunder risen stands, a fearsome herd of raging monsters dread, whose cross-shaped horns rip at the eastern lands. The gods will fight, and they will live on all, but from our people freedom will be lost. Our famous heroes struggling brave will fall, against the foreign foe will pay the cost. I Vaidlots a lengthy life have had, in remove sacred grove of oak, 1,000 joyful messages, or sad. I brought to chieftains or to lesser folk. This is the worst, this news I bring, make known to you, O Leelvard's lord. More difficult for me no other thing, that is a part within my life's rich hoard. Yet do not grieve, O countrymen, but know, remembering the deeds of men of yore, as ages pass the people's strength will grow, and battles won will free our race once more. Though destiny now not even lets me see, how long the yoke that on our people falls, behold, the fading sunlight summons me, the golden Baltic sun my farewell calls. Wise Vaidlots now ceased, his message brought, and in his boat he hastened to depart. Upon the bank I stood in deepest thought, the herald's passage marked with heavy heart. The Dorgavava now, in Keegam's rapid spray, tossed hard the little boat upon the stream. A fading light came from the sun's last ray, the herald's boat fast faded in its gleam. The years since then are gone in time's long span, while destinies will I solemnly bore through. The gift of Vaidlots is grown to man, you are that sturdy boy, the child was you. From this day forth, in honor of your deed, Bearslayer is your name, most surely meet. You saved your father in the hour of need, the world has seen your first heroic feat. Scene 2, Bearslayer is sent out into the world. He is given the task of learning. I give you now a colt with saddle fine, trim steed and sword of heavy metal true, a spear, a shield and silver spurs once mine, and headdress trimmed with fur of martens too. Upon the morrow you will haste away, to Bertnix's famous castle gate, where dwells my friend of happy boyhood day. In Bertnix's castle lies your fate. Both greet and hail and tell him you aspire to learn in famous Bertnix's school, sent by your father knowledge to acquire, where virtue true and cunning wisdom rule. Old Bertnix will take you as a friend, and in his ancient castle clear will show the chests where sacred tomes the ages spend, that secrets deep of destiny's purpose know. These sacred books our lofty morals teach, and tell about the history of our land, explain the gods, and faith and duty preach, and sing about the Latvian hero band. Of all this sacred knowledge, and much more, there learn as 7 seasons passing go, how heroes bold acquit themselves in war, when they in battle strive against the foe. He departs from Leelvard. Next morning, fitted richly as a lord, Bearslayer stood at Leelvard's gate. He buckled on his massive trusty sword, took up his spear and shield and felt their weight. He placed his fur-trimmed cap upon his head, and, standing there before his father dear, made sad farewell, although no tear was shed. Though brief and stern, the parting was sincere. The old man spoke of Leelvard's fame. Our ancient clan throughout the folk is known, no shameful stain attaches to our name, our fathers past their heroes' worth have shown. And you, my son Bearslayer, at your birth, by destinies were marked for honor too. If you pursue his plan and show your worth, the gods will guard you well and cherish you. The world's seductions young men's minds soon reach, while youths, unwitting, oft themselves deceive. So hasten not to do what others teach, but let them seek your counsel to receive. To recognize the truth is passing rare, to speak it plain unvarnished harder still. In life who learns true witness brave to bear, becomes attuned to virtue's righteous will. Maintain in struggles stout your people's way, your grandsires' teachings always give respect, and never heed what hypocrites may say, who urge you freedom's spirit to neglect. Such people for themselves good fortune seek, in finding victims God's name of employ, but later with the devil's poison wreak, they serve but evil and at length destroy. The Latvian people on their own fair shore, do not bow down to lords highborn as sage, they choose themselves their chiefs in time of war, the magistrates in older, peaceful age. The people know of those who earned great fame, by toiling hard in mighty labors long. To these come lasting praise and honored name, as heroes known they live in endless song. With earnest soul Bearslayer heard his lord, the heartfelt words of life's wise teachings large. Into his breast an urgent feeling poured, the wish that he fulfill his father's charge. And so he promised to observe all that, embraced his father, pressed his hand so stout, then leaped into his saddle, doffed his hat, and, raising shield and lance, rode boldly out. Scene 3. Bearslayer meets Spidler at Aescrocal. He arrives at the castle. Within the castle, watching from his chair, sat old Aescroclus wrapped in thought profound. His only daughter, Spidler the fair, sat at the pane with beads and rings decked round. Her face possessed a haunting beauty rare, but yet her eyes showed wildness without bound. And so that tender spell she did not weave, that gently draws and steals the young man's heart, her ardent eyes too swiftly could deceive, to gaze into them risked a burning dart. O Spidler, her father sought her leave, and slowly raised his head in thoughtful art. I wish to know and answer still this morn, whence come those finest jewels that, preening vain, you wear your neck and hands thus to adorn? That Spidler then started he saw plain, the question shocked her that his voice had borne, yet in a trice her answer came again. Godmother gave to me these jewels to own, when last into our village she came here, in golden caskets more I have been shown. The old man spoke, alas my daughter dear, such gifts to take I cannot more condone, and in the future must forbid, I fear. She is a witch, and in the people's view, a fearsome dragon shelters in her care, she feeds it on the flesh of humans too. The dragon brings her jewels and objects rare, dark evil things, and so I say to you, a pious girl her gifts should never wear. Now Spidler, to hide her blushing face, looked out into the courtyard, near too late, and spoke as though his words she gave no grace. A visitor is hither come in state. Look where a youthful knight has reached this place, and down below will pass in through the gate. The castle of Aescrocal lonely stands, far distant from the Dorgavava's verdant bounds, and in the forest roam wild bears in bands, while in the night the howl of wolves loud sounds. Uncertain paths lead through these risky lands, and strangers seldom reach the castle's grounds. Thus, Spidler with wonder took good heed, to see what rider thence the path had brought, who rode into the castle on his steed. Aescroclus too from out the window sought, to test of him his measure and his breed, as young Bearslayer reigned within the court. He bowed towards the window, then, polite, he said his path to Bertniks must run, his neighbor's care he sought thus for the night. Aescroclus hurried out, his friendship won, and warmly told his pleasure at the sight of famous Leelvard's mighty son. Bearslayer falls under Spidler's spell. The handsome youth dismounted lithely then, a stable lad swift to his stirrup ran. He pressed the old man's hand once and again, and entered straight the castle's lofty span, but soon as Spidler approached the men, within his bones a shivering cold began. Such beauty in his life had had no peer. The deep, dark eyes of Spidler grew wide, and in their depths enchanted flame burned clear. With outstretched hand a greeting warm she cried, a stately knight so bold is welcome here. A future hero's presence swells our pride. His tongue struck dumb, Bearslayer found no word of jeweled beauty fit to conquer men. In his short life he had not seen nor heard, no answer came, so Spidler turned then, with gliding litheness serpent-like she stirred, and deeply gazed into his eyes again. Her body moved with strangely supple grace, so lithe it made the young man's senses swim. But then Aescroclus sent the girl apace, to make at once and serve a feast for him, so soon her sensuous beauty left the place, Bearslayer's mind returned to matters grim. When later fitting words he found at last, then Spidler made answer in fair guise, the frightful swooning moment now was past, the young man, heeding wisdom's counsel wise, firm armed himself, though piercing looks flew fast, that burning shot from Spidler's dark eyes. The night drew on, the fleeting time soon went, and Spidler, uneasy at the hour, soon said she felt within her limbs the bent, before the midnight's chime to seek her bower. And if Bearslayer too were weary spent, To bed she would direct him, in the tower. The young man went, by Spidula struck deep, but by Aescroclus with rest well, consoled. She led the youth across the castle's keep, into a jeweled bedroom hung with gold. This night in godlike comfort you will sleep, she smiling said, Bears-Laer, hero bold. Bears-Laer gazed with wonder at the sight, as soft and fine as drifted snow the bed, with purple covers decked, and sheets of white, and trimmed all round with ribbons of blood red. Sweet-smelling breezes wafted through the night, and like enchantments circled round his head. He stared at Spidula's lush beauty rare, bewitching charms that drew his yearning praise. Forgetting straight all caution's wisdom there, the young man dared his arms to her to raise. At once a shadow dark flew through the air, and Spidula straight vanished from his gaze. The midnight sky a host of stars had brought, from heaven shone the moonlight's ghostly glow, that in the valley bars of silver wrought. Within his room the youth, with spirit low, threw back his shutter, gazed out on the court, and heavy air breathed sadly, deep and slow. Once more it seemed to him that in the air, dark shadows high across the moon flew hence. Perhaps foul witches from the devil's lair, to blackest work flew out, he knew not whence. At once Bears-Laer firm resolved to dare, and seek how Spidula had gone from thence. Spidula is revealed as a witch. Next morning soon the youth made this request, it pleased him in the castle there so well, he wished to stay a few short days as guest, there in his neighbours' pleasant halls to dwell. Aescroclus straight agreed that he should rest, with pleasure felt his heart begin to swell. As night there deepened, Spidula soon said, our guest the castle's passages now knows, and when he wants can go alone to bed. She left the room and wished them sweet repose. To follow her Bears-Laer then was led, and full of purpose from the table rose. But afterwards he crept back down below, outside within the courtyard dark to wait, from whence his watching eyes could clearly show, who through the doorway passed in darkness late. At midnight hour the portal opened slow, and Spidula came out with silent gait. Her body clad in clothing deepest black, her feet with golden shoes were firmly bound, her hair hung loose and free around her back, her eyebrows arched, her gaze was to the ground. Her eyes he saw, where burning did not lack, her hand gripped tight a magic staff around. A twisted log lay at the courtyard's rim, and Spidula climbed up upon it high. She spoke a spell and 3 times struck the limb, firm with her staff, she smote its surface dry. And, answering the hissing witch's whim, at once the log rose up into the sky. Long stood Bears-Laer at the courtyard's verge, for Spidula's return he looked in vain, to seek her out he felt a mighty urge, to see the devil with the witch in train. But such a task beyond his strength would surge, and so he went back to his room again. By morning's light, within the courtyard still, he saw the log back in its former place, and looking close he saw with firming will, within the log an empty hollow space, a space a man could crawl in and not fill, at once a purpose formed for him apace. Next evening Spidula set off to bed. Bears-Laer swiftly hastened to his room, he put his cap of marten on his head, with sword in hand sought out the courtyard's gloom, and, watching out for Spidula's light tread, concealed himself within the log's dark womb. Again at midnight hour she left her cell, and in her garments black her body dressed. Astride the log she spoke a magic spell, struck with her staff, and then at her behest, the branch bore both to where he could not tell, above Aescrocl's forests on her quest. Scene 4, in the devil's pit. The devil digs the pit. At times beginning, so is often told, to birds and beasts gave Perkins stern commands, to dig the Dorgavava, come from nature's fold, to gnaw, to scratch, to peck in toiling bands. Alone the peacock sat, and did not work. The devil, passing by, then asked the bird, where is the place the other creatures lurk? They dig for Perkins, answer then he heard. But why, he asked, do you not labor too? To save my yellow feet, the peacock said. Then to the river bird and devil flew, and dug a chasm in the torrent's bed, which down into this pit poured straight away. From fear all creatures lost the power of speech, they all commenced to run and jump and bray, and each one found a voice with which to screech. The bears roared fierce, the wolves and dogs all howled, the pigs made grunts, the oxen lowed unmuted, the horses neighed, the strident cats all yowled, the blackbirds shrieked, the owls all harshly hooted. The cuckoos called, the hornets made a hum, the little birds sang loudly all around. The noise rose, a riot of such sum, that, high in heaven, Perkins heard the sound. He soon grew angry with the devil's wit, cast lightning down and blocked the water's track. A hill with high steep slopes enclosed the pit. Since then the peacock's golden feet are black. Today the people all avoid this place. Should travelers in the night risk passing still, their eyes behold foul spirits in the space that now is called the Devil's Dark Pit Hill. They enter the pit. Straight Spiddler swooped down to this dread place, across the starlit sky flown swiftly thence. Bears lay crouched within the log's dark space, and struggled for his breath with swooning sense. Fierce fork-tailed dragons coiled around them there, with gold and treasure flying through the night, and breathed their fiery sparks into the air, while other witches joined them in the height. If but a movement caught the witch's view, to save his life no mercy would be found. Down to the devil's pit the witches flew, and planted each her staff into the ground. A dozen staffs stood upright by the hill, 12 witches entered in the devil's pit. Soon bold Bears Lair had regained his will, and entered to the cavern through a slit. Within the pit a thick deep darkness reigned, and round his head bats fluttered in the gloom, until at length a glimpse of light he gained, and, going further, saw a lofty room. All kinds of things inside were found in store, too many far the name for each to learn, with skulls and bones, and teeth and pelt and claw, with mounted heads and antlers all in turn. Round ladles, cauldrons, wooden bowls and pots, and dippers, wicker baskets, mortars, urns, great hammers, pitchforks, rakes in heaping lots, cartwheels, old whetstones, broomsticks scorched, with burns, black books and parchments that all good defiled. A corner dim held plants and dried up grass, on shelves stood boxes next to baskets piled, with herbs and potions stored in jars of glass. Upon the hearth a sullen fire dull burned, and in its light the walls unpleasant glowed, hung from a crooked hook a cauldron churned. The fire's pale gleams foul toads and black cats showed, while in the corners snakes writhed round the room, and through the smoke flew bats and jet-black owls. Bears Lair started, hidden in the gloom, when all at once the creatures all made howls. They hissed and croaked, they whistled, such a roar. And soon a crone, a witch all old and bowed, into the chamber entered through a door, who, since the room seemed empty, called aloud, "What foul ill wind has brought base spirits here? When clear is known that all who tread this place, a broken neck and dreadful fate must fear." These words the creatures silenced in a trace. The witch then took a ladle in her hand, and going to the cauldron thrust it in. The time has come to supper to command. The meat is cooked. The meal can now begin. And thrice upon the cauldron's side she beat. The 12 came in, a place for each reserved. Their portion was a sausage and some meat. Bears Lair thought that suckling pig was served. A door into a second chamber led. This room held but a chopping block alone. The walls and ceilings like the floor were red, and on the block a blood-red axe was thrown. The room was starkly empty but for this. And further yet there led another door. Into this open chamber, without miss, the witches went with bowls of meat, he saw. Horrors are revealed. Bears Lair followed silently behind, and through the door he saw a chamber bright, with pallid chairs and tables it was lined, and all the walls were of a color light. 2 stoves of like pale color at one side, one glowed with coals, and one held beans of white. The witches at their meal he here espied, who ate in deathly silence every bite. Again, a door a lofty room clear showed, where vaulted ceilings stood on pillars tall, and all the room with golden color glowed. Inside the room he saw 12 beds in all. The sated witches each removed her dish, cleared up the table, swept the bones from view. Into the kitchen was the old one's wish, and sharpened sight my spells will give to you. Your suitors soon will come hence to this place, and all the brides should thus themselves prepare. On hearing this, the youth went back a pace, hid in the kitchen, in the corner there. The old one took a pot of powder then, and brushed it in their eyes with touches light. Then afterwards they all went out again, their eyes, enchanted, now were glowing bright. Bearslayer sought for Spidula at last, but still her form he could not recognize. The pot of powder he had noted fast, and with its contents smeared himself his eyes. It was as though a veil fell from his sight, and now he saw unblinded, without whims. Still in the cauldron, from the meal that night, there lay the scraps of little children's limbs. And where he thought a sausage to have seen, were foul black snakes, boiled squirming in their gore. In that red chamber, where he first had been, of copper pure were ceiling, walls and floor. And on the block the axe was copper too, although its use he did not understand. Of silver pure the second room on view, both chairs and tables, lanterns, all at hand. What seemed like stoves were silver chests, he saw, in one gold jewels, the other precious pearls. Still further, gazing through the final door, he saw the ceiling glittered golden swirls, of gold the beds between the pillars tall. Back in the silver room the robes they bore, as in a bathhouse, down each which let fall, just golden slippers on their feet they wore. From cupboards now the old one gave the girls, bejeweled brooches, bracelets for their arms, and dressed their hair with softly shining pearls. A wonder to the youth, for with her charms, now Spidula among the witches too, revealed herself in all her beauty there. Fair were the witches, to his wondering view, they all possessed a devilish beauty rare. Thus fine adorned they took their robes in hand, and to the copper chamber hastened fast, where round the log they gathered in a band, while Spidula her robe upon it cast. Then, taking up the axe she struck it there, and spoke these words aloud in hissing tone, "Today as first I strike the block full square, tomorrow to this deed I will not own." Forth from the log a demon's form was led, clad as a lord, whom Spidula took hence. They sought the golden room, and chose a bed. The others did the same, and soon from thence, with lovers to the other room were gone. Each lordling wore a coat of velvet black, 3-cornered hat and boots that brightly shone, but from their ears small horns grew in the back. Cangar's promises to serve the devil. The old one struck the log, now left alone, and boldly said, "Today I strike as last, tomorrow to this deed I will not own." At this, with howling, Lucifer came fast. The greatest chief of witch and devil too, a cap of human fingernails he wore. Is all prepared? He sought the old one's view. All ready, Lord, the crone then answered sure. Then Lucifer struck hard with action bold, and in a trice the chamber filled with flame, that turned the log into a carriage gold, the axe a dragon harnessed to the same. The two then rode together through the door, and sought the golden chamber, in which spot the dragon lay and rested on the floor, and from its mouth both smoke and flame forth shot. The younger witches, summoned by the sound, all greeted Lucifer in prancing pack. They entered then the kitchen at a bound, seized pitchforks in their hands, and hastened back, the pitchforks heated in the dragon's throat, and then all made a ring around the coach. The old witch stood and with her staff firm smote, and cried, "Come forth," in tones of sour reproach. At this, at once a wall burst open wide, and hairy demons forth a man now brought, who, deathly pale, was led in at their side. The witches formed a ring to seek their sport. On seeing him, Bearslayer too knew fear. It was the famous holy man and good, as Kangar's known, a hermit who lived near, up on the hills, within a mighty wood. With monstrous voice foul Lucifer then swore, O sinner, know your course is run this day, your wage receives now in the dragon's maw, the pitchforks of the witches show the way. But Kangar's, prone, made pleadings to implore, prolong, O Lord, my life a tiny span, and I will truly serve your will once more. A moment's thought and Lucifer began, in vain you're begging, but my urgent plight could save your life and further time ensure. The faith of Perkins yields a harvest light, a daunting task, their souls to us to lure. A gift of fortune that to Baltic lands, a foreign force is coming from the west, that seeks to seize the Baltic in its hands. To plant an alien faith, this is their quest. I too desire to see that faith sown free, because its growth will yield a harvest sure, for many priests already cleave to me, the bearers of the faith, whom all think pure. This task I give you, help that faith to come, and spread it wide upon the Baltic shore. Of years I give you 3 times 9 in sum. So swear, O traitor, on this dragon's maw, the faith of Perkins wholly to eschew, and be a traitor with the folk at odds. You must destroy the heroes tried and true, and bring in priests who serve strange foreign gods. Go urge the people strangers to obey, and burn and slaughter all who would oppose. Your final goal, that slavery hold sway. Do thus and live until the day I chose. False Kangars echoed all with solemn vow, to Lucifer he gave his yielding praise, and made an oath unbreakable, and now, all looked at Kangars with a kindly gaze. Here Lucifer announced the night at end. Together with the witches he strode sure, into the copper room his way to wend. The ancient which the black-clad lovers bore, out to the field, then sank into the ground. Down to the earth the bowing witches bent, in surging sulphur flames forth at a bound, vile Lucifer with thunderous roaring went. Bear's lair is discovered. Bear's lair left his hiding place to go, and, passing through the rooms, he took with him a document he saw, as proof to show his presence there to witness evil grim. Although his fear grew less in starlit light, regret and bitter feelings seized his heart. Within the log once more he hid from sight, while Spiddler to journey home made start. And as they flew, the crone her news revealed. Bear's lair saw our feast this night, she said, and watched your lovers, in the room concealed. Straight Spiddler grew pale and then turned red. In her impassioned heart love's traces died, and wicked hatred in her breast hard smote. Why did you not say sooner? Then his pride had ended in the dragon's fiery throat. Our master chose not thus to interfere, because Bear's lair's life will soon be done. He hopes your log will bring him home from here, instead your course to Staburags will run, with Sereniate thence flying fast. Through magic's spell then on her log escape, your own into the whirlpool downward cast, from whence comes forth no one of human shape. Scene 5, Bear's lair in Staburad's palace. Bear's lair meets lame Dota, divinely worshipped Staburad's fair, with jeweled adornments on her robes decked round, but with a weight of sorrow and deep care, from destiny's counsel home her path had found. Upon the Daugavava's bank she bitter weeps, for Latvia mourns, the land she loves so well, that Staburags's might eternal sleeps, and lonely she with mortal folk must dwell. When future ages come, will she still weep, and mourn the Baltic people's bitter lot, when from the very people she loves deep, their ancient fame has passed and been forgot? But where our grandsire's faith still holds firm sway, she plays a part in life that never stops. On freezing morn she melts the frost away, and saves from harm the ploughman's tender crops. She warns the boatmen at the midnight moon, lest they should fall into the whirlpool's grip. To shepherds and to travellers at the noon, she gives from bubbling springs a cooling sip. Since time began, one task she loves of all, she seeks chaste maids born on propitious days, and gives them shelter in her palace hall. She guards their virtue with her wisdom's ways, and teaches them, gives gifts, and clothes to wear. Good fortune stands upon the mother's side, into whose hearth there comes, surpassing fair, from Staburad's maidens, now a bride. Bearsleyer's senses woke apace. He lay in Staburad's bed, and gazed in wonder round the place, and pondered whence his path had led. To him the bed seemed soft to sway, as though it rocked on gentle tides. The crystal walls revealed the day, as blue-tinged light passed through their sides. The room was rich with objects rare, a host of gold and silver bright, in pristine state each treasure there. Their beauty was a wondrous sight. Remembering, Bearslayer lay, and thought how with a witch he flew, when through the opening door's display, a beauteous damsel came in view. Her face and form were sweet to sight, that at a glance was plain to see. Like silver moonbeams in the night, adorned with poppies, thus was she. Her dark blue eyes at his first look, seemed gentle as the dawn's soft light, but when a closer glance he took, their whirling depths now met his sight. Her clothing's folds of pale sky blue, close to her body brushing clung. Her glowing hair fell freely too, down to her knees in locks it hung. On seeing her, Bearslayer thought, a goddess now was in the room. To stand and greet her straight he sought, to thank his saviour from the tomb. But this the maid would not allow, and said his strength was sure to lack. So harsh his fate had been, and now, his body's strength was not yet back. O heavenly being, tell me true, what place is this? Where am I now? I beg you, tell me, who are you? To pay you honor, this I vow. Of Staburad's maidens I, her crystal palace home this here, cast in the whirlpool down to die, she rescued you and brought you clear. Bearslayer knew a joy profound, that seemed to fill his breast and mind. The maiden's charm now knew no bound, for she was born of humankind. She brought in food for him to eat, she gave to him both milk and bread, a fitting meal with honey sweet, then from the room departing sped. Bearslayer recovers and leaves Staburags. Time passed until one day, again, he woke and donned his clothes aright. The door soon opened wide and then, fair Staburads came in sight. Politely then she bade him tell, if rest had brought his strength of yore. Bearslayer bowed and thanked her well, and then a fervent wish he swore. He yearned to stay within her court, there with the goddess long to dwell. A secret look her eyes then brought, on hearing what he had to tell. We will, perhaps, meet as you ask, eternity were not then long. But first you have the gods' stern task, a lifetime charged to right the wrong. To strive in virtue's noble cause, to serve your homeland and your folk, to seek for fame without a pause, to free their breast from sorrow's yoke. With joy Bearslayer's eyes then glowed. He spoke with youthful courage grand, I thank the gods for having showed this way to serve my fatherland. New strength I have, all to perform, since I have seen now, face to face, the heavenly Staburad's form, most beautiful of female race. Unswerving goals to me impart, and guide my aim as targets near. I grant you both with all my heart, said Staburads, smiling clear. Heroic youth, harsh is your lot, to fight these foes of false renown. The hidden one's dark secrets plot, strike Spidala and Kangars down. This little mirror with you take, to keep and hold, a sign of me. When evil ones grave danger make, quick hold it up for them to see. Their power will fail at your behest, when they the face of Perkins view. And Staburads, from a chest, as gift for him a mirror drew. She gave it, but a warning brought, to keep it and to guard it true. Bearslayer thanked her, but more sought, a keepsake from the maiden too. The maiden blushed and then her hand, a ribbon loosened from her hair, his cap adorned then with this band, and, glancing shyly, spoke out fair. Although of gifts I have no store, my talisman I grant this day, in kinship now I greet you sure, and wish good fortune on your way. Bears Leia, touched, no words could find, to thank the maiden with full truth. Then Staburads spoke her mind, now hasten forth, heroic youth. The cliff-top path I now will show, out through the crystal palace gate. This maiden as lame doe to know, to meet again will be your fate. With acorn pattern in its weave, she gave a ribbon from her hair, perhaps to that more wonders cleave, than to my mirror that you bear. Bears Leia at the door turned slow, regarding then lame doe to keen. It seemed that in her eyes' deep glow, unbidden tears were plainly seen. For further thought it was too late, his consciousness from him had flown. He fell at the castle gate, and on the ground lay turned to stone. Scene 6, Bears Leia is returned to the world. Perkins restores Bears Leia to life. The sun's first light already glowed, upon the Daugavava's banks it lay. The sky was clear and plainly showed, fair weather for the coming day. But yet one cloud now took its course, that higher climbed above the land, and at its front, upon a horse, an old man rode, with whip in hand. He let run loose the prancing grey, to Staburags's cliff it dashed, his whip he cracked and straightway, great bolts of lightning brightly flashed. Vast thunderclaps in deep tones rumbled, and Staburags shook to its core, along the cliff the boulders crumbled, Bears Leia stood, alive once more. He found it hard, clear to recall, and real the memories did not seem. One thing he knew, despite the pall, it had not happened in a dream. Two lessons in his mind were there, that left in him a knowledge sure, the trap of evil woman's snare, and noble woman's virtue pure. Henceforth he swore his back to turn, against the first and passion's chains, the second's deep respect to earn, through noble tasks and endless pains. Bears Leia performs another mighty feat. Now climbing down, where through the banks, the purse flows, a crowd he spied, a group of people from whose ranks, a boat was lowered in the tide. They wished to cross, but none was fit, with strength enough to pull the oar. If room there were for him to sit, alone to row Bears Leia swore. They boarded fast, the boat was full, hard rowed the young man then for shore, but after just the first stroke's pull, he found he held a broken oar. Without control the ferry tossed, down river drove the torrent's swirl. The people knew that all was lost, with death before their eyes a whirl. Bears Leia did not pause to scheme, but straightway rowed with his hand, and, thrusting strong against the stream, their course directed to the land. Across the Daugavava's waves they fought, and reached the other side at length. The people were by wonder caught, and praised Bears Leia's mighty strength. A young man on the bank paid heed, who from the forest hauled a tree. He saw Bears Leia's mighty deed, and to the hero thus spoke free. Here as Cocknesis I am known, the mighty youth is how I'm called, for from the woods, I have alone, great logs upon my shoulder hauled. To build a fortress here we work, where purse in the Daugavava flows, a refuge strong when dangers lurk, to save us from our many foes. Bears Leia made a friendly bow, and told the youth his own great name, to Aescrocal that he went now, and what the purpose why he came. They soon were friends and made a rule, with him Cocknesis too would ride, the two in Bertnix's school, would learn great wisdom side by side. Spiddler swears revenge, but they reach Bertnix. When Spiddler the next day saw Bears Leia healthy in full view, approaching close her castle's door, it can be thought what fear she knew. She asked her father that alone, the coming guests he would receive, and since her heart was heavy grown, to her own chamber she would cleave. Bears Leia too had no more use, to meet false Spiddler once more, and so he made a good excuse, when Aescroclus threw wide the door. His journey hence had known delay, and to depart was now his whim, the forests had concealed his way, until Cocknesis rescued him. Old Aescroclus had different views. Bear's lair was a welcome sight. His wish had been to send forth news to Leelvard of his plight. And so disturbed he stared back hard, but brought out, at the youth's behest, his saddled colt into the yard, and sent him forth upon his quest. False Spidler watched with a glare, and in her eyes a madness grew. Ride to the east, she threatened there, and my revenge will follow you. Next evening they arrived at dusk, in Bertnix's learned court, where he received them asking brusque, from whence they came and what they sought. The young men told him of their need, his father's words Bear's lair passed. With friendship Bertnix agreed, they were his pupils now at last. Bear's lair Canto 3 Bear's lair and Lame Daughter are betrayed. By Andres Pumpers. Scene 1. Cangars and Spidler combine against Bear's lair. Cangars learns that Bear's lair was in the Devil's Pit. Upon the hills the forest's gloomy soft, in mountain passes swamp mists blocked the light, dread serpents writhed, and savage beasts roared loud, while frightened owls called lonely in the night. For travelers this was a fear-filled ground. Beside a narrow path, that marked the way, and past the swamps and hills its passage found, the house of falsely pious Cangars lay. The day's last penitent sought grace to earn, and soon received an absolution sure, from sins of every kind and suffering stern. Then Cangars lit his lamp, and closed his door. He put the people's offerings with his hoard, piled in a chamber other thing to join, a room in which, in chests and boxes stored, lay finest hides and gold and silver coin. He muttered as he bent at these to peer, how truly evil if the fiend that night. But have I now perhaps bought life too dear? The burdens of hell's service are not light. But evil deeds the witches close protect, and from the folk great honor I command. In ignorance the people show respect, that gives me greater strength than wealth or land. I have no mind to join that hero band, that suffers hunger, need and hardships great, while striving for the folk and fatherland. Thus speaking, Cangars went in through his gate. That night, he heard a whirlwind raging round, while distant evening thunder rumbled door. Upon his door then came a knocking sound, he opened it, while wondering at the hour. Then Spidler came in, all finely dressed, not like a witch, but in a lady's state. Good evening, uncle, greetings she expressed, no visitor is usual here so late. None was expected, Cangars answered sure. The greater than the pleasure I can show, to greet my beauteous neighbor at my door. Does all go well? The answer I would know. All is not well, false Spidler replied, some mighty force opposes firm our will. To ask your help I've come, the witch then cried, yet can our powers combined our goals fulfill. She then told Cangars that Bear Slayer saw, and in the pit observed the work they wrought, but though cast down in Staburags more, was yet alive, and Bertnix now sought. Close Cangars listened then, and felt great fear, and anger too that witness there had been, whose words to ill repute could bring him near. Bear's lair must not tell what he had seen. Now Cangars spoke, O Spidler, you tell, of young Bear's lair in the pit, and show, the gods protect him now and guard him well, this makes him even stronger as our foe. For his defeat we need a different scheme, to let this rash young man himself betray, and seek out death, pursuing fame's sweet dream. Example, I will show you of the way. 4 years upon our hills our foes no more, the giant, Calapuasis, employ. Word we will send to Peipus Lake's far shore, the time is ripe, in Latvia to destroy. The Latvians I will urge to go to war, I know Bear's lair bold will not delay, but in a fearless mood will go once more, with Bertnix to struggle in the fray, although they know that death will follow sure, if Calapuasis they meet and fight. On Latvian soil no warrior can endure, against the dread Estonian giant's might. Perkins sends a storm to kill the Germans, but they are rescued. Then Spidler would thank him, but all round, the whole room glowed with fire, and thunder crashed. It rocked the house and shook the trembling ground. A storm broke out and rainstorms downward slashed. The wild bears roared, the wolves all howled in fright, and from the swamps they heard the night birds call. In all of nature terror reigned that night, when lightning sent by Perkins lashed the squall. Both pale as corpses, witch and warlock shook. Their fear was greater than the forest kinds, because they knew that Perkins would not brook, nor bear the vice of Ivilda's minds. Then Canghars spoke, "You cannot go tonight. Until the storm subsides, here must you bide." He closed the windows and put out the light, into the darkness drew the witch inside. They covered up their heads, crept into bed, and hoped the storm would end, but feared profound, for clap on clap of thunder still it bred, and on the hills smashed oak trees to the ground. In truth, the Baltic gods fought hard that night. The lightning sent by Perkins split the sky, and Antrumps threw up waves of mountains' height. To meet the clouds he made the waters fly. Meanwhile, nearby the storm had seized a ship, that mastless drove before the wind and rain, and soon with all beneath the waves would slip. The people cried for help, but all in vain. Decreed by Perkins, death was close at hand. But fate to human will free choice affords. The Livian folk who dwelt upon the land, rash saved the strangers, soon to be their lords. To end this night the morning sun rose red. On rising, Canghars saw his guest slept on. "So wild a storm I have not seen," he said, "a frightful night. How good that it is gone. To kill the devil Perkins now would please." Outside, the roof lay torn off on the ground, while in the yard criss-crossed lay broken trees, as filled with wonder Canghars gazed around. Then on the narrow path 2 men came near, he watched them quickly walking to the gate. One was a Riga fisherman was clear, with him a stranger pale, in weary state, who wore long robes, a cross around his neck. The fisherman told Canghars of the night, and how they saved the people from the wreck. Among them was this man all garbed in white. The stranger wished to speak now with their lord, and thus the man to Canghars he had brought, who better knew than he what to afford. Within the stranger's eyes now Canghars sought, and see, their souls communed across the seas. The people's tongue the stranger could employ, by Dietrich called, as priest my God I please, who sent his son to bring the world great joy. To trade we travelled to the Baltic shores, although the wreck has made this goal in vain. Our God we thank, whose mercy is our cause, and here my people helpless must remain, until a German ship the way is shown. Thus, with a leader now I wish to meet. In welcome Canghars spoke, your goal is known. Fear not your God's new presence here I greet. Although we do not trust each other's mind, in mighty Kaupa's castle, that lies near, your welcome message fertile soil will find. But rest today with me, cast off your fear, although the Baltic gods are mighty too. Here Spidula rose up and joined the round, they talked at length of many topics new, until the way to friendship deep was found. Scene 2, the Estonian War. Bearslayer goes to war against Kalapuasis. The years passed by in peaceful Baltic lands, great changes came and much Bearslayer learned. From Bertniks he heard of warriors' fame, and with Koknesis knightly wisdom earned. Bearslayer read the ancient books with greed, they opened up deep knowledge wellsprings clear, that told of worldly life and human need, rest at the end, eternal spirits near. The talisman that on his hat he wore, stayed by him and surprising fortune brought. When Staburads made, he met once more, the fair Lamedota, daughter of the court. For noble goals, in her he reason found, for toiling too for Bertniks the lord. And in his heart love flared beyond all bound, while in Lamedota too her spirit soared. They often met, and in the evening's glow, together walked upon the lakeside shore. She told him of a castle sunk below, and tales about the Bertniks of yore. To win the maiden's hand Bearslayer sought, but from the hills the message came in haste, that Kalapuasis great havoc wrought. by striking down the folk and laying waste. Fear seized them all, for none could hope to stand, who in the hills should face the giant's might. Old Bertniks sent news across the land, the hero, who could save them from this plight, might claim as bounty any wish he made, lame Dota's hand, if even that he chose. Bearslayer then from Bertniks leave prayed, and with Cocknesis sought to face the foes. Old Bertniks refused their wish at length, moved by the danger they would surely face, but, knowing well the measure of their strength, at last he gave his blessing with good grace. Soon, riding dashing colts, with sword in hand, into the hills they went to right the wrong, sent forth as saviors in the field to stand, by youths and maidens and the sound of song. Halfway they met swift riders seeking aid, to Bertniks a message grim they brought. Estonian foes had made a border raid, and burned and killed, and thus his help they sought. They asked for aid from Bertniks' lord, and knew that his agreement would be found, if they should fight against Estonia's horde, to send his men he was by honor bound. What best to do the youths had to decide, they settled soon, since time was not to lose, that one of them to Bertniks would ride, and with the hasting riders bring the news. This task Cocknesis took now, saying plain, alone, Bearslayer, triumph realize, and so lame Dota's hand in marriage gain. I know your love, and will not seek the prize. Bearslayer defeats Calapuasis, and befriends him. Beside his wood-framed hut, high on the hill, sat Calapuasis and ate a calf, then with a suckling pig consumed his fill. Beside him lay his club, a mighty staff, a tree trunk with a millstone on it bound. On seeing bold Bearslayer riding past, he seized his club and swung the weapon round, so fast it caused a whirlwind's swirling blast. The giant laughed, asked if his mother dear knew he had come, untimely death to face. Bearslayer answered that the hour was near, when giants in the world would have no place. To Packles, therefore, he would show the course. In answer then his club the giant cast, and sent Bearslayer tumbling, while his horse, into the swamp with tangled club fled fast. Bearslayer sprang up safe, swift at a bound, then drew his sword, and struck a mighty blow, that brought the giant tumbling to the ground. The giant grasped a pine in falling low, with branch and roots the tree trunk loose he tore, which falling pinned him down across his chest. Bearslayer did not let him rise once more, but made to strike his head off from his breast. Heroic youngster wait, the giant cried, before I die allow me moments more, to speak some words that may assuage your pride. Were you the babe a savage she-bear bore? My mother told, when, from the Daugavava's bank, a bear cub comes, sent here to fight with me, a fit opponent with a worthy rank, the Baltic tribes will soon once more be free. The sea will bring dread monsters to our shore, in iron-clad, and full of boundless greed, all living creatures, crops, and soil and more, they will devour to sate their endless need. It is not wise in such a circumstance, to strive in war, and in the monster's hands, thus give our folk. This promise I advance, an endless peace shall reign between our lands. Forth I will go and both our shores guard fast, that, while I live, unwanted from the west, the strangers will not come. And at the last, when life is done, in Zunda I will rest. Bearslayer quickly offered him his hand, that Calapuasis might gain his feet, and said, henceforth let peace between us stand. Though on the plain in war our peoples meet. But we will now ensure their rage is spent, between our lands this war shall be the last. They bound his wound, then to the valley went, and soon the cruel Estonian war was past, but where the giant fell and wounded bled, remains impressed a pit into the hill, that yet today is called the giant's bed, and buried in the swamp his club lies still. Bearslayer and lame Dota plight their troth in song. All sweetly singing, forth lame Dota came, with other maidens through the castle gate, to greet the heroes and to mark their fame, when Bertniks' men were saved by fate, and homeward rode, safe from Estonia's war. With oak leaf crowns the maidens decked each brow. Alone, lame Dota's wreath bears Leia bore, and with this song she made a solemn vow. The oaks still grow on Latvia's ground, with sturdy branch and jagged leaf. Still in our folk are heroes found, who guard our land with strong belief. We deck their brows with oak leaves round, and sing their praise and show no grief. Sing of bears Leia in our lore, the giant fell at his strong stroke. There in the hills the youth struck sure, to save us from Estonia's yoke. The foe destroys our land no more, no village burns nor daunts the folk. Our brethren safe their fields will till, and brew their beer at autumn tide. To newlyweds with joy we will, in song and dance success and pride. Bears Leia's quest I shall fulfill, and be his virtuous, upright bride. With joyous heart bears Leia heard these lines, they filled his soul with feelings deep and grave. He sought to show the maiden his designs, and with this song his answer pure he gave. Where stout oaks grow the linden thrives, where heroes dwell are damsels pure, the Latvian warrior proudly strives, that in our land fair maids endure. And willingly men give their lives, the fatherland defending sure. In guarding Latvia's maidens fair, they earn their oak leaf crowns anew, the foeman's strokes unyielding bear. Then Lema brings their bride to view. O fair Lame Dota, beauty rare, I pledge to live and die for you. Moved by the youthful people's greeting song, soon Bertniks himself to sing began. In warrior hearts the joyous mood was strong, and brotherhood stirred deep in every man. All bade Lame Dota enter through the door. A meal awaited there the heroes bold. At Bertniks's order there was more, for mead was served to greet them to the fold. When then Lame Dota served them the drink she brought, bears Leia found that all there pleased him dear. For in their toasts his future joy they sought, and with their words his destiny's path made clear. The evil plot to kill the gallant boy was by the will of all the gods made vain, and turned from grief into a larger joy, from which bears Leia endless fame would gain. Scene 3. Bears Leia rescues the sunken castle. Bears Leia finds his way into the sunken castle. Time passed. One evening down bears Leia went, into the stronghold's massive crypt alone, where learned volumes safe the ages spent. He saw, half open in the floor of stone, a trapdoor that he had not seen before. He took a lantern, wanting now to know, and looked inside where, dropping from the door, a narrow flight of steps led down below. He took the stair into a cavern deep, within the earth he strode a tunnel through, until he reached an ancient castle's keep, which, from the distance he had walked, he knew, beneath the middle of the lake must lie. Within the rooms were many things on show, old scattered weapons caught bears Leia's eye, and in one chamber shone a lantern's glow. He slowly entered in, where chests he saw, and shelves with ancient volumes heavy grown, and wooden tablets carved with words of yore. There in the center, on a slab of stone, a lantern dimly burned, and by its light, he saw a woman, parchment in her hand, who did not mark bears Leia come in sight, as, deep in thought, the document she scanned. But as he neared, by chance she turned her head. Lame Dota, then bears Leia joyful cried. Forgive that I disturb your thoughts, he said, for me to meet you here gives greater pride, than some fair goddess in a wondrous place. Within the vault I found the secret door, and passing through into the cavern's space, thus entered this enchanted castle's core. Allow me but a moment here to stay, to look into these parchments and their spell. Is this the place of which you spoke that day? It is, she said, but yet I cannot tell, how I forgot to close the door, for none, without my father's word in here belongs. Still, stay. Your entry to the castle now is done, and we will read the texts and learn their songs. Bears Leia spoke, to stay I were content, my whole life here with you and with these books. Haste not, bears Leia, such a wish to vent. Then swift Lame Dota said with warning looks, your words may rise up to the gods' stern ears, who oft fulfill our wish in unsought ways. Above all here, where in the coming years will lie for me the joy of future days. I, Bert Niex's youngest daughter, yearn, can but a hero stay here through one night, within this castle rest, yet still return, and join the living folk at morning light. The castle then will break the magic spell, and in the morning, at the hero's side, will rise and greet the sun it once knew well. Bears Leia took her hand and ardent cried, of Bert Niex the youngest daughter fair, within the castle of your sires I ask, if you will love old Leilvard's heir, and make him strong to carry out this task, to break the spell within these halls to lie. To this lame daughter earnest answer made, together we shall live and striving die, that to the folk our service will be paid. Bears Leia drew her close. She pressed her face against his chest. Two mighty spirits there, in lofty virtue soared to heaven's space, like rising stars such moments pure are rare. Upon the lake the waves broke white with spume, in moonlight glow the castle's rooftops shone, light shadow spirits flitted through the room, smiled down upon the lovers then were gone. The youthful pair but of themselves took note, the happy moments' joy they would not share. And soon they knew how when first lovers dote, true love's sweet bliss can conquer worldly care. Oh, blissful joy-filled moments, soon you go, so like a dream, a sweetly fading tune. Oh, paradise on earth we briefly know, why drive you forth your favored ones so soon, your pleasures but a fleeting moment show. Why give them bitter sorrow as your boon? But does not briefest joy pain overthrow, and blunt of life the sharpest anguish keen? Be sure it does. If once true love we know, life's further joys or sorrows nothing mean, love only is remembered as we go, though we a lifetime naught but grief have seen. While both the lovers felt a joy divine, an evil presence in the lake close by, looked in the window with a will malign, a water snake false Spidila's grim eye. Soon marked lame Dota that the time was late, she had to leave, because the time had flown. Bears Leia through the night resolved to wait, since he stood firm, she took the path alone. Bears Leia conquers demons and raises the sunken castle. Past midnight the castle grew so dank, Bears Leia only warmed himself somehow, by lighting in the hearth a broken plank. He waited then for what would happen now. In all the rooms a sudden whirlwind ran, and 7 demon fiends rushed through the door. They bore a coffin with an ancient man, like scythes his teeth, like knives the nails he bore. Although at first it seemed that he was dead, he moved himself and uttered ghastly groans. With opened eyes, how cold I am, he said, an unwished shudder gripped Bears Leia's bones. He scarce could bear a voice so fearsome grim. He banked the fire, then from the coffin's bounds, drew forth the man and said these words to him, grow warm, you hellhound, only cease these sounds. But now the old man snarled, and tried to seize, and tear Bears Leia's ears with his sharp tooth. It seemed he knew Bears Leia's strength would ease, so he could fight, and overpower the youth. Bears Leia struggling held him in the fire, his hair was burning, but despite this plight, Bears Leia swore, no rescue from the pyre, until the castle rises to the light. A noise was heard, and through the open door, rushed Spidila the witch, and with her came the 7 demons who had come before, with pitchforks armed, reflecting red the flame. They fell upon Bears Leia one and all, and with their forks they made to stab at him. Thereat the 4 they answered to her call, came Spidila, her eyes a glitter grim. Bears Leia was hard pressed to face such odds, until of Staburad's gift he thought, the mirror that she gave him from the gods, and from his clothes her magic glass he brought. He held it out in Spidila's wild face, and horrid wailing sounded in the gloom, while all the demons shrank down in their place, and spun like motes of dust about the room. The dust cloud ebbed, the spinning whirlwind died, a cool breeze cleaned the air and light now shone. A sage old man emerged and greetings cried, our people's founder in the days bygone, I Viduvts now guard the Latvian folk. That you, my son, these demons here could slay, has saved this castle from the dark world's yoke. Tomorrow it will see the light of day. Light to the people too the things will bring, their ancient sires collected in this cell, among them laws, which from the Godhead spring. Remember these and you will prosper well. I warmly thank you that you won this fight. Rest now with gods in Bert Nix's keep. Your task is done and peaceful through this night. My maidens fair will lull you into sleep. The old man vanished in the glow once more. And afterwards 3 beauteous maids came by. Reed pillows, sheets and blankets warm they bore, and for Bear's lair made a bed to lie. Full weary grown he lay down for the night. Sweet heavenly songs then sounded in his ear. With easy breath, his drowsy eyes closed tight, he slept at peace, freed for the night from fear. Next morning light into the air to take, Bear's lair, chests and documents were raised. But with them rose the castle from the lake. Of Bert Nix the folk were sore amazed. A castle stood upon an island bold, bathed in the center of the lake in light. Her father, straight lame Dota quickly told, Bear's lair in the castle spent the night. At once he knew that broken was the spell, rejoiced to see the ancient castle saved. Thence with lame Dota went, pleased well, and found the youth asleep, all dangers braved. Lame Dota gently roused him, and he saw that golden sunlight through the pane shone free. He jumped up quickly and embraced her sure, said, kissing her, you now belong to me. The shackles broken that kept us apart. Praise to the gods, praise to the spirit band, said Bert Nix. The maid gives you her heart, I give you blessings from her father's hand. This covenant our 2 great clans will lead, to take the task of saving Latvia's folk. From then the pair the ancient books could read, and of their teachings oft together spoke. With wonder then Bear's lair clearly saw, that of the books lame Dota took good heed, and well could talk about the gods' high law, of human virtue and of heroes' deed. Lame Dota tells Bear's lair how the devil sank the castle. One evening, in the castle sat the 2, and thus lame Dota deep the youth amazed. Now from a parchment, I will read to you, about our sunken castle that you raised. Far to the east, past 7 kingdoms grand, rose up a cloud, shaped like a saddled colt, upon which Perkins sat with whip in hand. Each whip crack smashed great rocks with lightning bolt, made humans tremble, hill and valley quake. Then Perkins spoke and all the earth took heed, who keeps my laws with me the path may take, and to a new land westward will I lead. But, fearful of the god, stood silent all, until the tribe of Bert Nix bold grew. Its legendary fighters strong and tall, then said, Great Perkins, we will come with you. As pious subjects, we will heed your mind, if you but lead us to the fair new land. With Perkins at the head, the tribe behind, they walked far to the west, a sturdy band. By savage creatures harried on the track, foul fiends and giants, dragons fed their fears. All fell on them, but Perkins drove them back, and Bert Nix's men fought with their spears. At length they won through to the western bound, the place they settled called the Baltic Sea. A fruitful valley in this land they found, and chose the site where future life would be. They built a castle there and cleared the plains, sowed barley fields that Perkins fertile made. From patrimps and sorlite came ripe grains, from ewes in autumn honey in the glade, the gods' sons made from it a heady brew. The brides were fair, the tribe grew greater still. Both springtime's spirit came, and Liga too, her golden cockles songs filled vale and hill. Upon the earth this was the golden age. The devil, who such fortune could not bear, commanded that a mighty whirlwind rage, and suck a massive lake into the air, then in the valley down its water pour. The whirlwind blew until, to calm its lust, an old man, who a 3-pronged pitchfork bore, prepared the fork into its midst to thrust. Another, seeing this, cried, Wait, until, I say a water spell. Within the gale, is water seeking place, that down will spill, and fill our valley should the wind now fail. Not understanding this, the first thrust through. The lake poured roaring down, the valley filled, and Bertnix's castle sank from view. All seemed then lost, but Liga different willed. Beneath the flood she played the cocal long, so beautiful the rocks grew soft and broke. A tunnel opened, and with Liga's song, into the light came out the rescued folk. Scene 4, the story of the creation. The earth is formed. Another time, lame Dota read anew, in the beginning nothing was. But plain, there shone an endless light, from which all grew. No start, or ending marked God's perfect reign. He was the world's pure soul, good spirit's kin. The devil still obeyed his God in all, beside him stood and knew not stain of sin, although his mind was close before the fall. To make the world, God asked of him one thing, to fly deep down, primordial ooze to view, to find their slime, a handful back to bring. The devil found the slime when down he flew, but wondered why God had for it a plan. To copy God he thought some slime to save, a handful placed inside his mouth's broad span. The other handful then to God he gave. Earth, form. God cried, and down the slime he threw, and from this handful formed the level plain. Within the devil's mouth the other two became so large he spat it out again, where from the ground it raised the hills up soon. From his own substance God a handful chose, and shaped it saying, Form now, sun and moon. To light the earth their gold and silver rose. Such was the beauty of the sun and earth, God loved them both and gave the gods sons life, and to the daughters of the sun gave birth. The largest one the moon took as his wife, the many thousand stars their children are. The gods' first sons were godlike heroes all, and earth's broad lands divided near and far, among themselves they took them in their thrall. The sons of Perkins 5 stout youths all told, then built the spirit's beautiful abode. He fashioned for the sun fine steeds of gold, which through the sky from dawn to dusk it rode, then in a boat returned to morning shore, sailed through the night, and in the dawning rose, the while the sea its horses swimming bore, which Antrumps as his dwelling place now chose. The devil rebels against God. Soon Patrumps gave the earth its verdant loam, and springtime's spirit added flowers and grains, the way paved packles to the soul's last home. But many things changed through the devil's pains, and were not as they had been at the start. All stones were soft and God gave firm commands, to shun them while he gave them form apart, and shaped them all at once from shifting sands. But here the devil sought his Lord to mock, to find out through what means God would condemn, if he should tread upon the yielding rock. He sought great stones and firmly stepped on them, and in that moment all the rocks grew hard. Upon the Daugavava's bank yet stands a stone, that still today the folk can clear regard, and as the devil's footprint now is known. In ancient times, on trees no branches lay, with only trunks, straight standing they were made. The devil had a scythe for reaping hay, while Perkins' sons forged God a chisel blade. God took this scythe one day the devil slept, and with it hay in masses in he brought. Not knowing God had scythed, with tool inept, to use a chisel too the devil sought. The grass still stood, unfit as reaping hook, the chisel was in anger cast away. The blade then struck a tree, and hold firm took. Since then strong branches, all the trees display. The devil had fine cattle, but unhorned, with rounded solid hooves and bluish hair. God built himself a byre. The devil scorned, what use a byre when yet no cows are there? God answered then that cows he would provide. Next night he took them from the devil's lair, and gave them all sharp horns, and coloured hide, and cloven hooves the devil's pen was bare. The devil went and God's new byre soon found. The cows were there, but strange he found the sight, of cloven hooves, bent horns, and all around were spotted cows and beasts with faces white. God wanted then a dog, and to the devil said, Up to the mountain top this stout staff bear, from clay a creature shape with snout and head, 2 eyes, 2 ears, 4 legs, a tail and hair. And 3 times strike it with this staff, cry bold, God made you, and the thing will straightway live. The devil struck 3 times as he was told. The dog sprang up, its homage God to give. The devil now himself desired a pet, but bigger far than God's, with darker pelt. Hairs of his own above its eyes he set, cried out, as with the staff a blow he dealt, the devil made you. But it lacked life's zest. When God has made you, were the words he said, the creature lived, and nuzzled to his breast. Hail, wolf, he cried as to the woods it fled. At last God chose to make the human race, to do this from the earth he took pure clay. 1 eye and ear alone possessed the face, though arms and legs the body could display. No evil see, nor hear, nor do, he praised, and walk a righteous path avoiding strife, true virtue show, from endless Godhead raised, with his own breath then breathed it into life. The human being slept while breathing light, here wait for morning, God contented spoke. The rising sun will wake you from the night, the morning sun into the world awoke, of all creations yet, the one most fine, with freedom's spirit filled and with free will, so noble that it strives to grow divine, to seek the good, and highest goals fulfill. But now the fiend God's creature would enslave, and in the night another eye and ear, another nostril to the human gave, and of his essence breathed in hate and fear. Then said, now evil you can see and speak, and henceforth not just lofty good will know, but stumbling helpless, blind the path will seek, and good and evil, both directions go. God saw the human, dangerous and wild, in treachery that falls on other folk, and kills, destroying all the good and mild, and in his heart a mighty anger broke. He could not bear the devil in his sight, and drove him forth to hell's forbidding shore. He cursed the devil to an endless blight, and banished him from heaven evermore. The devil gave foul fiends and dragons life, and on the good a bitter war he waged. All gods and gods' sons faced him in the strife, and fighting too, both earth and heaven raged, from Perkins thunder roared, vast whirlwinds blew, and, spitting lightning, down the mountains sank. The rising sea up to the heavens grew, and soon engulfed the mountain's lofty flank. Though, beaten, to the boundless pit now run, still man's corruption seeks the demon pack, trapped in the web of evil they have spun, but Perkins sees them, strikes and drives them back. The tasks of humankind. One evening, thus Lame Dota spoke in turn, Bears Layer, now the guardian's words well heed, he wrote them that we understand and learn, these ancient wisdom's teachings I will read. Aloud Lame Dota read to him this view, time is eternal. Thus, it brings no peace, to seek beyond, and endless life pursue. Time comes, time goes, and rolls on without cease. This satisfies the gods, the earth, the sun, but sates not us, who fleeting moments live, yet human life will through the ages run, for who its count of years the day can give, since first upon the world gazed human eyes, and who can know when last these eyes will close? Our kind survives though each of us soon dies, and will so long the earth existence knows. To help the great undying human race, to prosper and a perfect state achieve, to live and die to give it lofty place, this is our task, ere worldly life we leave. And like each person, too, our humankind, to godlike wisdom's state itself can raise. But then to ancient gods it soon grows blind, who made the earth for it in bygone days. With higher gods, new faith the old amends, the old alone as heresy holds sway. This is the mighty task for mankind's friends, to stand and guard the folk from evil's way, which, fair disguised, will freedom's spirit break, but from the gods derives the people's mind. Inspired by this, their laws themselves they make, and for these laws their chiefs and rulers find. But should these laws the leaders not fulfill, for their own gain the people so oppress, like all bad servants here the people's will, can drive the rulers out and end distress. For freedom's lovers clear the task at hand, To make just laws that goods and life protect, on lofty human morals firmly stand, and nature's deathless wisdom give respect. Then in the folk all hate will fade at length, if they acknowledge nature's perfect law, and recognize its hidden wondrous strength. This is the task for those whose gifts are pure, with glowing ardor strive with spirit vast, respect great nature, love the countryside, part wide the misty curtain of the past, new form themselves and build the future's pride. Who striving seek the highest good, each one, will earn great fame and honor with the best. Their mourning friends, when once their course is run, will weeping lay them to their final rest. And, cradled safe in Mother Nature's womb, from people's hearts their names will never fade. In realms of light they soar above the tomb, whom God's bold sons eternal life once gave. Then, silently, lame Dota closed the tome, and placed it in a chest with others too, and said, "These chests to more our dusty home, a task for many years to read them through. Perhaps in later age some humans bold will bring them to the sunlight, in them pour, and teach the folk the wisdom that they hold, about the past, its knowledge and its lore." Scene 5. The Latvians are deceived by the Christians. Lame Dota is stolen by the Germans. On All Souls' Day a feast was made complete. Much strove Lame Dota, for upon this night, old Bertniek's departed souls would greet, and dear ones' spirits lost to death requite. Bearslayer worked as did Cocknesis too. They cleaned the barn, the drying rack made sound, raked smooth the yards and cleaned the ovens flue, pine needles strewed with sand upon the ground. The barn for spirits is the favored place, behind the fireplace household gods safe dwell, within live dwarfs, while on the roof's broad space, there stands a dragon, neighbors' spite to quell. In wintertime when threshing work is done, in empty barns at midnight goblins roam. But on this night the barn such spirits shun, to yield to honored souls their rightful home. The two young men had cleaned and decked the space, put back the chairs, brought tables to the shed, where now Lame Dota set a cloth in place, laid on it honey, milk and new-made bread, and plates of soft-boiled barley with dried pork. Then Bertniek's the windows opened wide, and placed on both smooth wooden planks to walk, to help departed souls to come inside. Together came the family to relax, and with Lame Dota came a maiden throng, put baskets filled with finely carded flax, beneath the tables, while they sang this song. From up above, from down below, tread in a basket fit, tread in the yarn, before you go, and in the reed chair sit. Into the barn, mother of souls, go in my father's door. Go in so light, no mark unrolls, upon the white sand floor. Mother of souls, I ask you true, enjoy the feast we share. Enjoy the feast we offer you, and still my body spare. Oh, spare my body, stand me by, preserve me while life runs. Preserve me safely so that I can give our people sons. As darkness came they lit both torch and brand. They stayed together up to midnight's stroke, when Bertniek's pronounced, "Young people, stand, go silent to your beds, no noise evoke. Allow to me to stay here quite alone, with shadows of each dear departed one." All went away in silence on their own, the sacred night's deep peace disturbed by none. Next morning Bertniek's, in pensive mood, expecting thence Lame Dota soon to bring, from in the barn the soul's uneaten food, in solemn tone Bearslayer told this thing, "My son, last night the spirits showed portent, for you and your Lame Dota saddest fate. May Perkins and the gods such times prevent. But where is now Lame Dota? Why so late?" Bearslayer sought her at her chamber's door, he called and knocked, but answer there was none. Returning then he sought to reassure, perhaps her work outside she had begun. Throughout the castle now the maid they sought, but none had seen her though they hunted well. They went into her room, which nothing brought, she had not slept there, that was plain to tell. Both felt concern, they ran out now to view, both castle grounds and all surrounding space. But all was vain. Worse was, Cocknesis too, was missing from the castle void his place. Shocked, Bertniks returned home full of fear. It pleased the gods, he said, to strike us hard. We must take action, since to me is clear, that evil hands now close Lame Dota guard. We must act fast, he said, call forth my men. Pursue the traitors, yet they may be caught. Too slow that way, Bearslayer answered then, by me alone the foe is better sought. I swear to find Lame Dota, bring her back, or else Bearslayer no more will be seen. Saluting then he set out on the track, and left the place where happiness had been. Cowper sets out for Rome. In Terada, within a castle hall, of 3 men talking voices could be heard. False Cangars shared with Dietrich priesthood's call, the chieftain, Cowper, was of them the third. The German priest a way perfidious found, the fiery chieftain in his web to snare, he told what things in German life abound, of heroes of the folk, and culture rare, and of the faith that man and God unites, of Rome's high father to the plan unfurled, together with the brotherhood of knights, to spread the sacred faith across the world. Here Cangars aided Dietrich in his work, though Cowper's mind so much he had in grip, his father's gods the chieftain soon would shirk. From Germany had come a mighty ship, and all the merchants wished now to remain, a city at the river's mouth to build, which for the Baltic folk would bring much gain, if only mighty Cowper all this willed. He read a letter from the Pope's great home, who Cowper sent good words and blessings fair, and wished the chieftain's presence there in Rome. Moreover, Dietrich said that Cowper there, with his own eyes the German land would see, and through the Holy Father earn much fame. In Cowper surged the wish in Rome to be, he felt the Pope gave honor to his name. He swore a German city to condone, resolved next day within their ship to sail, with Dietrich leading to the Holy Throne, on their return vowed Cangars not to fail. At Daugavava's mouth soon after All Souls' Eve, slow on the tide a German vessel swayed. A throng looked on while, casting loose to leave, last goods in haste were dealt in final trade, and for their castle men the Germans hired, to go on board. Soon Cowper there appeared, and Dietrich too into the ship retired. With greetings warm the watching folk all cheered. From high upon the ship now Cowper spoke, my countrymen, of wonders I am told, of famous German lands and wealthy folk. A friendship thus with them we will unfold, and let them build a castle on our soil, through which for us new springs of trade will flow, our riches will increase, reward for toil, our land will thrive, the wealth of all will grow. To German shores to seek this out I go, but first my promise firm to you I give, to tell what we must do, so soon I know. Until that day with them in friendship live. The people cheered, their caps rejoicing through, if they with good intention friendship hail, long live then Cowper, and the strangers too. Then with fair winds the mighty ship set sail. But Cangars of their friendship knew the cause, and understood full well the German's heart. With Spidola he stood upon the shores, and, spiteful smiling, watched the ship depart. Bearslayer is consumed by sorrow and disappears. Just then was heard, Bearslayer now is here, who brought the giant low. The crowd spread wide, as from his weary horse he sprang down clear. He knew that Cangars had an evil side, and raging at the priest he loudly roared, reveal now, traitor, what Lame Dota's lot, or else your bones will feel my hacking sword. Her disappearance is your evil plot. In place of Cangars Spidola words found, as on the far horizon sailed the ship, look, there, where she to Germany is bound. Bearslayer cried, we are in murder's grip. Such wicked deeds the people will not stand, but will strike back, for open I will say, that you and Cangars magic means command, and for yourselves the people's faith betray. O people, do not trust the stranger's guile, if love for freedom and our faith you feel. As all the people heard his deeds so vile, False Kangars summoned strength the breach to heal, lest in this moment fame and power he lose. These words he spoke, young hero, for this shame, like you, the wrath of Perkins I would choose, did I not know you wrongly give me blame. Soon Cowper's eyes in German lands will see, how far to trust the friendship they have shown. Your second charge too gives no blame to me, Lame Dota did not wish to go alone. Since Cowper planned to take some youths from here, to gain the wisdom Germany entails, your friend, Cocknesis, rushed to volunteer, as lover of Lame Dota now he sails. Last night was opportune from you to part, to go with Cowper to the German shores. Be sure, young hero, in the maiden's heart, though praising all your deeds, she was not yours. To make you sad she did not have the will, through unrequited love. Her heart's behest, she yet knew well and was resolved to fill, she knows now joy, with true love in her breast. If Perkins of a sudden walked abroad, Bearslayer's mind had not been more amazed. Both pale and shocked he lowered then his sword, that set to strike at Kangars had been raised. Deep in his heart struck pain that knew no end, like stabbing knives his soul felt jealousy. Could thus Cocknesis prove so false, his friend? And chaste Lame Dota too? How could this be? Though naught he shared with Kangars of this view, another reason plain was not to find, why both Cocknesis and Lame Dota too, in secret left the castle gates behind. But thoughts like these Bearslayer gave no place. Through Cowper's voyage to the German shore, for him all things now had a different face, of Cowper's motives he had doubts no more. Your innocence, he cried, my thoughts refuse, but I will wait while Cowper sails the sea, or for a ship from Germany with news, but warning take, if you have lied to me. Regarding them no more, he rode away, then Spiddler rejoiced with devilish glee, the longed-for moment now had come this day, Bearslayer's fate was worse than death could be. In sadness deep, Bearslayer homeward rode, with joy old Lielvardes saw him come, but marked at once his sorrow's heavy load. When asked, Bearslayer told his cares fulsome. Then Lielvardes said, do not despair, do not lose hope. Strange ways can fate fulfill. Perhaps, though things against it witness bear, a blameless maid, Lame Dota loves you still. Calmed by his father's soothing heartfelt view, Bearslayer sent to Bertnieks to tell, of fair Lame Dota's fate all that he knew. In Lielvard's halls he chose to dwell, though mourning sorrow occupied his days. Alone he walked the cliffs where Dorgavava flows, the water's white-capped waves drew then his gaze, he bitter raged at destiny's cruel blows. He yearned to roll like waves down to the sea, that with the north wind's icy blasts wild fights, to gaze upon the north wind's daughter free, with her to bide, beneath the northern lights. The young man deeply longed to calm his breast, and cool his fevered brow, and felt compelled, no more to be in Lielvard guest. And soon none knew the place the hero dwelled. Bearslayer canto for the Latvians suffer many hardships, by Andres Pumpers. Scene 1. Cowper is seduced by wealth and power. Cowper accepts Christianity. In mighty, ancient Rome, the Pope's eternal see, he called from Peter's dome, the Holy Land to free. The Baltic he decreed, to be the Holy Land. All knights from sin he freed, committed by their hand, if in the Baltic's bounds, they fought the pagan foe, built castles in strong grounds, that priests might safely go. His call to arms soon raised, a fortune-seeking band, who loud the venture praised, they sought estates and land. Such men their fate pursue, and sail to foreign shores. They seek a homeland new, and follow no man's laws. In Peter's church one day, the Pope absolved their sin, a bishop gave, to pray, and leaders from his kin. At last, to those he turned, come from the Baltic shore, his blessings Dietrich earned, to Cowper he gave more. They were allowed with grace, to kiss his slippered feet, with Cowper, face to face, the Pope then deigned to meet. He asked of Baltic tribes, if Christ's true faith they sought, the faith now sent with scribes, to them as brothers brought. Theirs were, as brothers, too, the benefits and more, that round them stood in view, or on the way they saw. Yet all of that was slight, against the endless price, that is believers' right, when death brings paradise. Now Cowper thought of home, the wealth could not deny, in Peter's church in Rome, arrayed before his eye. His ancient sires seemed weak, their gods could not thus bless. He vowed the God to seek, who gave such happiness. He would resist no more, such opulence evade, on reaching home, he swore, his people to persuade. As Cowper now bowed down, the Holy Father's grace conferred a knight's rich crown, with 7 stars in place. Such gifts, both fine and rare, for him alone to own, to knights and bishops there, made Cowper's favour known. Since to the knightly throng, now Cowper numbered 2, he soon the blessings strong, of Rome's great father knew. Back in the Baltic land, his will he would assert, with weapons in his hand, the Baltic to convert. In monasteries remained, the youths thence Cowper bore. Great knowledge there they gained, from monks to learn they swore. Among them in that place, one's later fame has grown, although of Latvian race, as Henry he is known. Riga becomes the center of German influence. The springtime had returned, in green it clothed the days. New life all nature earned, and sang the Maker's praise. But strangers saw no worth, to raise their eyes and see, who made the bounteous earth, and nature caused to be. They had a different goal, an idle life to crave, and drunkenness extol, but others to enslave. On Daugavava's bank, the folk, in hundreds hewed and filled, forged iron, hammered oak, a city toiled to build. With ramparts fortified, arch, passage, columns tall. A church stood safe inside, within its lofty wall. Named Riga, on the banks, it stood, on Daugavava's side. Within its church's ranks, ruled Bishop Albert's pride. His priests with news he sent, the message of our Lord, but to their preaching lent, the power of the sword. They went throughout the land, to teach and preach of him, but plundered out of hand, and murdered at their whim, the Daugavava along, they cast a deadly pall, and soon the fear was strong, these monsters would take all. All Germans who now came, in Riga place received, the folk cursed Riga's name, and knew they were deceived. O Riga, much have you poured out our brothers' blood. O Riga, much have, too, caused bitter tears to flood. O Riga, much you spurned, laid waste the fields of grain. O Riga, much you burned, scarce homes and barns remain. O Riga, you have seized, like wolves our humble food. O Riga, you have pleased, to swill the beer we brewed. O Riga, you have torn, our plundered things away. O Riga, you have sworn, with freedom we will pay. O Riga, can you find, yet things that we hold dear? O Riga, what behind, is left for looting here? Scene 2, Lame Dota and Cocknesis in Germany. Lame Dota's abduction. While all of this took place, where down the Daugavava falls, in Germany's far space, behind a cloister's walls, a weeping maiden lay, to dear ones no recourse, from them false lured away, and carried off by force. Lame Dota was the maid, and Spidola's base lies, deception's guile displayed, clad in her mother's guise, she lured the girl outside, where helpers in her pay, forth made Lame Dota ride, from Burtnieks away. A prisoner in their might, to Tereda they brought, and further in the night, the Daugavava they sought. Ignoring tears and pleas, their mercy to implore, they put her on the seas, to sail to German shore. On board was Dietrich too, who came to seek her ear, proposed a calming view, and claimed she need not fear. Since countrymen she knew, on board were at her call, of Cowper servants true, no evil could befall. To study life they went, among the German race, enlightened with the bent, the faith of Christ to face. God's mercy deep and wide, Christ soon to her would show, selected as his bride, through him true God to know. Lame Dota listened grave, contempt burned in her eye, then answer briefly gave, a dignified reply, though Christ from God above, takes brides against their will, I cannot give my love, a promise binds me still. I love a hero bold, have pledged to him my hand, my father's leave we hold, our hearts united stand. So therefore let me go, and tempt me not in vain, or retribution know, and suffer for my pain. But more, my mother's child, of humans I am one, my mortal flesh defiled, not fit for God's true Son. Though evil to the core, no conscience to feel shame, yet Dietrich flushed once more, as though he felt the blame. Struck by the maid's lament, of further words bereft, in silence hence he went, alone Lame Dota left. Her lot did not improve, though liberty she sought, false Cowper did not move, to help her as he ought. He said it was fate's plan, and so she must remain, until its course fate ran, and took her home again. And thus he saw no crime, if Dietrich fitting found, to put her for some time, within a cloister's bound. The ferment was so great, on board that was his lot, the maid Lame Dota's fate, enthralled, he soon forgot. Soon heartless Dietrich too, ceased thinking of the girl, because full well he knew, a rich and precious pearl, a cloister had received. The grateful prioress, about his goals deceived, was sure his scheme to bless. The prioress deferred, Lame Dota showed respect, but still to preach preferred, advice did not neglect, to leave old gods behind, the faith of Christ to take, and when the maid declined, harsh threats began to make. She threatened to condone, support a knight's design, Lame Dota as his own, to make a concubine. Lame Dota heard this view, and felt a surging fear, for all, because she knew, an earl's son had been near. Kin to the prioress, he had the maiden seen, her beauty to possess, his fervent wish had been. He urged the nuns anew, the girl to him to give. The earl was of the view, those who unchristian live, no rights had in that land. To take the maid, his whim, to do with by his hand, what deed perchance pleased him. So, time Lame Dota sought, to plan how she could cope, but time no counsel brought, in vain her rescue hope. Soon came the fateful day, so she the prioress told, her gods were laid away, all teachings of the old, the things that she had learned, through Berthniks embraced. In truth, Christ's faith she spurned, and death had rather faced. Lame Dota is rescued by Cocknesis. One evening, having strayed, with tears into her bed, to spirits good she prayed, that help to her be led. Then tumult loud began, spread through the cloister's bounds, the people rushed and ran, and prayed with frightened sounds. At length the shouting died, her room loud footsteps neared, her door was opened wide, and in it there appeared, men all in armor clad, with weapons in their hand, the guards and monks were glad, there at their side to stand. One monk with glutton's face, spoke to the armored ranks, the pagan take a pace, we give her up with thanks. For long enough has she, this sacred place defiled, take her and ride out free, and cleanse our cloister mild. The monks she loud implored, the prioress to call, protection to afford, that nothing should befall. But they refused as one, the reason was well known, for with each other none, the prioress had flown. Of plunderers in fear, their church the nuns sought fast, and forth would not appear, until all risk was past, then ironclad hands with force, Lame Dota dragged outside, they flung her on a horse, and made away to ride. But blocking them their place, a single man they saw. He held an iron mace, and shook it with a roar. Release this blameless girl, surrender now and leave, or with this club I whirl, my arm your skulls will cleave. Surprised to hear this call, at first, they heeded well, but then as one they all, upon the stranger fell. At this the man revealed, strength others cannot show, with skill he used his shield, and parried every blow. He swung his club with hate, against each armored head, the men who felt its weight, with cloven helmet bled. He struck the one with force, whose steed lame Dota bore, the man fell from his horse, and loose his helmet tore. The earl's son all espied, who lay before their eyes. You dog, the stranger cried, you cur in Christian guise. Know that this freeborn girl is to such honor heir, unworthy any earl, for her cup to bear. In virtue without lapse, in woman's form and face, in Germany, perhaps, no equal has your race. Go to your comrades run, tell them, in Baltic land, each freeborn woman's son will crush them by his hand, as I tonight did here. Your life this day I spare, but if our lands you near, then face me if you dare. Lame Dota's senses cleared, as this the man declared, his face at last appeared, beneath his helmet bared, a cry of joy began, within the moonlight grew, Lame Dota saw the man, and straight Cocknesis knew. Cocknesis took her hand, this greeting to proclaim, to gods and spirits grand, give thanks in time I came. Together we must flee, we cannot here delay. Hence you must ride with me, my fate learn on the way. Into the saddle straight, both leaped on horses' backs, rode out and did not wait, on rutted forest tracks. A distant mountain hut gave shelter for the night, the folk who firewood cut helped strangers in their plight. They rested for some days, then rode a further stage. Lame Dota found good ways, disguised to be a page, Cocknesis was her knight. They from a seaport planned, by ship to make their flight, to reach their fatherland. Cocknesis on the way, told her his story grim. One night in bed he lay, when Cangars came to him, said Cowper at the dawn, to Germany would go, dispatches must be borne, for Berthniks to know. Since Berthniks, alone, kept watch on All Souls' Eve, Cocknesis, to him known, the message should receive. No harm Cocknesis saw, to Terada to go, were waited on the shore, young men that he would know. With Cowper soon to sail, upon the German trip, with pleasure they would hail, Cocknesis on the ship. Cocknesis gave assent, when Cangars told his plight, he had no document, until the morning light. Aboard, they broke their fast, and Cangars gave them wine, a gift from Dietrich past, since none would thirst confine, but drank deep at a stroke, they all were soon asleep, and when Cocknesis woke, the ship rocked on the deep. Just landless sea and sky, he saw now all around. His heavy head asked why, and shame within him found. His thirst had so prevailed, with appetite so hot, that with them he had sailed, if this he willed or not. The others swift condoled, that not all bad would be, and with the thought consoled, soon Germany to see. To Germany now sent, with monks to live and learn, Cocknesis seemed content, new wisdom thus to earn. But visits soon he paid, and time spent with an earl, there to the knights displayed, his strength in jousting's whirl. All there his skill admired, his agile arms' strong weight, but news was not acquired, about Lame Dota's fate. But later, there he heard, that in a cloister's court, a woman was interred, thence from the Baltic brought. The earl desired the maid, to seize her deemed it right, the cloister's grounds to raid, and steal her in the night, her fate Cocknesis knew, thus earnest vow he gave, the unknown maiden true, from such a fate to save. When at the cloister gate, Lame Dota's face he saw, he felt an endless hate, and caution was no more. And thus the slaughter grew, no mercy would he show. The earl's son, humbled, too, for misdeeds pain must know. Scene 3, in the realm of the North Wind. The boatman's song summons the North Wind's daughter. Long parted from the quay, thus sang the sailor folk, upon the northern sea, good fortune to invoke. O father, build a ship, O mother, weave the sail, we seek straight from the slip, the North Wind's daughter pale. We travel night and day, no North Wind's daughter find, and reach a northern bay, where snow 3 giants grind. Our greetings, grinders 3, comes North Wind's daughter forth. Thanks travelers on the sea, no, sail on further north. We travel night and day, the daughter seeking twice, and reach a northern bay, where giants forge pure ice. Our greeting ice smiths 3, comes North Wind's daughter forth. Thanks travelers on the sea, no, sail on further north. Thus sang the sailor folk, upon the northern sea, until the helmsman spoke, their way no more was free. Bears Leia in this boat, sailed on the northern sea, to Germany afloat, to set lame daughter free. But battered by the force of wind and storm that blew, and lost, far from the course, the way no more they knew. It seemed that evil powers, sea ghosts, were ever near, in day and nighttime hours, they filled the crew with fear. Dank mists and deepest gloom, the light blocked as they swirled, while hail and snow-filled spume were by the north wind hurled. Then, where the sky's edge gleamed, a brilliant glow forth surged, and, from the glow, what seemed to be a sail emerged. Across the dark sea wave, its course approached them near, close up assurance gave, it was a ship was clear. And at the helmsman's side, a woman they could view, who, nearing, sweetly cried, in greeting to the crew, your song to my ears came, called me across the sea. You called aloud my name, say what you want from me. The sailors were amazed, and stood as turned to stone. In wonder they all gazed, the North Wind's daughter shone. Her face was peach and cream, reflected in the glare, eyes blue as heaven's gleam, shone in the north's pure air. Her hair was long and gold, and to her shoulders hung. She wore, they could behold, a rainbow robe that clung. And on her form flowed down, a snow-white woolen shawl, upon her head no crown, instead, a helmet tall. And weapons she had too, within the ship there seen, bow, spear, and shield on view, stout forged from copper green. Thus was the daughter's form, about which legends tell, that she provokes the storm, all sailors know full well. With terrors she can soar, into the northern height, lead souls of men to war, all formed up for the fight. And when each lets his spear, in warlike manner fly, on earth the people fear, say, war and plague are nigh. In the domain of the North Wind's daughter, as first, bears Leia stirred, the North Wind's daughter told, that, lost, they were interred, within the northern cold. But their desire was clear, the homeward course to find, the North Wind's daughter here, to help might be inclined. The maiden now explained, that this was hard to do, few crews the course obtained, a very seldom few. To trap them in this deep, great storms the North Wind sent, her father, who his sleep, in ice-bound caverns spent. Yet longer he would rest, perhaps a month in all, for them to stay were best, safe in her island hall. Then later, firm she swore, to strive hard for their sake. No course bears Leia saw, but her advice to take. The North Wind's daughter steered, her ship sailed further on, to where bright had appeared, the glow that earlier shone. And at an island's shore, its hills in icy grip, her craft she docked once more, here led bears Leia's ship. She took him with his crew, far inland from the shore, where they, with wondering view, a splendid castle saw. Its towers, roof and walls, of ice were frozen hard, they stayed outside its halls, the North Wind's sleep to guard. Across broad fields of snow rose smoke clouds from the land. Her guests she told to go, and gestured with her hand. Some way they went apace, the air soon ceased to freeze, and snow drifts now gave place to fields and groves of trees. Within a garden fair was, deep as hell, a pit, whence flames shot in the air, from fires eternal lit. As they at earth's core burned, their endless flames rose hot, this icy island turned into a verdant plot. Dense foliage, full of fruit, hung there upon each tree, with babbling brooks to suit, all creatures lived carefree. Wild birds and beasts of prey, but farmyard creatures too, could flourish here and play, in meadows sweet with dew. The north wind's daughter's spear, upon her shield struck thrice, this made small folk appear, from all sides in a trice. At earth's far edge they dwelled, and served the maid's behest, these folk she now compelled, to welcome every guest. A pavilion they observed, where tables full were laid, delicious food was served, and all was ready made. The north wind's daughter bade her guests should there appear, and while they ate was glad to serve to each sweet beer. Another tent again had beds all warm prepared, that rest might dull the pain of hardships they had shared. No sun could come or go, they knew not day or night, yet still the pit's bright glow gave forth sufficient light. The time passed full of ease, of pleasures they were sure, each day as much could please as had the one before. They stayed a goodly spell, could all their needs fulfill, it pleased them there so well, to leave none had the will. Scene 4, the journey back. They leave the northern land. At last Bear's Lair stirred, the maiden he implored, to show the course preferred, and let them go on board. The north wind's daughter gave her vow all to fulfill, but sought their lives to save, with better counsel still. For he should not retrace the path he took before, because he there would face his enemies of yore, who now might well succeed to smash him with their force. Therefore, he should proceed along a better course. This path was long to go, and full of risks severe, but known not to the foe, whose envy he must fear. The course would lead him past the land of ogres, then along the coast at last, to reach his home again. Like people with dog's jaw, thus was the ogre's form. They ate their meat while raw, and drank fresh blood still warm. No mercy could distract their hunt for humankind. On foot their prey they tracked, killed all that they could find. Still, men could foil their hunt, by wearing footwear turned the heel towards the front, so none their path discerned. Still further was a land, where lived in caves deep set, of little folk a band, who helped all those they met. Within their lands were found the gardens of the sun. So when it from the ground rose up, its course to run, it hung close to your hand, which meant, at dawn of day, in caves they had to stand, or burn up in its ray. Here shelves nobody knew, nor cups on hooks hung loose, behind the clouds they threw their spoons straight after use. To get the washing clean, the maids boiled what they wear. Then clouds of steam were seen, and storms formed in the air. On leaving from this land, no more they would see sky, but in the darkness stand, an endless sea pass by. At length their eyes would sight a hill of diamonds rare, that sparkles giving light, yet none to land should dare. Bright shining is the peak, it glistens without stop, but let no sailor seek to climb up to the top. Still further on their way, the sky would lighten, then the night would yield to day, and they would see again a verdant island near, its beauty plain would show, but let them all know fear, and never closer go. This island to it draws all vessels from the sea, and once upon its shores, they never more come free. If cunning he revealed, through all these troubles past, the northern sea would yield, and bring him home at last. Heartfelt Bear's Lair then, his earnest thanks could say, together called his men, to set out on their way. But quickly they all scorned, their life of ease to break, the North Wind's daughter warned, her father soon would wake. Then all would be in vain, their homes they would not reach. They hurried back again, and rushed down to the beach. Their ship they found safe there, as it had been before. It needed no repair, to leave this northern shore. But ice floes formed up fast, and ringed them all around. They felt earth tremors vast, that shook the island's ground. The North Wind's daughters' cries were, "Save yourselves and go, my father soon will rise, and winter storms will blow." Then all knew that they must at once raise up the sail, and, with the wind's first gust, they tried to flee the gale. They scarcely were at sea, when, with a tempest's roar, the snow-capped waves rose free, the North Wind slept no more. In fear of death the crew exerted all their strength, before the wind they flew, and got to sea at length. The land of the Dogsnout ogres. Long hours in waves they heaved, until, about to drown, their troubles were relieved. Land found, the anchor down, they seemed from death here saved, but new risks were at hand, blown by the storm, just braved, into the ogres' land. The storm its course had run, the sea could gently rock. The sailors had begun to take of things good stock. The ship survived the storm, which showed that it was strong. Repairs they would perform, their voyage then prolong. As far as I could sight, it was an empty shore. The crew thus thought it right to go on land once more. Upon a mossy rise, some doe were grazing near. Bear's lair, for supplies, went out to hunt the deer. A hope formed from this scene, these parts could well be clear, no Dogsnouts might have been, perhaps they need not fear. Bear's lair with some men approached the mossy hill, already dear for them, he had contrived to kill. And now with dagger blows, this meat they would share round. Then from the hill arose a horrid shrieking sound. And from a cave now poured the dog-faced monsters out. Surrounded by this horde, the men yet battled stout. But dog-like teeth soon ripped to shreds men fighting here. Bear's lair firmly gripped, and faced them with his spear. He stabbed the howling gangs, but still could not prevent that with their vicious fangs, his hip and side they rent. He had not found the strength to hold them long alone, if not a thought at length had saving counsel shown. No monsters any more were pouring from the cave, so he rushed to its door, therein himself to save. Now, standing in this way, he could, with sturdy limb, drive off or quickly slay all those that ran at him. A howl the monsters gave, when first they saw this trick, then rolled before the cave great boulders broad and thick. They heaped the stones until the entrance they secured. Bear's lair waited, still, within the cave immured. The sailors could not wait until the hunters came, but orders did not state to seek them, all the same. They worked on board until all readied was to sail, their comrades, missing still, they sought to no avail. They felt a special care about Bear's lair too, without his presence there, they knew not what to do. But then the helmsman cried, "Bear's lair comes, see now." And soon with hurried stride, he reached the ship's sharp prow. He did not wish to wait, but sailed without delay, then told the hunter's fate, and how he got away. Low in the cave's dark rear, an opening small he found, that with his heavy spear, he widened all around. Within the cave there lay some half-raw scraps of meat, of that on every day a portion he could eat. And after some days more, he fled from in the cave. The Dogsnouts to the door their full attention gave, and so they had no chance, he gave them all the slip. Without a backward glance, he set off to the ship. They travelled far once more, across the distant sea, until they reached the shore. a land where they were free. The kingdom of dreams. The east, of legend place, where dreams their kingdom find, first bore the human race, the cradle of our kind. Here sky and ground both merges, do not exist apart, the gates at heaven's verge, near hell's domain here start. Here is the home, behold, the sons of Perkins one, where bright they forge their gold, in gardens of the sun. Its daughters care devote, grow golden apples bright. Safe in a diamond boat, here sleeps the sun each night. Each morning new, its steeds swim in the ocean's tide, with golden reins it leads them from a mountainside. The people living here enjoy a happy lot, like children nothing fear, of evil know no jot. The gods' sons them protect from what foul spirits do. Their destiny close direct, the sun's fair daughters too. Bearslayer stayed here long, and with his men lived through, of happy days a throng, saw many wonders too. The people of the land protected them from harm, and sought to show the band the country's special charm. The gardens of the sun alone they did not show, to live mankind must shun the splendor of their glow. The hill of diamonds, Bearslayer once again to set off homeward chose. The happy day came when, before the sun arose, and crossed through heaven's dome, the sails were raised up high. The ship set out for home, beyond the land and sky. The darkness was as thick as in the depths of hell. The sailors could not pick one from the other tell. But somewhere far away, a glimmer caught their glance, they steered the ship that way, to seize this happy chance. When suddenly, quite near, they reached the diamond hill. Although in mists unclear, the peak bright sparkled still. The golden glow they neared, whose rays like diamonds pour. To land the helmsman steered, the crewmen rushed ashore. All felt now strong the will, the diamond hill to seek. Bearslayer warned, but still, one clambered to the peak. Up on the hilltop's height, with all to him revealed, cried, God, how fair a sight! But then his fate was sealed. As though on wind's wings borne, from off the hill he flew, into the air was drawn, and vanished from their view. A second climbed up high, to where the diamonds shone, O God, how fair, his cry, and then he too was gone. To miss this fate, a third, tied to a rope, climbed too. The same words all then heard, he also slipped from view. But others seized the line, and could him backwards draw. Though he would always pine, and never word spoke more. Bearslayer left this hill, and long they sailed around, their voyage blind until the light of day they found. The enchanted isle. There was no more delay, upon the journey there, the weather every day, like all the winds was fair. The vessel soon sailed free, and hope in all was born, to find the Baltic Sea. Then came a fateful dawn. At first by fog concealed, an island came in sight, whose beauty when revealed, filled all with great delight. Upon Bearslayer dawned, that this the coast must be, of which the maiden warned, that draws ships from the sea. In vain to flee they sought, the coast neared more and more, until, by magic caught, they grounded on the shore. Bearslayer Canto 5 The Journey to the Homeland. By Andres Pumpers. Scene 1. Bearslayer is victorious on the Enchanted Isle. They go ashore on the Enchanted Isle. Though Spidala revenge had gained, and borne Bearslayer's love away, within her heart deep hate remained, more evil yet she sought to pay. So with the crone she northward flew, set storms and tempests bursting free, to plague Bearslayer and his crew, upon the unknown northern sea. That every man had died is sure, had North Wind's daughter not shown guile. Now further trials they would endure, upon the strange enchanted isle. Recovered from their early fear, a host of captured ships they saw, all drawn in there throughout the year, upon the island's lonely shore. The ships all lay as though pinned fast, the sea waves crashing all around, their crewmen frozen round the mast, stood still as stones and made no sound. Of signs of life the isle was free, although a path led from a wood, across a bridge into the sea, and at its end a palace stood. Bears Lair and his crew of men crossed on the bridge, went through the door, but even there no sign again of any living creature saw. That someone lived there, this they knew. On tables food and drink were spread, and in another room in view stood ready-made for each a bed. Not long the sailors chose to wait, but soon the feasting was begun. They later did not hesitate, into his bed then climbed each one. Bears Lair warned, it was not good, and they would risk their lives this way, unless someone as sentry stood, to keep them safe until the day. At this, Bears Lair they beseeched himself that night to stand on guard, their weariness the point had reached, to watch all night would be too hard. Bears Lair fights the many-headed demons. He armed himself and went outside, upon the bridge the watch to stand, but for a time no one he spied, a deathly silence filled the land. Then as time's passage midnight brought, a rider came along the track, but at the bridge his horse stopped short, it balked and tried to gallop back. At this, the rider's anger grew. He shouted in the horse's ear, "What groundless fear is troubling you? No enemy awaits us here. Bears Lair bold, my greatest foe, is lost upon the northern sea. He is too young the course to know, or come so far to challenge me." On hearing this Bears Lair swore, "You err, your hellhound, doubt my power. I have indeed come to this shore, and stand before you at this hour. A frightful demon with 3 heads," the rider answered full of spite, "if truly here a hero treads, then prove your strength and with me fight." Along the track they rode ahead, until thick forest blocked the way. "Blow down some trees," the demon said, "to make a clearing for the fray." "You have 3 mouths," Bears Lair cried, "that is a task more fit for you." And, in a circle 3 miles wide, the trees fell, when the demon blew. The way now freed from blocking trees, so hard the demon struck his foe, Bears Lair sank near to his knees, into the island's ground below. But just as quickly back he fought, his heavy sword flashed in a trice, its slashing blows the fiend's neck caught, lopped off one head clean at a slice. Although the demon struggled hard, Bears Lair hacked its shield to shreds, and with his sword forced down its guard, then struck off both the other heads. He took the body and the horse, deep in the forest both he led, back to the building traced his course, his armor loosed, and went to bed. Within the building, sleeping yet, safe at the bridge's end secure, the sailors faced no further threat, from evil forces guarded shore. The whole next day they did the same, in celebration drank and ate, but asked Bears Lair when night came, to stand once more and guard the gate. He armed himself and went out then, lest on the bridge a guard should lack. And see, at midnight once again, a demon rode along the track. And half aloud the rider thought, "Where can my missing brother be?" No chance that he Bears Lair fought, the youth still roam the northern sea. On hearing this Bears Lair swore, "You err, your hellhound, doubt my power, that I am here you can be sure. Your brother fell at midnight hour." This demon fiend, with 6-fold head, then answered him in angry tones, "If you have struck my brother dead, then I will hack and crush your bones." "Blow down some trees," it further cried, "to make a clearing for our fight." "You have 6 months, the youth replied, "that you should do this task is right." The demon blew and, 6 miles round, no tree could stand, the blast defy. It struck Bears Lair to the ground, so hard he sank into the thigh. But just as quick the youth now fought, his heavy sword flashed in a trice, its slashing blows the demon caught, and 2 heads fell, lopped at a slice. In single combat long they strove, until Bears Lair could prevail. He slew the fiend, its horse he drove, deep in the forest's densest trail. Exhausted by the savage fight, back to the building he returned. He deeply slept throughout the night, into the day took rest well earned. The third night came, Bear's lair then, the others cautioned watch to keep. The palace he would guard again, but they were not allowed to sleep. If he should need it, help they owed, within the night, to give him aid. The mirror that to them he showed, into his grasp then must be laid. A bowl Bear's lair took in hand, and filled it up with water clear, upon a table it would stand, by Staburad's mirror near. If in the night he told them all, the water in the dish stayed clean, then they could stay within the hall, no help was needed, this would mean. But if they saw that in the night, the water sweet to blood had turned, they all should rush to join the fight, this loyalty his deeds had earned. Bear's lair armor donned again, and stood upon the bridge as guard. At midnight, see, a demon then, with 9 fierce heads, came riding hard. Upon the bridge its horse then propped, it balked and would no further go. The rider asked why it had stopped, what do you fear? There is no foe. If to Bear's lair had been shown the way to reach this secret place, then both my brothers would have known, and would have fought him, face to face. Bear's lair roared, yes, I am here. I killed your brother yesterday, and at this bridge stand, free of fear, that with your life the price you pay. Bear's lair's words held meaning plain, and caused the monster long to stare. If you have both my brothers slain, your flesh alive to eat I swear. Blow down some trees, the demon cried, to make a clearing for the fray. You have 9 mouths, the youth replied, why should not you blow trees away? The demon raised a storm all round, that 9 miles wide all trees displaced, then struck Bear's lair to the ground, so hard he sank into the waste. But yet Bear's lair was not slow, 3 demon heads their blood let spill, but he received a second blow, that drove him downward, deeper still. Again he fought, and struck back strong, 3 further heads were tumbling sent. They fought together for so long, both were exhausted, nearly spent. The fiend, who now had but 1 head, had sunk Bear's lair armpit deep, who now supposed the crew he led, their word to give him aid would keep. But of his men not even one could help him in the battle hot. All slept already, watching done, his orders they had soon forgot. So, hard his club Bear's lair through, and 3 miles even, far away, straight through their window in it flew, and in the room caused disarray. By such a noise disturbed from sleep, the sailors sprang up to their feet, thought of the watch that they should keep, with blood the bowl was filled complete. To help the youth all courage found, and ran to save him from distress, to drive him down below the ground. The fiend stood close before success, they passed him Staburad's glass, the demon looked and quickly froze, and helpless lay upon the grass, while with their help Bear's lair arose. From out the hole he clambered free, and cut off quick the final head, then let his men his anger see, they had not kept good watch, he said. Although he thought the island now was safe and under their control, the only thing he would allow was on all sides to make patrol. Perhaps the demon brothers' men might still be there, he could not tell. He rested several days and then Bear's lair searched the island well. Scene 2, Bear's lair meets Spiddler again. Bear's lair captures Spiddler. Once through the forest's gloomy bound, they reached a pleasant valley's floor, a cooling well within it found, near which a tree sweet apples bore. The sailors hastened without thought, there at the well to slake their thirst, but stern Bear's lair caution taught, forbidding them to drink at first. Deep in the water with his sword, triangular, a mark he slashed, where just before clear water poured, not water now but blood there splashed. At first, loud wailing cries were heard, but soon again deep silence reigned, and in the water nothing stirred, as clear as amber it remained. At this, he said they might drink free, no harm would suffer, this he knew. They drank, then hurried to the tree, where near the well the apples grew. They sought as one the fruit to eat, but loud Bear's lair gave a yell, to seek here apples was not meet, and raised his sword, the tree to fell. Just at this moment from the tree, a frightened voice begged, "Harm me not." Alarmed Bear's lair jumped back free, and in that moment, on the spot, the tree became a maiden fair. He looked at her, was sore amazed, with feelings he could scarcely bear, at Spiddler his eyes now gazed. Before his feet, herself she threw, and for her life began to plead, she would reveal great secrets true, and make good every wicked deed, no evil more do all her days. Bear's lair gave to her life, foul fiends and giant foes he slays, but with weak women seeks no strife. Then Spiddler confessed to him, her every evil deed and ploy, through which, with Canar's plotting grim, Bear's lair bold they would destroy, how forth lame Dota they could lure, and tricked his friend, Cocknesis, too, and that both friend and sweetheart pure, in faithfulness to him were true. The ancient witch, whom once before, he saw within the devil's pit, upon the pleasant island's shore, a spell had placed, her plans to fit. And all the ships this spell there drew, upon the beach were helpless thrown, she then bewitched the sailors too, and every one was turned to stone. The fiends Bear's lair there had killed, were her 3 sons, foul demon beasts, the palace at the bridge she filled, with sumptuous meals to give them feasts. But as time passed they wished to taste, the flesh of human beings sweet, stone sailors she revived in haste, and gave them to her sons to eat. Her sons' defeat she could not brook, a fearsome anger now burst free, then of the well the form she took, made Spiddler the apple tree. If they had drunk deep from the well, before Bear's lair thrust his sword, she would have cast a deadly spell, that painful death would all afford. His slashing sword blows deep inside, had killed the witch they heard her groan, as Spiddler would too have died, had not Bear's lair mercy shown. In rapturous voice these words she cried, "Success is yours, and heaven's sons, with Perkins too, stand at your side, against all fiends and evil ones. But further deeds will be the cost, once to our fatherland returned, while on far oceans you were tossed, our fathers' halls the strangers burned. Make haste, return home to our land, on these oppressors vengeance wreak. How happy with you I would stand, like chaste lame Dota virtue seek. I long salvation sure to win. But who the devil's grip can shake, escape a pact conceived in sin, an oath in blood, once signed, can break. Spiddler is freed from her pact with the devil. Now Spiddler concealed her face, and bitter tears wept without end. Bear's lair could not doubt the case, she wished her evil ways to mend. From nowhere came a sudden thought, the little package which, that night, from out the devil's pit he brought, to keep in mind the evil sight. He bade some men the package bring, to Spiddler he gave it then. The moment that she saw the thing, with heartfelt joy she cried again, in gratitude fell to her knee. Before Bear's lair's feet she lay, "Your grateful servant I will be, Bear's lair, now and every day. This package is the pact I signed, when evil deeds to do I swore. With this I now can freedom find, and break the devil's grip once more. For now I can dissolve the pact, can do good deeds, while yet alive, and seek as much for good to act, as once I would for evil strive." The magic staff forth now she brought, with which the crone the sailors woke, when human flesh her sons had sought, went to the beach to save the folk. She entered every ship and boat, that lay pinned fast upon the shore, and with the staff each sleeper smote, and all rose up, alive once more. To them it seemed a single night, that they had slept, and nothing more, and so their sprightly step was light, that took them round the island's shore. Bear's lair stood and watched them long, then suddenly surprise he knew, for with Cocknesis in the throng, there stood lame Dota clear in view. Scene 3, the return to the fatherland. Bear's lair, Cocknesis and Lame Dota are reunited. Escaped from in the convents bound, Lame Dota travelled with her knight, through journeys long a seaport found, and there a ship to give them flight. To foreign ports the sailors sought, to bring their goods and make their trade, and on the Daugavava's bank they thought, to see the castle newly made. Of this Lame Dota nothing knew, nor knew Cocknesis of this fort, and of their loved ones nothing too, since far away they had been brought. And thus it was their fervent will, to seek out soon the fatherland. Though destiny's wish all would fulfill, the course proved longer than they planned. As with Bear's lair, now the crone sent storms so that their way they lost, and soon, from off their course far blown, upon an unknown sea they tossed. They wandered blind a lengthy while, until one day the lookout hailed, on sighting clear a pleasant isle, to which with gratitude they sailed. Come near the isle, the ship raced fast, as though a storm wind drove its quest, until, unstoppable, at last, it ran on shore among the rest. Upon the isle a sage old man, across the bridge now led them all, that to the palace entrance ran, a sumptuous meal stood in its hall. Then, after all had had their fill, on their own ship they deeply drowsed, and slept away the time until, by Spitaler disturbed, they roused. About their feelings who can tell, here with Bear's lair now to stand. Upon his neck Lame Dota fell, Cocknesis firmly pressed his hand. How many words there now flowed free, when each unchecked could full relate, adventures faced on land and sea, of tribulations and harsh fate. Bear's lair full believed his love, doubts disappeared his trust was sure. Again they swore by powers above, their faithfulness for evermore. Alone and separate from the band, no contact Spitaler now sought, until Bear's lair took her hand, her to the others gently brought. He told them how, now free again, brave Spitaler helped break the spell. With gratitude Lame Dota then, Cocknesis too, both thanked her well. They asked her to become their friend. And Spitaler her friendship swore, and vowed that she would help defend, against all trials the future bore. Well Spitaler the island knew, and so the other folk apace, she guided all its comforts through, it proved to be a fruitful place. So fair it was some made a vow, to settle there, and thought it well, because the island's master now, Bear's lair was, who broke the spell, that he should stay some weeks or more, until these folk a chieftain chose. Across the bridge now lived the four, within the palace of their foes. This building Spitaler knew too, she showed her friends a wondrous hoard, preserved in chambers there to view, where many things to eat were stored. Our countrymen here happy grew, had been content upon this shore, but for the longing that they knew, their father's land to see once more. They longed to serve the fatherland, to fight and make its troubles cease, but destinies will had not thus planned, a life for them of joy and peace. Then came the day they chose, again, to journey back where they were born, and so Bear's lair spoke out plain, the people how to live would warn. Cocknesis confesses his love for Spitaler. Cocknesis, walking sunk in thought, the island crossed with solemn stride, the pleasant valley pensive sought, where, in the well, the witch had died. Far off, a flame soon caught his gaze, and near the well, his searching view, showed Spitaler beside the blaze, with magic staff and package too. Enchanted words aloud she spoke, as both into the fire she cast, into thin air, like dust or smoke, now vanish, make me free at last. At this there reared up from the pyre, and hung a moment in the air, a writhing dragon made of fire, that crackling vanished soon from there. The earth devoured the fire away, and twilight cloaked the valley floor. Then Spitaler fell and lay, while from her eyes flowed tears once more. Touched now, Cocknesis took her part, and gently spoke and helped her rise. Why, little one, so sick at heart, that tears flow from your comely eyes? Then Spitaler felt rising shame. Her answer spoke with voice so small, these tears I weep in joy's sweet name, and for the future's hope they fall. I yearn to start my life once more, the evil of the past put by, forget whatever here you saw, and let my secret with you lie. Though soon our paths will separate stand, your memory long my heart will keep. At this Cocknesis took her hand, and answered her with feelings deep. Oh, Spitaler, your secret dark, for all my life will stay well hid. Already but the half you mark, of wicked things that once you did, then why should I remember them? But I a secret now must tell, which, if your heart does not contemn, will link our paths together well. Fair Spitaler, I love you true. Come, travel now with me life's quest. When Spitaler his heart's love knew, she paled and asked with heaving breast, have you not yet, Cocknesis, learned, whom you as bride seek to persuade? Beside this well just now I burned, a compact with the devil made. I know, then said Cocknesis stern, but that it vanished also saw. I know too what respect those earn, who fall and yet rise up once more. More surely to their feet they rise, than those who never fall have known. When Spitaler, stunned by surprise, still hesitated, this his tone. If his first love her could not reach, then it had been a better fate, to stay as stone upon the beach. At this she did not hesitate. If love so strong is felt by you, I cannot seek another man, so take me, I will be as true, as in this world a woman can. With joy Cocknesis held her tight, and kissed her tears away complete. A warm breeze wafted through the night, it was great Lamer's blessing sweet. They returned home safely. Then came the day they homeward sailed, their ship set forth upon the sea. The island's magic power had failed, and from the spell the ship was free. His friends Cocknesis told his love, bears Leia and lame Dota too. Both now rejoiced, since from above, such happiness is sent to few. All sorrows now they soon forgot, that they had suffered in the past. Their strong desire to leave this spot, back to their land of birth at last. No more delays to block them seemed, the north wind sent no raging storm, as though the great sea mother deemed, their journey worthy to perform. The far horizon showed them clear, thick forests that they joyful hailed, the shore rose up, drew ever near, into the Daugavava's mouth they sailed. Bears Leia, Canto 6. The Struggle Against Invaders. By Andres Pumpers. Scene 1, the Midsummer's Eve Festival. The people come together and give thanks. In Latvia now midsummer came, called forth its children with one word, the country over, all the same, now, Ligo, Ligo, clear was heard. The nightingale with sweet refrain, by every brook and streamlet trilled. Midsummer, Liga's Eve again, the carefree folk with pleasure filled. Up to the azure mountain borne, the logs burned bright, 4 fires thence hauled. The Ligasoni priests' loud horn, all to the festive evening called. And thence they came, both young and old, both great and small, a happy throng. The men brought mead from honey gold, the wives brought cheese and bread along. The lads and lasses with them bore, soft grass and wreaths of flowers too, that on Midsummer's Eve all wore, adorned themselves, and pleasure knew. They danced, they ate, they drank, and down their offerings put. The priests, the folk to thank, led to the altar's foot, poured goblets full of mead, burned costly herbs and rare, whose sweet aromas, freed, rose swirling in the air. Together they all sang, the famous songs and prayers, that to the goddess rang, and solace brought from cares. With love we look to you, Ligo, Ligo, linked here in friendship true, Ligo. Our humble farms now bless, Ligo, Ligo, fill barns with your largesse, Ligo. Now saddle your grey horse, Ligo, Ligo. Ride round our fields your course, Ligo. Sow seeds of grass and grain, Ligo, Ligo, fine barley grow again, Ligo. For meadow grass we pray, Ligo, Ligo, our heifers give fine hay, Ligo. Let hay our heifers eat, Ligo, Ligo, our colts feed oats grown sweet, Ligo. Make all the flowers grow, Ligo, Ligo, that on our hillsides blow, Ligo. Let maidens braid their hair, Ligo, Ligo, with wreaths of flowers fair, Ligo. Give young men on all sides, Ligo, Ligo, hard-working beauteous brides, Ligo. To all our daughters yield, Ligo, Ligo, strong men to till the field, Ligo. Come to our farmyards near, Ligo, Ligo, your children visit here, Ligo. Guard us from evil's spell, Ligo, Ligo, that we may love you well, Ligo, Ligo, and of you we may tell, Ligo. The ancestors' spirits call the people to live in harmony. While rich the sound of song rose high, across the vale and woodlands' tops, the shadows of their sires gone by appeared within the sacred copse. Beneath the leafy oaks once more, to guard the people's soul they sped. The priests these heroes passing saw, and reverent covered each his head. The eldest of the priests then spoke, the teachings of their fathers told. In harmony and peace the folk, each to the other ought to hold, to give their brethren help and aid, when they were caught in suffering's grip. Then soon both old and young obeyed, and all joined hands in fellowship. They promised friendship through the land, and those in strife with fellow men went to them, offered warm their hand, and lovingly sought peace again. There in the grove upon the hill, close to the gods come face to face, the folk could settle every ill, blessed by the Spirit's saving grace. In groups they're seated on the grass, the fathers and their wives agreed, within their family gifts to pass, while jugs and horns, filled up with mead, passed all along from row to row, and each one drank a healthy pull. Then bread and cheese passed to and fro, and all was tasted to the full. They ate and drank, discussed the year, men had with workmates much to say, and women saw, again drawn near, clan sisters come from far away. And even greybeards friends could spy, their childhood comrades there could find, companions from the days gone by, the age of youth, now left behind. Midsummer's eve best pleased the young, their songs through wood and valley rang. The lads in crowds to love gave tongue, hot-blooded songs of passion sang. The lasses answered, love denied, but in each maid was clear the case, the time she scarcely could abide, until her love she would embrace. Now closer pushed the youths in rows, close to the maidens to advance, until each found the one he chose, and hand in hand they joined the dance. Scene 2, the struggle begins. The Lord of Lealvard brings terrible news. Beneath the oak trees on the hill, that by the sacred grove near stood, the priests and chieftains talked their fill, of war and peace, things bad and good. The runic scriptures in the grove showed grim portents that warning gave. To know their fate the leaders strove, their faces and their talk were grave. Old Bertnix was plain in view, with Aescroclus, and though delayed, the Lealvard lord came too, and soon a speech the old man made. He warmly uttered greetings strong, as old companions welcomed him, then took his place before the throng, and told them there his tidings grim. You chieftains gathered on this hill, do not yet know the fate that looms, the threat that all with fear must fill, and Latvia's folk to serfdom dooms. Near Daugavava's mouth, as well you know, upon the river's bank arrayed, the Livians let the strangers go, and settle there to work and trade. But later they were joined by more, by men in armor ironclad, who with the spring came by the score, and works have done that we forbade. They now control the river lands, at Exkyle a castle work, at Salaspils a fortress stands. In these like beasts the plunderers lurk. Like cunning foxes first they sought, with everyone to be a friend, like ravenous wolves then victims caught, all prey devoured, right to the end. The Livian lands are now laid waste, each village plundered, burned in spite, the men and women slaughter faced, who stood against the stranger's might. Survivors even lose their soul, compelled a foreign faith to take. And clear we see now that their goal is conquest of our folk to make. They seek to break the people's pride, upon them serfdom's yoke to place, among themselves then to divide, all lands within the Baltic space. Upon a day now past not long, the people made report to me, of foreign soldiers armoured strong, to Lalevad riding free. Still full of hope, great haste I made, and armed my people straight away. We stood behind our palisade, drawn up to face them in the fray. I asked them plainly why they came. A mighty knight then forward went, and said that Daniel was his name, by Riga's bishop he was sent, to seize all Lilevad's space. But if I wished he would allow, that I might live there by his grace, in my own home a vassal now. His own stone castle he would build, that for himself to raise he planned, and hostages to take the willed, from every village in my land. From farms a 10th part was his now, and of their crops a share was due. The church's father for each plough, would take from them a levy too. Such shamelessness I bitter spurned. It would destroy my ancient home, possessions plundered, houses burned, the people would be slaves to Rome. Together with a little band, I fled to safety from their ranks, and came to Dabrils in his land, found refuge on the Gauger's banks. Some Latvian lords who shared my plight, came to this stronghold, where they thought, with warriors bold to stand and fight, and threw up ramparts round the fort. They, with the Livs as allies, tried to stand against the strangers' strength, all hoped that though some would have died, they would defeat the knights at length. By Daniel warned about their stand, a troop of knights the bishop sent, to travel to the Gauger land, among them riding, Cowper went. Into Rader in open show, the Christian faith he now professed, and formed deep friendships with the foe, that all his people saw distressed. The Gauger fought for Christ to win, with knights he soon began to seek. The mind of Dabrils doubt put in, and made our fathers' gods seem weak. He said the bishop had come here, to hold from Riga's castle sway, and cherish as his children dear, all those who would the Pope obey. High on the ramparts Russin spoke, sought Cowper's message to reject, as was the custom of his folk, his helm removed to show respect. A heavy arrow from a bow, then struck his unprotected head, and mortal wounded by the blow, down to the ground he toppled dead. All were enraged by this base deed, ran from the palisade pell-mell, they charged the strangers without heed, and slaughtered them until night fell. But reinforcements soon were sent, to help the strangers in the fray. The Latvians then withdrew and went into their fort to wait for day. 4 days and weeks sharp was the fight, until at last the stockade fell, defeated by the foeman's might, like heroes though our men fought well. At length the Latvians, nearly all, found death upon the ramparts high. And having lost this sheltering wall, our people's lands defenseless lie. The bishop soon his ranks will fill, in sorrow, lords, such news I send, but, if we do our God's just will, our fight will know a happy end. For still in Latvia's rolling lands, are men by whom sharp spears are made, and still 100 hands, that well know how to wield a blade. So, sound the trumpet, beat the drum, our warriors brave to war to send, and straight they will as one man come, to fight for freedom to the end. Bearslayer comes to lead them in the fight. While, shocked, the chieftains listened well, around them through the valley wide, the songs of Liga silent fell, but then 100 voices cried, Bearslayer, see, where he comes near. Rejoicing, people called his name. Into the grove, unchecked by fear, with his companions now he came. Bearslayer, with lame Dota, and dark Spidler their sires embraced, while firm Cocknesis gave his hand. Reunion's joy all gloom displaced. A special joy the fathers knew, to see their children safe that day, now with the young folk close in view, grave peril's threat seemed far away. With his companions close to him, Bearslayer in the council Saturday. To all reports he listened grim, and what had passed he learned from that. His heart felt deep and burning pain, His eyes in anger glowed with hate, when, told the story once again, he learned of Leelvard's fate. The priests proclaimed the night at end, and prayed that all their people dear, the gods' salvation would defend, but urged their sons to show good cheer, and courage, if they must, to fall, for other folk to give their life. At this, in thoughtful manner all, now homeward went, prepared for strife. The chieftains knew that soon their lot would be to fight upon this ground, but still upon this hillside spot, the sons first raised the council found. They sat together, talking more, as one they pledged to make a stand, destroy the strangers in a war, or drive them all from out the land. Upon their spears this oath they swore, Bearslayer their commander made, the whole assembled host before, and named Cocknesis to give aid, with Talvaldis as second man. Then, once again to friendship sworn, at last the chiefs, as time fast ran, the Azure Mountain left at dawn. Bearslayer's captains, in a band, with Aescroclus and Spidula rode, lame Dota too was close at hand, to Bertneeks his sire's abode. The youthful couples wished, once there, to celebrate their wedding vow, and in this ancient manner fair, take priests and fathers' blessings now. Bearslayer's wedding. Why does my garland sit so crooked on my brow? How could it straighter fit, weighed down with gossip now? While I my garland wore, of Lamer was no heed, I wear it now no more, and, weeping, Lamer need. O thatch a house with reeds, put silver pegs beneath, so that our sister, Needs, can hang her oaken wreath. The rattling bridge astride, the groom now rides in view. My kinsmen, if you ride, your swords will rattle too. Look where in warrior state, my kinsmen do great deeds, with swords attend the gate, and calm their fretful steeds. Within the castle's palisade, the relatives thus joyful call, awaiting suitors they're arrayed, who ride up, seeking, to the wall. With many friends Bearslayer rode, beside Cocknesis to the fort, according to their ancient code, like strangers, entrance there they sought. They asked about a place to rest, for each, and also for his colt. Within the gates now every guest demanded answers to unbolt, from whence they came, to where they rode, if they were safe to have inside, until old Bertneeks forth strode, himself the gates then opened wide. Within the hall were tables laid, with sumptuous meals for feasting fit, and in the center, clear displayed, chairs where the suitors had to sit. They asked to see the fairest maid, the wedding party led in some, but they rejected all displayed, until lame Dota forth had come, with Spidula, and joined the folk. They wore rich clothes, and on their head were decorated wreaths of oak, bound with brocade and precious thread. The suitors rose and praised each bride, and sat them in the chairs in state, and both men stood there close beside, and now began to ask them straight, if they would sell their garlands here. Such precious goods with payment high, they willingly would purchase dear. To which the guests made this reply, not with a sack of gold or more, can maidens such as these be bought. Through neither riches, nor through war, can maidens such as these be caught. But after both were full agreed, and when the men had promised fast, to guard them well, meet every need, the maidens gave consent at last. To marry both, the priests now came. With ivy twined round leaves of oak, their hands were joined in Lamer's name. Meanwhile the priests this blessing spoke, just as the supple ivy curls, and round the oak itself entwines, so with the slender new-wed girls, whom love now with their groom combines. The grooms before them gifts now spread, with tears her wreath gave up each bride. Then on their heads were placed instead, expensive caps of marten's hide, adorned with silver was each hat. Each new-wed bride went with her man, up to the table, where they Saturday, the wedding banquet now began. All day into the night it went, led by the songs of choirs sweet, they danced until their strength was spent. But when the pairs went to their seat, old Bertneeks, grown stern, required that banqueting should early cease, much sooner, then, the guests retired, than if their land had been at peace. Scene 3. The Latvians enjoy early success. The Latvian warriors gather from all sides. The new wed pairs did not have long their joyous unions to fulfill, nor happiness to fashion strong, for destiny's harsh unswerving will. The grooms soon called into the field, from loving arms the husbands tore, to where in armor spears men wield, and where their legs wade deep in gore. War's trumpet Bertniks now let, on every hilltop brassy sound, on every lofty mound they set. At night the watchfires burning round. And every chieftain did the same, passed on the sign the rest to show, a signal that to all soon came, to gather and to war to go. In every village homestead then, across the Latvian country broad, the people's sons, the younger men, prepared for war, grasped spear and sword, and saddled up their dashing steeds. Each sister and each young man's bride adorned their helmets, then must, needs, with tears and singing partway ride. Now soon on every road and track, they slept at night beneath a tree, a gathering host streamed to attack, and after 2 full days or 3, together came upon their course. Bearslayer led thence further groups, and at the meeting place in force, all hail, rejoiced the troops. Old Bertniks rode with them too, and Lielvardis both of those, close by the fighting in full view, wished to remain until the close. No longer their lame daughter more, nor Spidula at home would stay, the 2 young brides forth to the war, rode with the army on its way. There, where the river Gauja falls, through gorges to the valley's bounds, with palisades and earthen walls, stood many strongholds built on mounds. Beside the streams in forests dense, there lived the clans and Latvian lords. Led by Bearslayer riding thence, here entered now the warlike hordes. When they, in nests along the way, a German infestation found, the vermin pest was cleared that day, they further marched and reached the ground, that used to Dabrals to belong. Here they encountered German knights, who there had built a castle strong, and fortified it for their fights. Bearslayer took it back again, and many German knights there died, who lost their lives against our men. The host rolled on then like a tide, far in a surging wave it flowed, unstoppable through vale and wood, advanced until the soldiers rode to Tereda where Cowper stood. Here in the Livian people's lands, they plainly saw as they passed by, each village lay in German hands. In fields of barley and of rye, the golden grain swayed full and fat, the Livians ploughed and sowed the fields, but strangers ate their fill of that, then sold the straw and other yields. And closely with the castles merged, stood foreign churches, places where the priests and monks the people urged, the Christian faith with them to share. But by the strangers converts here, were held as servants in their thrall, and from the Livians every year, they took a tribute from them all. A band of those not Christian turned, into the unknown forest spilled, in deepest thickets clearings burned, and chopped down trees their huts to build, there kept the ancient gods' commands, but even here the bishop's spies could search them out and made demands of tribute that to all applies. The recapture of Tereda. Alarmed by this advancing horde, the strangers fled from their estates, left monks and churches to the sword, withdrew inside Tereda's gates. Where soon, attacking in a ring, from all around Bearslayer fought, but found it not an easy thing, to conquer them the way he sought. High on the walls were many knights, whose heavy bolts, in hundreds loosed, drove back the Latvians from the heights. But then Bearslayer's men produced a scaffold built of wooden planks, on which, in deepest dark of night, they breached the castle wall in ranks, and to its ramparts brought the fight. The struggle filled them all with dread, and both at times had to withdraw, for both sides suffered many dead. Bearslayer, at the very fore, slew many knights, until at length, the armored Germans all saw clear, that not their strongest matched his strength, and seeing this the knights knew fear. So great this fear that at his sight, they threw their swords and shields aside, and let Bearslayer, without fight, choose those who lived and those who died. Bearslayer raised the castle's stone, while monasteries and churches high, in piles of ashes down were thrown, to strangers refuge to deny. False Cowper was not there himself, but safe in Riga's castle walls, where more and more he kept his wealth, and dwelled within the bishop's halls. Among the foes who captive fell, was Dietrich too, the man of prayer. With lying tongue he sought to tell, at Cowper's wish he had been there, who gave to him the castle's ground. He therefore asked that as a guest, all those be seen, whom there they found, and granted life and spared arrest. Bearslayer honored Cowper still, and so he thought to grant them this, but strong the lives opposed his will, since much with it they found amiss, for by this person's lying tongue, 100 times they were deceived, by word and deed they had been stung, the cruelest blows from him received. Thus, if Bearslayer would allow, that Dietrich and the others live, to render justice they asked now, the ruthless priest to them to give. At this Bearslayer gave consent, that Dietrich there should pay the price, and to the sacred grove they went, to give their gods a sacrifice. But if a prisoner rode a grey, that, stepping thrice across a spear, with left hoof each time led the way, this was a sign that showed them clear, the gods refused this man to take. The cunning Dietrich knew this law, and so arranged the test to make, and saved himself, though death seemed sure. The strangers, those who were not dead, were stripped of weapons, armor too, bareheaded all to Riga led, then all the captured land in view, Bearslayer gave the Livians back. Behind he left Talvaldus then, to guard the Gauger from attack, together with the Livian men. Bearslayer took a second force, swift with Cocknesis forth he rode, and with his father set the course, to what was once their own abode. The return to Leelvard. In Leelvard now they saw, like to Raider the strangers thronged, and settled there with manner sure, as though to them it all belonged. Great anger Leelvardes felt, at what his folk had had to face, for Daniel Banneroff harsh dealt, and of compassion showed no trace. There in the ancient stronghold's stead, he raised a castle's walls up high, and from it launched a reign of dread, in lands that near the Daugavava lie. Forth thence he sallied and returned, destroyed and looted any day, both villages and houses burned, oppressed the folk in every way. Some elders then from him had fled, who by such horrors were appalled. When to the woods their clans they led, a halt to plundering Daniel called. Swift messengers to them he sent, who said oppression now had ceased, with them to live in peace he meant, and all invited to a feast. These elders, yet who did not know the depths of Daniel's evil mind, believed him and resolved to go, and peace with him their thought to find. Outside the wall with them to meet, to a pavilion Daniel went, invited them to drink and eat, and seemed to speak with good intent. But suddenly, from them concealed, while at the table they felt sure, he quickly went out in the field, and locked the stout pavilion's door, his murderous plan to start a fire. Around the building men piled straw, then on all sides they lit the pyre, and soon they watched the hot flame soar. The heat and smoke inside burst through, and all the elders loudly screamed, while Daniel and his butcher crew stood on the castle walls and beamed. With devilish laughter they looked back, but laughter turned to looks of fear, when, riding from the forest track, just then they saw armed men appear. With shield and heavy spear arrayed, Bearslayer rode them all before. He heard the shouted cries for aid, and straightway broke down the door. Then with the help of other men, he quickly to the rescue went. The elders hailed Bearslayer then, as though by heaven he were sent. Their gratitude was not concealed, that rescue safe they had received, and then the elders plain revealed, how Daniel's lies had all deceived. On hearing of this devil's trick, Bearslayer's anger knew no bounds, he called his men together quick, and swore to take the castle's grounds. Although the knights fought hard and long, and strove the fortress to defend, they could not block Bearsleyer's throng, who took the castle in the end. Then every captured knight they slew, and only one could still survive. Just Daniel Banneroff lived through, was taken prisoner, yet alive. The knight was given, on that day, into the village elders' hands, revenge to take in their own way, for his base deeds within their lands. Bearslayer and Lame Doter no brief peace. Of Lealvard word spread wide, it was Bearslayer's home once more. In every house on every side, to all, great joy the tidings bore. As though newborn all felt fresh life, and those, who to the forest's space, had fled from there to hide from strife, returned and took their former place. All hurried then in joyful ranks, to Lealvard's castle gate, to greet Bearslayer and give thanks, that he had saved them from harsh fate. Their mood was bright with victory's glance, a feast gave Lealvardes there, where all could eat and drink and dance, and booty was divided fair. The chiefs exulted, then one day, all thought of Daniel's crimes once more. They dragged him out, led him away, and took him to the Daugavava's shore. You, German dog, to him they cried, through you we felt the fire's scald. But power now is on our side, to you we give the waters cold. They took a plank of wood at last, and on his back tied to the beam, placed Daniel there, with ropes made fast, and pushed it in the river's stream. Sail to your homeland back, they mocked, go seek your brother's welcoming hands. And take the foreign faith, here blocked, away with you to other lands. By fear they had not felt before, the strangers all were gripped when told, about the mighty feats in war, performed by Latvia's hero bold. They ran away from every side, and fled to Riga with one mind, in its cathedral sought to hide, in those strong walls a haven find. But even there, in this dark hour, no longer safety Albert knew, that soon in Baltic lands his power would fade away, this was his view. And so, to get more armored knights, he sailed the sea to German shore, men to recruit to fight his fights, and in the spring renew the war. In Riga, ruling in his place, he left false Cowper, who explained, he would protect by God's good grace, all Christian strangers who remained. The danger now was fully spent, Bearslayer knew, throughout the land, and so his soldiers homeward sent. In Lealvard, hand in hand, peace with Lame Doter now found there. She worked inside all to restore, he strove the buildings to repair, and farmyard labors oversaw. Cocknesis too from war returned, and Aescroclus, from battle spent. With Spidula, to rest well earned, to Aescrocal all three now went. From them with love they took their leave, Bearslayer and Lame Doter both, in parting sought not deep to grieve, to friends good fortune made an oath. Old Lealvardes, with his friend, to Bertnix's castle rode. The two old men wished in the end, to make together their abode. To satisfy their own deep needs, now lived Bearslayer and his bride. Although great fame came through their deeds, and honor from the people's side, there on the Daugavava's pleasant shore, at last they found what, all above, their hearts throughout had missed so sore, sweet happiness and married love. Scene 4, the death of Bearslayer and the conquest of Latvia. The secret of Bearslayer's strength is revealed. The springtime came and, once again, clothed hills and valleys all in green, and wakened nature's creatures then, that frisky gambling could be seen. Within our fatherland it seemed, that warlike times had safely passed. All stayed at home because they deemed, that springtime work should start at last. They fixed the plough and beat the share, worked hard each fence and yard to mend, and even Kangars sought fresh air, and worked his garden beds to tend. He cut off branches, stakes drove in, to help the plants their healthy grow. His face looked sullen now and thin, and let despairing feelings show. The seed sown in his fatherland, as everywhere, so with him too, had borne a bitter fruit unplanned. and disappointment now he knew. The people no more came in need, as once in droves to him they poured, the strangers took of him no heed. But something else within him gnawed. Bearslayer lived unharmed, and worse, had lasting fame among the folk, and Spitala fled Satan's curse, when from his grasping claws she broke. His future now was death, he knew, and all the torments that would give. Condemned he was, his last years through, with bitter heart each day to live. And so he scarcely felt more fear, when, as the sun was growing dim, he heard a voice, his garden near, in hollow tones that greeted him. He raised his head, and at the gate, their cruel Dietrich came in view. Then Canghaz spoke, these words to state, I truly am amazed that you should visit here, your presence show. Did growing fat on roasted meat, within stone castles tedious grow? Then Dietrich thus could Canghaz greet, the feasts I ate there did not pall, but soon of them will be no more, unless your powers heed my call. If you will help, reward is sure. He said it was the bishop's will, new troops to Riga soon to lead, but all would be in vain while still, Bearslayer all the Baltic freed, and stood against the German force. From Canghaz aid they sought, to show, of bold Bearslayer's strength the source, so that a knight could lay him low. Then Canghaz gave this answer back, 10 times he had upon the earth, loosed giants and his demon pack, but all had been of little worth. Bearslayer killed them all in fights, and had escaped each plot in turn. If now Bearslayer scythed down knights, that were to Canghaz small concern. But yet, another circumstance, led him to be the hero's foe, though just what plan would have a chance, against the youth, he did not know. Hell's demons often served him well, consulted, they might find a way. If in his hut were fit to dwell, then Dietrich there some time could stay. That night then Canghaz all alone, tight shut himself within his room, that Dietrich, if he heard him groan, would not know fear within the gloom. At midnight, then a whirlwind's throes, shook hard the house from all around, where Canghaz dwelled loud groaning rose, and then was heard a screeching sound. So horrible that, out of fear, on Dietrich's head stood up his hair, he crossed himself, such sounds to hear, and loud recited every prayer. No pause to sleep by day or night, long Canghaz strove, help to invoke, the third day at the morning's light, these earnest words to Dietrich spoke. Accursed to all will be the day, Bearslayer's secret was exposed, as traitors, curses to our pay. Here through our deeds, quite unopposed, the evil one will soon be free, to do at will each wicked deed. My guilty henchman, hark to me, to what I tell you pay good heed. A mother bear Bearslayer bore, the babe a holy hermit sired. His mother's line gave strength, but more, through her the youth bears ears acquired, and if opponents can prevail, and both his ears slice off with speed, his mighty power at once will fail. Enough. Go now. No thanks I need. Bearslayer and the Black Knight fight to the death. The bishop, Albert, now brought back a host of knights to fight anew. Among them was a knight in black, who well the work of plundering knew. He claimed his mother was a witch, who guided him with magic charm, and he in devil's arts so rich, that never wound could cause him harm. This Black Knight Dietrich chose, to fight, and be his weapon in the fray, to beat Bearslayer's strength and might, and best him in a cunning way. He welcomed Cowper too once more, to help them conquer with his sword, and in the name of God he swore, in heaven all would find reward. One day Bearslayer resting sat, close by lame Dota in their hall, and idly talked of this and that. But over her now hung a pall, she was not happy as at first. A time her thoughts she still concealed, then in a trembling voice conversed, and with these words her plight revealed. Bearslayer, my beloved, speak, what can it mean that many a day, against my wish, my mood is bleak, and in my heart cold fear holds sway? I am so happy, but I fear that something could disturb our joy, for reasons that I do not know, and soon perhaps our life destroy. Before Bear's lair love had shown, to calm her sorrow had contrived, the keeper of the gate made known that friendly riders had arrived, and asked if he might let them through. On looking out the window then, Bear's lair at the gate could view, with Cowper in their midst, strange men. Bear's lair did not hesitate, he recognized great Cowper clear, and said to open up the gate, as guests, with honor brought them near. Now Cowper said that they were sent by Bishop Albert to make peace, and through the land as heralds went, that friendship strong might never cease. Bear's lair never sought a war, unless the cause were justified. And so goodwill to Cowper bore, and willing let him come inside. At Lealvard they all stayed, as honored guests, so long they would. And for them their Bear's lair made the best provision that he could. But still Lame Dota restless grew, the Black Knight near her could not bear, although he sought to change her view, with gracious words and flattery fair. Bear's lair ordered contests held, and tournaments were staged at length. Then came a day when both had felled opponents beaten by their strength. The Black Knight to Bear's lair spoke, and made a challenge to a fight. The youth refused him with a joke, he did not wish to give a slight. The knight, however, angry seemed, and answered in a mocking way, no test of strength for him he deemed, to beat Bear's lair in a fray, despite the boasting he had heard. Bear's lair did not tarry more, but at the knight without a word, swung hard the heavy sword he bore. At first Bear's lair thought it sport, and jousted in light-hearted way, but, fighting fierce, the Black Knight brought great strength and litheness to the fray. And suddenly in swift attack, Bear's lair's ear clean off he slit. Enraged, Bear's lair struck him back, his blow the knight's stout armor split. The Black Knight's blood began to pour, but bold Bear's lair's sword had cracked. The knight saw this and struck once more, the other ear his slash clear hacked. Bear's lair's anger knew no bound, he seized the Black Knight in his grasp, their deadly struggle shook the ground, as now they fought to their last gasp. 3 times Bear's lair seized him fast, and seemed the heavy knight to beat. 3 times he staggered at the last, the knight broke free with kicking feet. The watching men stood pale with fear, as though their feet were rooted deep, while to the edge the two came near, right to the lofty cliff-top steep. The Dorgavava takes Bear's lair to its bosom, his foe at last Bear's lair flung into the river's depths to drown, but round with heavy armor hung, the Black Knight dragged Bear's lair down. The waters made a cracking sound, the waves surged high and took the pair, and in their fight together bound, down in the depths they vanished there. Into the Dorgavava's surging flood, now sank the setting sun's pale glow. A thick mist rose and dripped like blood, the waves sighed mournful down below. The foaming waters parted wide, and took the hero to their breast. An island rose up in the tide, and in this place he sank to rest. Within the castle fearful screams, and cries of lamentation rose, and now Lame Dota dead her dreams, to end her life that moment chose. The Latvian warriors, stricken saw, his kin and brethren, all in sum, now, one by one, fell in the war, by stronger forces overcome. The strangers gained the upper hand, and ruled as lords, cruel and depraved, the well-loved people of the land, 4 centuries were all enslaved. But still, though ages long pass by, the grieving folk his memory keeps, for them, in death he does not lie, but in a golden palace sleeps. Below the island risen there, he lies within the Dorgavava's breast, with Latvia's folk their fate to share, and close to Lealvard rest. From time to time, late in the night, the Dorgavava boatmen sometimes see 2 men in combat on the height, in struggles that they cannot flee. While in the castle ruins, clear, a little flame there flickers bright. The fighting men the edge come near, but take no heed, so hot their fight. Until at last they cross the bounds, and deep into the depths they drop. A scream within the castle sounds, the little flames' bright flickers stop. It is Bear's lair struggling there, the strangers to eradicate, but long lame doters watching stare, upon his triumph yet must wait. But still, the day will come, is sure, when he the Black Knight will cast down, in Staburax's raging maw, his deadly foe alone will drown. Then for the folk new times will dawn, at last their freedom will be born. Thanks for watching the channel. If you liked the video, please hit the like button. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing. Or if you would like to support the channel, please visit the link in the description to visit our Patreon page. Like the pictures in the video. Visit the link in the description to see more. Thanks again for watching.